Yuen went to Lung Yuanhan's room, but didn't find their album. All of a sudden, she remembered that she had photos with Yunyao before, so she went to her room later. When she was back in Master Lung's study, she said, "Father, I didn't find their album. Maybe Shouting put it somewhere else, but I have photos of me and Yunyao." Saying that, Yuen gave Master Lung the photos. Master Lung took them and compared Yunyao with the woman. Then he was surprised by their similarity. They were basically the same person. "Wow, they're too similar," Lung Yuanjin exclaimed. Master Lung, however, suddenly looked upset. "Yuanjin, go to Mountain River Restaurant and find out this woman and this man's real identities. We need to figure out whether she simply looks like Yunyao, or if there is something hidden behind it." Master Lung believed that it was either a coincidence or a scheme that this woman who greatly resembled Yunyao appeared. After all, the Lung family wasn't an ordinary family, and there were plenty of people who tried to scheme against it. If it wasn't a coincidence that this woman showed up out of blue, she had to be disguising herself as Yunyao for a purpose. At the same time, Master Lung also knew that there was a possibility that this woman was really Yunyao. Although it wasn't a strong possibility, they couldn't ignore it. The reasons were, first, the woman looked exactly the same as Yunyao, which was quite unbelievable, although there were many people who looked familiar in this world. Second, Master Lung remembered that Yunyao's body had a disfigured face when they found it that year. So it was possible that the woman who fell down the cliff with Lung Yuanhan wasn't Yunyao. Since it was possible, Master Lung couldn't help but think further about it. If the woman who died together with Lung Yuanhan wasn't Yunyao, who could she be? Why would she die with Lung Yuanhan? Where was Yunyao at that time? Why did she disappear as well after Lung Yuanhan's death? Did Lung Yuanhan's death have something to do with her? Master Lung knew that he shouldn't be suspicious of Yunyao like that, because Yunyao and Lung Yuanhan were deeply in love in the past. However, since he had doubts, he had to analyze the event. Hearing what Master Lung said, Lung Yuanjin and Yuen also began to think about why this woman who looked like Yunyao suddenly appeared. "Sure," said Lung Yuanjin and got ready to leave. "Wait a second." Master Lung stopped him, then said to Lung Yuanjin and Yuen, "Keep it a secret from other people." "Of course." Lung Yuanjin and Yuen agreed. After that, they walked out of Master Lung's study together. When Lung Yuanjin left in a hurry, Ling Xiaoshuan asked, "Mom, what exactly has happened?" "Control your curiosity," Yuen said, then went upstairs and ignored Ling Xiaoshuan. Once Lung Yuanjin came, the manager of Mountain River Restaurant didn't hesitate to play the surveillance video for him. When Lung Yuanjin saw that it was Gu Ning who drove the woman here, he was greatly surprised. The first idea that appeared in his mind was that this woman must have shown up for a purpose. She approached Gu Ning first, then became close to Lung Shouting and the Lung family through Gu Ning. Lung Yuanjin knew Gu Ning's background, so he didn't think that there was an unspeakable secret between Gu Ning and the woman. Instead, he believed it was the woman who tried to form a relationship with Gu Ning first. The problem now was whether Lung Shouting was aware of the woman's existence. Lung Yuanjin immediately shared this idea with Master Lung, and Master Lung had the same feeling as him. Both of them believed that the woman wanted to get close to Lung Shouting through Gu Ning. However, they didn't know whether Gu Ning knew that the woman looked the same as Lung Shouting's mother. Afterwards, as Lung Yuanjin kept on searching for more information about the woman through surveillance videos, he found that the woman went to Lung Shouting's house later, which kept him alert. He told Master Lung what he found right away, and Master Lung couldn't stay calm either and told him to keep on paying special attention to the woman. A while later, Lung Yuanjin saw Gu Ning coming back. Then the woman left Lung Shouting's house with Gu Ning in a car. Lung Yuanjin followed them at once. However, when they had only left Mountain River Garden for a short distance, Gu Ning and Jing Yunyao noticed Lung Yuanjin. There was no need for Gu Ning to use her jade eyes because she recognized the Lung family's car by a simple glance, but she didn't know who the driver was. "Mother, I think you're already been discovered by members of the Lung family, because there is a car which belongs to the Lung family following us," said Gu Ning, but she stayed calm because she didn't think it was a problem. Jing Yunyao would see the members of the Lung family sooner or later anyway. Jing Yuniao was struck dumb for a second. To her surprise, the Lung family quickly found her. What should we do now? Since they already discovered you, why don't you face it now? It'll cause misunderstandings if we keep hiding from them, said Gu Ning. Actually, Gu Ning had the same worries as Master Lung before, so she hoped that Yuniao could see the members of the Lung family earlier. Hearing that, Jing Yuniao agreed. If she still avoided meeting them, they might be suspicious of her. You're right. Jing Yuniao nodded. Because they were still around Mountain River Garden, Gu Ning directly stopped the car at a nearby square. Lung Yuanjin didn't know that they already saw him, so he followed them to the square and stopped his car not far from Gu Ning. Gu Ning told Jing Yuniao to stay in the car. Then she got out of it alone and walked to the car which belonged to the Lung family. As she walked ahead, she used her jade eyes to see its inside and found Lung Yuanjin. Because she already knew it must be a member of the Lung family, Gu Ning wasn't surprised when she saw Lung Yuanjin. Lung Yuanjin had a premonition when Gu Ning walked towards him, and he felt that he might have been discovered by her. When he saw that Gu Ning was indeed looking at him, Lung Yuanjin was sure that he was exposed. Anyway, Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary girl, so he soon accepted it. After that, he rolled the car window down, but felt a little embarrassed and avoided Gu Ning's eyes. Unkla Yuanzhen. Gu Ning went to the front of the car and politely greeted Lung Yuanjin. She wasn't annoyed because he followed them because she knew that he did it for a reason. Ning. Lung Yuanjin felt a little embarrassed. If you don't mind, can we have a talk in the car? Said Gu Ning. Of course not. Lung Yuanjin nodded and unlocked the car door. Gu Ning then opened the car door of the rear seats before she got inside and closed it. Uncle Yuanjin, why have you been following me the entire time today? Gu Ning asked on purpose. She actually pushed her luck. If Lung Yuanjin didn't know yet, she would keep it a secret and they would go to the cemetery later. Well, I want to know who the woman in your car is. Lung Yuanjin didn't bother to beat about the bush, and got straight to the point with a serious attitude. In that case, Gu Ning directly said, she's Yuniao, the Lung family's daughter-in-law, Lung Yuanhan's wife and Lung Xiaoting's mother. Do you believe it? Or do you think she only looks like Yuniao and is building a relationship with me to try to get close to Lung Xiaoting and the Lung family through me? Lung Yuanjin was taken aback by Gu Ning's words, but he soon accepted that Gu Ning easily figured out his worries, because she was a very smart girl. Do you mean she's really Xiaoting's mother? Asked Lung Yuanjin. Although he asked that question, Gu Ning's meaning couldn't be more obvious and it was hard for Lung Yuanjin to believe it. For all kinds of reasons he believed that she simply resembled Yuniao. Since she's Xiaoting's mother, who was the woman that died with his father? Why didn't she visit the Lung family during the past years? Asked Lung Yuanjin. He was still suspicious of her and also criticized her, because she lost her memories and couldn't remember what happened in the past. But I'm sure that she's Xiaoting's mother. I've confirmed it. I'm not dumb, and I wouldn't trust her just because she closely resembles Xiaoting's mother. However, if you don't trust me, I have nothing else to say, said Gu Ning. Although she and Lung Xiaoting had a close relationship, she wasn't very familiar with the other members of the Lung family, so it was understandable that Lung Yuanjin had doubt and she wouldn't be mad. Of course I believe that you won't hurt Xiaoting, but I'm just worried that she might have the ability to do that, said Lung Yuanjin. It meant that he still didn't believe that the woman was Yuniao. He was afraid that the woman had successfully deceived Gu Ning. Although he knew that Gu Ning was a very outstanding girl, there could be people who were cleverer than her in this world. Does anyone else know about Yuniao? Asked Gu Ning. Your auntie saw her at Mountain River restaurant by accident today, and she talked about that with me and your grandpa Lung after she came home. Because we witnessed Xiaoting's parents' funeral, we thought that our enemies might be using her against us. I came to Mountain River restaurant to investigate and saw that it was you who drove her here. I didn't know whether you're aware of what happened to Xiaoting's mother, so I believed that she wanted to get closer to Xiaoting and the Lung family through you. I kept on spying on her and found that she just went to Xiaoting's house, and you came back later. So I followed you, but I simply wanted to know what you will do together, said Lung Yuanjin. Well, we plan to visit the grave of Shouting's father tonight. I've brought her to many familiar places and to meet familiar faces. When she met familiar people, she only felt familiar with them, but she somehow could remember some memories when she went to visit the grave of her old friend, Peng Shireen. Therefore, we want to see whether she could remember more things after visiting the grave of Shouting's father, said Gu Ning. Hearing that, Leng Yuanzhen's body shook a little in fear. They were going to visit the grave of a dead person to get some memories back. Even though Leng Yuanzhen was a man, he didn't have the courage to visit a grave in the night. As for the funeral of Shouting's parents, he told me that the body of his mother had a disfigured face when they found it, so the body might not be Yu Niao, said Gu Ning. Leng Yuanzhen didn't remember it until Gu Ning said that. Yu Niao's body indeed had a disfigured face back then, but her necklace was on the body and it lay with Shouting's father, so everyone believed that it must be Yu Niao's body. Anyway, Leng Yuanzhen still had doubt. Does Shouting know of her existence? Asked Leng Yuanzhen. Not yet, because she wants to see Shouting after getting her memories back, so we kept it a secret from Shouting. Actually, I did advise her to see Shouting earlier so that Shouting can tell her what happened before, because it might be helpful for her to regain her memories, said Gu Ning. I don't think so. To be honest with you, I still can't believe that she's really Yu Niao. If they see each other right now, Shouting will be heartbroken if it turns out that she isn't, said Leng Yuanzhen. Gu Ning understood it as well, so she wasn't mad at all. Since you're all aware of it right now, I think I should help you get rid of the doubt. Yu Niao is the Leng family's daughter-in-law, and you should know that she used to write with an ink brush. I went to their room before, and found many of her notes. Why don't we go to the Leng family's house together, and let her write in front of you? We'll see whether she's really Yu Niao. Grandpa Leng also likes calligraphy, so it should be very easy for him to figure it out, said Gu Ning. Sure. Leng Yuanzhen agreed. Since Gu Ning was so sure that the woman was Yu Niao, he also wanted to test and verify it in case unnecessary trouble occurred. After that, Gu Ning got out of the car and went back to her own car. Once she was in her car, she said to Jing Yu Niao, Mother, Uncle Yuanzhen, Auntie Yin, and Grandpa Leng have all noticed you. They can't believe that you're still alive and that you lost your memories, so they are suspicious of you and afraid that you might have been sent by their enemies to hurt them. We need to go to the Leng family's house right now to prove your identity. No problem. Jing Yu Niao nodded, because she knew it was necessary. She wasn't unhappy that the members of the Leng family didn't trust her, because she had done nothing to prove herself yet. How should we prove it? Asked Jing Yu Niao. We can prove it by your handwriting. There are many of your notes in your and Shouting's father's room. You can write down several characters and Grandpa Leng is a calligraphy expert. He'll know whether you're the same person, said Gu Ning. Great. Jing Yu Niao nodded. If they still don't believe it, then forget it. It's enough as long as Shouting trusts you, said Gu Ning. Because she respected them, she was willing to prove it, but she wouldn't beg them to trust her if they still refused to believe it. They couldn't tell them that Yu Niao was a cultivator after all. After Gu Ning got out of the car, Leng Yuanzhen called Master Leng without delay. For the convenience of driving, Leng Yuanzhen used Bluetooth earphones. How is it? Have you made any discoveries? Master Leng asked in a hurry once he received Leng Yuanzhen's call. I discovered that the woman went outside with Gu Ning, so I followed them, but Gu Ning saw me, said Leng Yuanzhen. What? You were exposed? And then? Asked Master Leng. He wasn't surprised that Gu Ning caught him, but he was curious about what happened next. Would Gu Ning be mad? Because he believed that Gu Ning wouldn't hurt Leng Shouting or the Leng family. His first reaction wasn't to ask Leng Yuanzhen what they had done. Instead, he cared more about whether Gu Ning would be annoyed. We had a talk, and Gu Ning told me that the woman is Yuan Han's wife, Yu Niao. Gu Ning said that she has already confirmed it, but the woman lost her memories and Gu Ning is helping her get them back, said Leng Yuanzhen. I'm not so suspicious of the woman anymore, but I still can't believe that she's really Yu Niao. I know Gu Ning won't hurt Shouting, or the Leng family, and she proposed to prove it using the woman's handwriting. Father, you know a lot about calligraphy, so you can see whether the woman and Yu Niao are really the same person later. Hearing that, Master Ling got excited. I trust Ningning. I trust her. The woman could really be Yuniao. Master Lung had spent a lot more time with Gu Ning than Lung Yuanjun did, so he understood Gu Ning better. Since Gu Ning had confirmed it, he believed that it was close to the mark. If it wasn't real, Gu Ning wouldn't propose to prove it using her handwriting. Although he knew that handwriting could be imitated and faked, it could only fool ordinary people. It was impossible to fool him. He had liked and studied calligraphy and painting for decades after all. Lung Yuanjun opened his mouth. He wanted to tell Master Lung not to be so excited at such an early stage, or he would be greatly disappointed if the result wasn't what he wanted. However, Lung Yuanjun didn't say it aloud in the end because he believed it a little. If the woman was really Yuniao, Master Lung wouldn't be happy if he told him not to be so excited right now. It might make Master Lung misunderstand him and think that he didn't want Yuniao to come back. Anyway, Master Lung was full of excitement at this moment. Now we should get the paper, ink, brush, and inkstone prepared. We'll arrive in about 40 minutes, said Lung Yuanjun. Sure, said Master Lung and hung up the call, then left to prepare paper, ink, a brush, and an inkstone. Even though he trusted Gu Ning, Lung Yuanjun's words also made sense. It was possible that the woman had successfully deceived Gu Ning into believing that she was Yuniao. Besides, she lost her memories. One must know his or her enemies well in order to win a battle. If the woman aimed to hurt the Lung family, she had to be well prepared beforehand. Therefore, whether she was really Yuniao or not, they had to make sure of it before they accepted her. Master Ling loved calligraphy and paintings. Not only was he a lover of them, but he also liked writing and painting himself, so there was paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones of high quality in his study. The inkstone was even an antique. Within a short while, Master Lung prepared everything they needed, but he still needed to wait for a long time. At the same time, he suddenly wondered whether Xiaoting was aware that Yuniao might not be dead. Thinking of that, Master Lung took out his phone at once and wanted to call Lung Yuanjun again, but he put it down later when he remembered that Lung Yuanjun was driving. Afterwards, he walked out of his study. In the living room, Yuan, Lung Xiaoxuan, and Lung Xiaoxi were still there. Lung Xiaoxuan and Lung Xiaoxi were playing battle in the sky. When they saw the excited expression on Master Lung's face, they thought that Lung Yuanjun might have shared good news with him. The idea that the woman might really be Yuniao dawned on Yuan. She ached to ask Master Lung that question, but she had to control herself because Lung Xiaoxuan and Lung Xiaoxi were there. Xiaoxuan, Xiaoxi, you two can go upstairs now, said Yuan to Lung Xiaoxuan and Lung Xiaoxi. Why? Lung Xiaoxuan didn't understand. Before Yuan could say anything, Master Lung opened his mouth. We'll have guests in a while, so you should go upstairs now. They didn't want Lung Xiaoxuan and Lung Xiaoxi to know about Yuniao right now, in case they told other people. Fine. Hearing that, Lung Xiaoxuan and Lung Xiaoxi knew there had to be important guests coming today, and it would be inconvenient if they stayed in the living room, so they went upstairs. Although they were curious to know what guests would come this late at night, they didn't dare to ask questions about it. The Lung family wasn't an ordinary family, and the guests must be very important since they came at night. After Lung Xiaoxuan and Lung Xiaoxi went upstairs, Yuan asked Master Lung, "Father, you look excited. Do you have any good news?" Master Lung then told Yuan what Lung Yuanjun had said to him on the phone. After hearing that, Yuan had the same reaction as Master Lung. She also chose to trust Gu Ning and believed that the woman could be really Yuniao. "If she's really Yuniao, that'll be the best," said Yuan, but she looked upset the next second. "If she's Yuniao, who was the woman who died together with Yuan Han? Why did Yuniao disappear all of a sudden after Yuan Han's death? She even lost her memories." Yuan had to admit that she had the suspicion that Yuniao might have something to do with Lung Yuanhan's death. If Yuniao survived and Lung Yuanhan died, it was possible that Lung Yuanhan died because of her. Master Lung was displeased as well. It was obvious that he had the same suspicion as Yuan. However, it was hard for him to believe it, because Yuniao and Lung Yuanhan were deeply in love back then. It's obvious that Yuniao has also suffered a lot that year, or she wouldn't lose her memories all of a sudden, said Master Lung, defending Yuniao. Yuyin only had the suspicion for a short while, and she still chose to believe that Yuniao wouldn't hurt Lung Yuanhan. After all, they had lived together for years, and she knew what kind of person Yuniao was. Although many people were wearing a mask on their faces and it was hard to truly know a person from their appearance, it didn't mean that everyone loved disguising. Because Master Lung was restless during the wait, he directly walked out of the door. Master Lung, what's wrong? Lung Changji noticed his unusual behavior and asked with concern. It wasn't something that they couldn't tell Lung Changji, so Master Lung shared the news with him and Lung Changji was leaving him shocked too. However, he had the same reaction as Lung Yuanjin. Although he thought that it was possible that the woman could be Yuniao, he was suspicious of her. However, he noticed that Master Lung almost accepted it, so he said nothing and waited to see the result. During this time, Master Lung told Yuyin to find Yuniao's notes for him from Lung Yunhan's study. Master Lung anxiously walked in and out. When it was almost the appointed time, he went straight to wait at the gate, followed by Yuyin and Lung Changji. Finally, Lung Yuanjin's car drove. A while later, they saw another car behind it, and they knew that it must be Gu Ning's car, which meant that Gu Ning and Yuniao came too. All of a sudden, they got nervous. They hoped that she was really Yuniao, but was also worried that she might not be Yuniao. Actually, no one was more nervous than Yuniao. She wasn't afraid that she might not be able to prove her identity, but she felt a little timid when she was about to have a family reunion. She had met Master Lung a few days ago, but her face was covered back then, and Master Lung didn't know who she was. Now, however, they would meet face to face. Gu Ning didn't know how to comfort her about that, so she said nothing. The car stopped before the gate. Lung Yuanjin got out of it and gave the car key to a security guard, who would drive the car to the parking garage. Gu Ning's car was stopped right outside the gate, and she got out of it with Jing Yuniao too. Even though everyone was mentally prepared, they were still amazed when they saw Jing Yuniao in the flesh. They felt the strong familiarity from Yuniao, and only those who were really familiar with them could give them that feeling. Hi, Grandpa Lung, Uncle Changji, and Aunt Yin. Gu Ning greeted them. Nice to see you, Master Lung. Jing Yuniao also politely greeted Master Lung, but she didn't know how to call the other two people, so she simply nodded at them. Once Master Lung heard her voice, he said with surprise, "Are you the woman who came with Ningning the other day?" Although he asked that question, he already had the answer, and Master Lung was more sure that she was Yuniao, because he already felt that she looked familiar when her face was covered. If they weren't close family members, they wouldn't have that familiarity towards each other. As for now, the familiarity became strong and real. People's appearances might lie, but the feelings couldn't. Lung Changji also recognized Jing Yuniao when he heard her voice, and he began to believe that she could really be Yuniao. At the same time, Master Lung and Lung Changji thought that they probably came the other day not for books but for something else. Nevertheless, they didn't think that they had an evil purpose, because Yuniao lost her memories and Gu Ning was helping her get them back by taking her to familiar places. Yuyin and Lung Yuanjin were surprised when they heard that Gu Ning and Yuniao had visited the Lung family a few days ago, but it wasn't the right time to ask about that right now. Yes, said Jing Yuniao. Come on in. Master Lung welcomed them without delay. He couldn't wait to make sure whether this woman in front of his eyes was really Yuniao. Even though he was quite sure that she could really be Yuniao after he saw her face, he still wanted to confirm it. Afterwards, they went inside and followed Master Lung to his study. Please don't mind, said Master Lung with slight embarrassment. They needed to confirm it, but it was also a little disrespectful. Of course not. Jing Yuniao didn't mind it at all, then went to the table and began to write with the ink brush. Master Lung and Yuniao had talked about calligraphy with each other before, and Master Lung had watched her writing many times. Therefore, he was very familiar with the way Yuniao used the ink brush, the posture when she wrote, and her handwriting. When Jing Yuniao wrote down on the paper right now, she looked exactly the same as Yuniao in his memories. Appearance and posture could be imitated, but verve couldn't. Although Jing Yuniao lost her memories, the way of holding the ink brush, the posture and look when she wrote, and the style of her writing were all habits that had developed since her childhood, and they wouldn't change due to amnesia. Jing Yunyao's writing was naturally comfortable and unconstrained. This was her consistent style, and there was no trace of deliberateness because she didn't do it deliberately. Master Lung was already very familiar with Yunyao's handwriting and he just saw it again. So he got more excited when he saw the several characters Jing Yunyao wrote down and recognized Yunyao's handwriting, but he didn't stop Jing Yunyao from finishing writing. Once Jing Yunyao was done, she put down the ink brush and asked Master Lung, "Master Lung, please." Master Lung walked over at once and compared it with Yunyao's notes. "They're exactly the same. I'm sure that they're from the same person." Master Lung said with great excitement, I trust you. I now believe that you're Yunyao." Saying that, Master Lung cried with joy. The others in the room were also excited. Yuing completely believed it, and although Lung Yuanjin and Lung Changji still felt that it was too unbelievable, they were willing to accept it. Since they believed it now, they felt happy too. "Thank you for trusting me." Jing Yunyao also cried. She felt happy because members of the Lung family were willing to trust her. But she wasn't so excited because she lost her memories of them. "Yunyao, I trust you too," said Yuyin. "Thank you." Jing Yunyao thanked Yuyin. "Welcome home, Yunyao." "Welcome home, Lady Lung." Lung Yuanjin and Lung Changji also accepted her. Although they didn't say that they trusted her too, the way they called her showed their attitudes. "Thank you so much for trusting me, but I'm sorry that I can't remember anything about you now," said Jing Yunyao, feeling a little guilty. "It's fine. You'll get your memories back." Master Lung comforted her at once. As long as it was true that she was Yunyao, they could take it slowly to help her get her memories back. Jing Yunyao thought for a while, then said, "Although you trust me, I know you still have doubt. Since I survived, who could be the woman who died with Yuan Han? I think I should explain it to you." Hearing that, Master Lung and the others put on a serious expression. They indeed wanted to know the truth. Since Yunyao was willing to tell them right now, they wouldn't refuse to listen to her. "Well, I guess you'll surely be mad after knowing the truth, but I still think it's necessary for you to know it. In fact, I indeed fell down from the cliff with Yuan Han, but I was still alive at that time while Yuan Han was already..." Jing Yunyao said and felt heartbroken. Although she didn't remember details about the accident, it really had happened and left a great impact on her. "Because I lost my memories, my older male cousin told me everything. He said that he went to help us once he heard that someone was going to hurt me and Yuan Han, but he was still late, and we had already fallen from the cliff by the time he arrived. Luckily, I was still breathing, so my older male cousin killed a woman who was in our enemies group to replace me. He disfigured her face and disguised her as me, then took me away. He did his best to save my life. Although I survived, I lost my memories and my older male cousin was unwilling to tell me more about Yuan Han. He thought that I should say goodbye to my old life since I lost all my memories. I met Guning a few days ago, and she said that she knew me. She did something to confirm my identity, and my older male cousin told me the truth afterwards. I know that his behavior sounds selfish in your ears, but he only did that to protect me," said Jing Yunyao. She decided to be honest because she reached the agreement with Guning in the car before they came here. If she didn't tell the truth to the other members of the Lung family, they might still be suspicious of her. Hearing that, Master Lung and the others didn't think that she was lying, but they had mixed emotions. What Yunyao's older male cousin had done was indeed a little selfish in their eyes, but they weren't annoyed at him, because he did everything for Yunyao's good. All of a sudden, Master Lung thought of something. "Aren't you an orphan?" In the past, Yunyao told the members of the Lung family that she was an orphan. The Lung family was aware that she was only the adopted daughter of the Yi family, and its members also knew that Yunyao and Lung Yuan Han already became girlfriend and girlfriend before Yunyao met Yi Jingye. The Lung family didn't disdain Yunyao after knowing that she was an orphan. On the contrary, they had sympathy for her. The Lung family never cared about a marriage between families of equal social status, cared more about love. There was a huge gap between Master Lung and his wife too when they got married. The Shun family was only a small business family back then, and it was quite unbelievable in many other people's eyes when Master Lung married his wife. Even though Yunyao was an orphan, she was very outstanding. She was a woman, but she joined the army along with Lung Yuanhan and had made great achievements on her own abilities. She also had a title in the military. If the accident hadn't happened 15 years ago, she would have become a general. I'm not an orphan, but there is no difference because my mother passed away when I was little. My father paid all his attention to his second wife and their children. Only my older male cousin sincerely cares about me and my whole family, but he stayed outside most of the time. I was so tired of the family, so I left it, said Jing Yuniao. Upon thinking of that family, Jing Yuniao couldn't help but show hatred on her face. Master Lung and the others felt sorry for her. Let bygones be bygones. We can live a happy life from now on, said Master Lung. He didn't want Jing Yuniao to be affected by her terrible experiences, and he decided not to blame Jing Jining for keeping it a secret from the Lung family after he rescued Jing Yuniao. He couldn't change anything even if he blamed Jing Jining for it. Yuniao was back safe and sound now, which was all that mattered. I know, said Jing Yuniao. She was reluctant to elaborate on that, because she was afraid that she might lose control of her emotions. After all, she had more grudges against her family. It was her family who killed her husband. She definitely wouldn't let the Lung family know that, because it would bring trouble and danger to them. Even though the Lung family was the top family in the mortals' world and not many other families were comparable to it, it was still nothing for the Jing family who could easily ruin the Lung family. It was a matter of force. However, there was a rule in the cultivation world that cultivators couldn't kill mortals, and those who dared to break this rule would be punished by Tiandazong. Master Lung suddenly became serious and asked, You just said that your older male cousin knew that someone was going to hurt you and Yuan Han. Who is it? They always believed that it was an accident that had happened when they were chasing criminals, but unexpectedly it was a scheme. If it was a scheme, they had to find out who the enemy was and take revenge. The Lung family would never hurt innocent people, but it wasn't weak at all. If it was weak, it wouldn't become a dominant family, and it wouldn't submit to humiliation either. The Lung family wouldn't take the initiative to commit crimes, or allow people from their factions to commit crimes. Violation of the law was actually inevitable, it was just a matter of seriousness. However, no matter who dared to cause the Lung family trouble, it wouldn't hesitate to take revenge. Therefore, the members of the Lung family were full of anger after knowing that Lung Yuanhan and Yuniao had been schemed against. The atmosphere became depressing in an instant. The enemy was already killed by my older male cousin. He wouldn't let the person get away with it since it was a scheme, said Jing Yuniao. She wouldn't tell the Lung family the truth about that, because she would take revenge by herself. Hearing that, the others relaxed. Since the enemy was already killed, this problem was solved. Oh, does Shouting know that you're still alive? Asked Master Lung. Not yet, because I plan to meet you after getting my memories back. It sounds so unreal without my previous memories, said Jing Yuniao. Well, Master Lung sighed. Shouting became cold and introverted after he lost his parents. He seldom talked with other people, and his life was occupied by study. After that, he joined the army and has been busy training and doing his task afterwards. Hearing that, Jing Yuniao's heart ached for her son and tears came out of her eyes. She knew it was hard for a kid to live a good life without parents. Even though he hadn't been treated badly, the death of his parents still had a great impact on him, which could affect his personality. Although Lung Shouting lived an affluent life now, Jing Yuniao still felt sad when she thought about what he had been through. Master Lung continued, because of his hard work, he has made great achievements and became a major general at an early age. In fact, his achievements are enough for the title of a general, but he's too young and we tried to make it look fair. Jing Yuniao felt proud of it too, but she was more sad than proud, because Lung Shouting had risked his life for the honor. Because of Shouting's personality, I was worried that he might live his life alone. Luckily, he changed a lot once he met Ningning. Although he still looks cold most of the time, his heart is warm now, said Master Lung, and he was really grateful to Gu Ning for that. Jing Yuniao also felt touched. Gu Ning had helped her a lot, and now she was able to meet the Lung family. If it's possible, I hope that you can see Shouting earlier and join us again. We can help you get your memories back slowly, said Master Long. He was aging and cared more and more about familial relationships. He really hoped that all the members of his family could gather together one day. And since Yunyao was the daughter-in-law of the Lung family, he really hoped that she could join them again. Sure. Jing Yunyao nodded. Actually, after having spoken with Jing Jining, she already made up her mind to see Lung Xiaoting one of these days, and now she had no worry at all. Right at this moment, Gu Ning's phone rang. Without giving a glance at the caller, Gu Ning knew that it had to be Lung Xiaoting. She was right. Grandpa, it's Xiaoting. Should we tell him right now or wait till he's back? Asked Gu Ning. It was the Lung family's personal affair after all, so she needed to ask for Master Lung's opinion. Not now. It's very late, and he'll rush back home once he finds out. It'll be dangerous if he drives fast, said Master Lung. Although he wanted to have Lung Xiaoting meet Yunyao as soon as possible, he cared more about his safety. Ask him when he can be back. If he isn't busy tomorrow, tell him to come home. Sure, I'll go outside to answer his call, said Gu Ning. After Master Ling nodded, Gu Ning went outside. They were boyfriend and girlfriend after all, and they would talk sweet nothings on the phone, so it was better if she answered the call away from the senior family members. Once Gu Ning walked to the yard, she called Lung Xiaoting back. Because it cost her some time to talk with Master Lung, Lung Xiaoting already ended his call. Lung Xiaoting immediately picked up her call because his phone was right in his hand. Gu Ning made up a lie and told him that she was in the washroom earlier. Lung Xiaoting wasn't displeased. He only felt a little anxious today, so he was worried that Gu Ning might be in trouble. Now knowing that she was fine, he relaxed. After chatting for a while, Gu Ning asked Lung Xiaoting, "When can you come back?" "Tomorrow morning. I'll arrive in the capital before 11 a.m. Didn't you say that your friends would come tomorrow? I'll accompany you to treat them." "Oh, I already arranged a car to pick them up at the airport, and we can go to see them together tomorrow," said Lung Xiaoting. Even though they weren't in the same age range and didn't have many common topics, they were Gu Ning's friends after all, and they didn't become her friends for business benefits. So he really wanted to know and socialize with Gu Ning's friends. Gu Ning, however, couldn't believe that Lung Xiaoting wanted to meet Chu Peihan and her other friends. With his presence, it was impossible for them to enjoy themselves. Lung Xiaoting had a natural air of power. Even though he had no intention to show them a cold expression, his social status was too high for them, so they would naturally stand in awe of him. Anyway, since Lung Xiaoting wanted to meet her friends, Gu Ning wouldn't stop him. In addition, it might not happen because Lung Xiaoting would see Yunyao once he came back tomorrow. In that case, Lung Xiaoting probably wouldn't have time to meet Chu Peihan and Gu Ning's other friends. It was only a secret for Lung Xiaoting right now. "Great, call me when you're in the capital tomorrow," said Gu Ning. She didn't have a long talk with Lung Xiaoting on the phone, because she couldn't keep Master Lung and the others waiting for her. After the call, Gu Ning went back to the living room. The moment she walked inside, she saw Lung Yuanqian. Gu Ning entered from the backyard, while Lung Yuanqian walked in from the front yard. Lung Yuanqian was struck dumb for a second when he saw Gu Ning, because it was very late now, but she was still in the Lung family's house. Unkla Yuanqian. Gu Ning politely greeted him, but still kept a distance from him. Although she had grudges against Ling Xiaojia and Jiang Shuyuan, she didn't have any grudges against Lung Yuanqian, so she wouldn't vent her anger on him. It was obvious that Lung Yuanqian knew nothing about Jing Yunyao. Lung Yuanqian also greeted Gu Ning politely and stood away from her. He disliked Gu Ning and was unwilling to accept her, because he felt the crisis of Gu Ning supporting Lung Xiaoting too. Nevertheless, he still needed to pretend to be polite on the surface. They didn't have grudges against each other after all. "Well, I need to see Grandpa Lung right now. Please excuse me," said Gu Ning, then walked towards Master Lung's study. Seeing Gu Ning walking away, Lung Yuanqian squinted. He believed that Lung Xiaoting must be here too since Gu Ning was here. He was very dissatisfied with it when Lung Xiaoting always stayed in Master Lung's study and had private conversations with him. Gu Ning told Master Lung and the others that Lung Xiaoting would be back home at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Why don't you stay here tonight? You can sleep in Xiaoting's room and we can tell him to come back home once he arrives tomorrow, said Master Lung. Because Lung Xiaoting sometimes slept here. His room was cleaned once every few days. It wasn't dirty at all. All the furniture in Lung Yuanhan's room was also covered in white cloth, so it wouldn't be difficult to clean it. Thanks, but I think Ningning and I should go back today and we'll come tomorrow morning, said Jing Yuniao. She wasn't prepared to stay in the Lung family's house yet. Fine. Master Lung noticed Jing Yuniao's unwillingness, so he didn't insist. He understood that she needed some time to get used to it. After that, Gu Ning and Yuniao had to leave, so Master Lung walked them out. At this time, Lung Xiaoshuan was eating in the dining hall. He heard Gu Ning's voice coming from the living room and was surprised. Without delay, he stood up and walked outside, then really saw her. Gu Ning. Lung Xiaoshuan called her and ran towards them. Hearing his voice, everyone stopped and turned to look at Lung Xiaoshuan. Afterwards, Lung Xiaoshuan complained. Grandpa, didn't you say that you have a guest tonight and told us to stay away? I thought your guest is an important leader, but it turns out to be Gu Ning. Gu Ning was his idol after all, so Lung Xiaoshuan was slightly annoyed. Gu Ning wasn't an outsider. Why did his grandfather tell him to stay away? Because Lung Xiaoshuan was very little when Lung Yuanhan and Yuniao had the accident. He didn't know them at all, so he stayed calm when he saw Jing Yuniao. Because she came for something serious, said Master Lung. He wasn't displeased with Lung Xiaoshuan's complaint. Fine. Lung Xiaoshuan pursed his lips and unwillingly accepted this explanation. In fact, he knew that it must be something serious, and that is why Master Lung told them to stay away. Xiaoshuan, we have another guest here, said Yuan, but she didn't tell Lung Xiaoshuan that Yuniao was Lung Xiaoting's mother. Nice to meet you, ma'am. Lung Xiaoshuan greeted Jing Yuniao with respect at once, because Jing Yuniao was the only new face here. Although Jing Yuniao looked very young, Lung Xiaoshuan understood that rich women all took good care of their skin. For example, his mother was in late 40s now, but looked like a woman in her early 30s. Lung Xiaoshuan thought that she might be Gu Ning's mother, but he didn't ask that question aloud. This is my son, Lung Xiaoshuan. Yuan introduced Lung Xiaoshuan to Jing Yuniao. Nice to meet you too, Xiaoshuan. Jing Yuniao gently smiled at Lung Xiaoshuan. After that, Gu Ning and Jing Yuniao left. Once they were gone, Lung Xiaoshuan asked Yuan, Mom, is she Gu Ning's mother? Not really, said Yuan. Then who is she? Asked Lung Xiaoshuan. You don't need to know that. Yuan criticized him. Lung Xiaoshuan pursed his lips with dissatisfaction, but said nothing further about it. He went upstairs afterwards and talked about it with Lung Xiaoxi. Lung Xiaoxi was also greatly surprised, but she understood it. If it wasn't something serious, their grandfather wouldn't have told them to stay away. At the same time, Master Lung told Lung Changji to clean Lung Yuanhan's room tomorrow morning. Since it was proven that Jing Yuniao was really Yuniao, he really hoped that she could move back and live with them. It might be helpful for her to get her memories back. Even if Yuniao was unwilling to move in, he wouldn't force her to do that. Anyway, it was better if the room was cleaned. Master Lung went back to his room later and called his youngest daughter, Lung Yuanjin, who was in City C right now. It was already 11 p.m. and Lung Yuanjin just fell asleep, but her phone was turned on July 24th, so she woke up once it rang. Who is it? It's very late, Song Wenxuan mumbled. Lung Yuanjin grabbed her phone over and was surprised. It's my father. Normally, Master Lung was asleep at this time, and he had never called her so late at night, so Lung Yuanjin was worried that something bad might have happened. Song Wenxuan was scared too and couldn't sleep further. Lung Yuanjin answered the call at once and asked worriedly, Father, what happened? Why are you calling me so late at night? Something indeed happened, but it's good news, Master Lung said with excitement. Good news? What good news? Lung Yuanjin was relieved, so was Song Wenxuan. Yuniao is still alive, said Master Lung. What? Hearing that, Lung Yuanjin rounded her eyes in shock and couldn't believe her ears. What did you say? Song Wenxuan was anxious looking at Lung Yuanjin. He didn't know what Master Lung said that made Lung Yuanjin look so surprised. Yunyao is still alive. She just came to see us and left not long ago, but she lost her memories so she can't remember what happened to her in the past, said Master Lung. Lung Yuanjin opened her mouth and burst into tears the next second. Women were emotional. In fact, except for Lung Yuanqian's family, the other people in the Lung family got along well with each other, and they cared about one another too. Lung Yuanjin was thrilled when she heard that Yunyao was still alive and just came back home. Yuanjin, what happened? Song Wenxuan was still anxious. He just heard that it was good news but didn't know what it was. Shouting doesn't know it yet, but he'll be back home tomorrow morning. We plan to let them see each other. If you have time tomorrow, you can come back too. If not, we can wait till you're free, said Master Lung. Although he hoped that Lung Yuanjin could come back, he wouldn't force her to if she was occupied with work. We're not busy recently, so we'll come to see you tomorrow, said Lung Yuanjin. She and her husband were senior leaders in their workplace, so it was easy for them to ask for leave. However, as senior leaders, they wouldn't leave their work behind for unimportant things. Great, said Master Lung, then hung up the call. What's wrong? What happened? Once Lung Yuanjin hung up the call, Song Wenxuan asked her in a hurry. Father just told me that Yunyao is still alive, and she just came back, said Lung Yuanjin and cried again with excitement. What? Song Wenxuan was taken aback. After being shocked, they booked tickets for the earliest flight to the capital tomorrow. The plane would take off at 7:50 a.m., and they would arrive at the capital about 10 a.m. So they should arrive at the Lung family's old house at 11 a.m. too. At the same time, Jing Yunyao couldn't calm down after she left the Lung family's old house. Gu Ning wouldn't bother her and left her some space. Because they visited the Lung family tonight, there was no need for them to visit Lung Yuanhan's grave. They would do that in the day since the Lung family already accepted Jing Yunyao. By the time they were back in Mountain River Garden, it was nearly 12 a.m., so Gu Ning and Jing Yunyao went back to their own rooms. Jing Yunyao called Jing Jining afterwards and told him about what had happened tonight. Well, I think it's fate that is bringing you and Shouting together. It's not a bad thing that the Lung family discovered you earlier, said Jing Jining. At the beginning, he was worried that Jing Yunyao might delay the meeting because of hesitation and indecision. That night, Jing Yunyao couldn't sleep until 3 a.m. and kept having dreams about her memories shortly after she fell asleep. However, she only had dreams, and they didn't help her remember anything. Although she didn't sleep well last night, Jing Yunyao was a cultivator and she wouldn't be affected even if she didn't sleep for days. Therefore, she was still full of energy when she got up the next morning. In the morning, Master Lung came back after exercising, and Lung Yuanqian walked downstairs at the same time. Yuanqian, if you have nothing important to deal with this morning, you can stay at home and go to work this afternoon. Lung Yuanqian was struck dumb for a second, then asked with confusion, why? Yunyao isn't dead, and she's coming by later, said Master Lung. What? Lung Yuanqian rounded his eyes in shock and couldn't believe his ears. It was impossible for him that Yunyao was still alive. After that, Master Lung told Lung Yuanqian more about Yunyao, and Lung Yuanqian had mixed emotions. He didn't want Yunyao to come back because he knew that she was a powerful woman. With her help, Lung Shouting would become a greater enemy for them. Therefore, Lung Yuanqian lost his appetite during breakfast. However, since Yunyao wasn't dead, he couldn't shut her out. He forced himself to eat some food in case Master Lung noticed his abnormal reaction. Actually, Master Lung wasn't dumb and knew his thoughts very well, but he said nothing because Lung Yuanqian didn't do or say anything yet. Lung Yuanqian didn't have anything important to do in the morning, so he didn't go to work. Master Lung told him not to tell Zhang Shuyuan that Yunyao would come back, because he was worried that Zhang Shuyuan might cause an argument. Lung Yuanqian knew it was possible, but he still felt embarrassed when Master Lung said that to his face. Nevertheless, Master Lung was his father, so he had to listen to him. Gu Ning had a rest after finishing breakfast before she went to the Lung family's house. Because she didn't know when Lung Shouting would arrive, She sent him a message to tell him to meet her at the Lung family's old house. As for the reason, Gu Ning kept it a secret, and Lung Xiaoting thought that she simply wanted him to see Master Lung, so he didn't question it further and agreed. Thinking that she was going to meet Lung Xiaoting soon, Jing Yuniao was quite nervous. She was even more nervous than last time when she met Master Lung and the other members of the Lung family. Lung Xiaoting was her son after all. Comfort couldn't help her relax at this time, so Gu Ning didn't bother to do that. Anyway, everything would be fine after she met Lung Xiaoting. However, an accident happened on their way to the Lung family's old house. When Gu Ning and Jing Yuniao passed a luxurious house area, a private car suddenly rushed down the slope, and a pregnant woman was walking at the front. She had been pregnant about 7 months, so it was a little inconvenient for her to move. Besides, when the car came, she was struck dumb and couldn't avoid it in time. Seeing that the car was about to hit the pregnant woman, Gu Ning immediately stopped, opened the car door, and dashed towards the pregnant woman like lightning. At the very dangerous moment, she pulled the pregnant woman away with the car slightly touching the pregnant woman before it rushed ahead. It wasn't forced to stop until it hit a car which drove by at this time. When Gu Ning jumped out of the car, Jing Yuniao followed her. It was too dangerous, and she wasn't sure whether Gu Ning could handle it well. Because the pregnant woman was frightened and her stomach started hurting, Gu Ning put her magical power into the pregnant woman's body without hesitation in case she was injured. Therefore, Jing Yuniao felt it and looked at Gu Ning with great surprise. To her astonishment, Gu Ning had magical power. She started to wonder what kind of mortal Gu Ning really was. However, it wasn't the right time to ask that question now, so Jing Yuniao said nothing. When the car accident happened, many people surrounded them and someone asked, "Do we need to call an ambulance?" "Yes, please," said Gu Ning. Although she could protect this pregnant woman by putting her magical power into her body, it was a secret, and she wouldn't tell anyone at the scene. The pregnant woman was still in pain now, so she had to be sent to the hospital. If she was injured, her family would be worried. "Ma'am, what's the phone number of your family members? I can help you call them," asked Gu Ning. The pregnant woman felt much better now, so she was able to hear Gu Ning. She told Gu Ning her husband's phone number, and Gu Ning asked Jing Yuniao to make a call. She was supporting the pregnant woman now, so it wasn't convenient for her to do it. Because the pregnant woman lived in this area too, her husband came within a minute after receiving the call, followed by her mother-in-law. When they found out that it was Gu Ning who saved the pregnant woman, they thanked her repeatedly. They would deal with it when the police came, so Gu Ning and Jing Yuniao left first. Because there were too many people who were staring at Gu Ning and Jing Yuniao, they didn't notice that one of them looked totally shocked. The person was a middle-aged woman, but she didn't focus on Gu Ning, instead she focused on Jing Yuniao. It was obvious that she knew Jing Yuniao. When the woman got her mind back, Gu Ning and Jing Yuniao had already left, and she took out her phone and called a caller named Jinshen at once. At this time, Su Jinshen and Lung Xiaoting were on their way to the capital, and were about to arrive. Su Jinshen's phone suddenly rang, and the caller was his mother. It turned out that the middle-aged woman who stared at Jing Yuniao with shock was Su Jinshen's mother. Because Su Jinshen was driving, he put it on speaker. "Hi Mom, what's up?" asked Su Jinshen. "Jinshen, I just saw a woman outside where we live. She closely resembles Xiaoting's mother, and most importantly, she was with Gu Ning," Mrs. Su said with great excitement. Mrs. Su recognized Gu Ning too. Although she had never seen her in person before, she had seen many of her photos on the internet. And it was precisely because she knew Gu Ning and Gu Ning's relationship with Lung Xiaoting that she was astonished by what she saw at the accident scene. The Su family and the Lung family had been friends for dozens of years, so Mrs. Su definitely knew Yuniao. Actually, they had a good relationship. "What?" Hearing that, Su Jinshen was shocked and slammed on the brakes. Lung Xiaoting, who was sitting on the front passenger seat, was also taken aback. Then he figured out why Gu Ning wanted him to directly go back to the Lung family's old house today. Lung Xiaoting believed that the woman who closely resembled his mother must be his mother, or Gu Ning wouldn't ask him to go back home. When did Gu Ning find his mother? Although he was mentally prepared for the fact that Yuniao could still be alive, Leng Xiaoting was still astonished when he heard that it was the truth. His heart began to pound fast, and he got nervous in an instant. What's that sound? Is it the sound of brakes? Mrs. Su heard the abrupt sound when Su Jinshan came to a sudden halt. She was too shocked by the woman who closely resembled Yunyao, so she didn't ask what Su Jinshan was doing before she shared this shocking news with him. Yeah, I'm driving, and I was scared by what you just said. Su Jinshan calmed himself down and said. Leng Xiaoting was actually more shocked than him. All of a sudden, Su Jinshan turned to look at Leng Xiaoting worriedly. Are you all right? Mrs. Su was anxious. I'm fine. All right, I need to go now, said Su Jinshan and directly hung up the call. It wasn't the time to talk with his mother right now. Xiaoting, are you all right? Su Jinshan wanted to say something now, but he didn't know what he should say. In Su Jinshan's eyes, Leng Xiaoting's mother already passed away, so he didn't think that the woman could be Xiaoting's mother. They probably just looked alike. As for the reason why she was with Gu Ning, he was confused, but couldn't make any guesses before he knew details. I'm fine. Keep on driving, said Leng Xiaoting, and there was no emotion in his voice. Although Leng Xiaoting actually had mixed emotions, he hid them away from other people like he usually did. Therefore, Su Jinshan could see that Leng Xiaoting changed his expression, but couldn't feel any emotions from him. However, even though he wasn't sure how Leng Xiaoting felt now, he knew that he shouldn't be curious about it and started the car again. After a while, Su Jinshan asked with uncertainty, Are we continuing to return to the Leng family's old house? Leng Xiaoting already told Su Jinshan that he needed to go back to the Leng family's old house, but Su Jinshan wasn't sure about it now after his mother's call. Yeah, Leng Xiaoting said. It was obvious that Gu Ning told him to go back to the Leng family's old house because the woman who closely resembled his mother was there. Leng Xiaoting always wanted to find his mother, but he was quite nervous now that he was really going to see her. He didn't know what to say because his mother was dead for 15 years. They became strange to each other after the separation of 15 years, but they were connected by blood after all, so it was impossible to cut the feeling between them. That was the reason why Leng Xiaoting didn't know what he should do or how to face it. Su Jinshan suddenly realized that Gu Ning and the woman who closely resembled Xiaoting's mother were going to the Leng family's old house too. His home wasn't far from the Leng family's old house, and it only took several minutes to get there by car. It seemed that the woman who closely resembled Xiaoting's mother could really be his mother. Thinking of that, Su Jinshan was shocked and couldn't believe it. However, he didn't have a better explanation for that. Su Jinshan was so curious that he almost asked about it aloud, but he still controlled himself. No matter what, he knew that Leng Xiaoting couldn't wait to meet the woman, so he sped up at once. In fact, no matter how fast Su Jinshan drove, Leng Xiaoting still felt it was too slow. Even though he didn't know what to do later, he still wanted to see her as soon as possible. He also knew that Su Jinshan already drove as fast as possible, so he didn't urge him because it would be dangerous if he drove too fast. They were in the city center now, and there was more and more traffic on the road. And precisely because of that, Su Jinshan didn't know whether he was in a rush to meet the woman or not. At the same time, Gu Ning and Jing Yunyao arrived at the Leng family's old house at 9:30 a.m. The members of the Leng family didn't go outside today, except for Zhang Xuyuan and Leng Xiaojia, who were still in the hospital. Leng Xiaoming was also absent, because he was working in another city. Leng Xiaoxuan and Leng Xiaoxi were in the yard now. They didn't know that Gu Ning would come this morning, so they were surprised to see her when she showed up. Nice to see you again, ma'am. Leng Xiaoxuan greeted Jing Yunyao first, because she was older than them. Nice to see you, ma'am. Leng Xiaoxi greeted Jing Yunyao after Leng Xiaoxuan. Actually, neither Leng Xiaoxi nor Leng Xiaoxuan knew who she was, because Yuyin didn't tell them. Nice to see you too. Jing Yunyao gently smiled at them. At this time, Master Leng and the others also walked out, because Leng Changji told them that Jing Yunyao came once Gu Ning's car entered the yard. Morning. Master Leng beamed with happiness when he saw Gu Ning and Jing Yunyao. He was looking forward to seeing them again. He didn't even sleep last night, because the whole thing was still unbelievable in his eyes, and he was afraid that it was just a dream when he woke up the next day. Therefore, when he got up this morning, Master Lung asked Lung Changji whether Gu Ning and Yunyao had really visited him last night. Lung Yuanjin and Yuyin also didn't sleep until it was very late, and they talked much about Lung Yuanhan and Yunyao. However, Lung Yuanqian was displeased with Master Lung's attitude towards Yunyao. Ever since they were kids, Master Lung always liked Lung Yuanhan more than his other children, and now he cared more about Lung Yuanhan's children too. Actually, Master Lung liked Lung Yuanhan and Lung Xiaoting more for a reason, and it wasn't serious. Even Lung Yuanjin didn't pay much attention to it. Lung Yuanqian was jealous simply because he wasn't tolerant. Ever since they were little, Lung Yuanhan was always the smartest child in the Lung family, and he could do everything the best. Parents normally paid more attention to the kid who was smart, lovely, and studied hard. Although Master Lung treated his 3 sons slightly differently, there wasn't a big difference. Besides, Lung Yuanqian and Lung Yuanjin were afraid of Master Lung when they were boys, so they seldom stayed close to him. Only Lung Yuanhan wasn't scared of Master Lung, and was willing to be close to him. So Master Lung naturally cared more about Lung Yuanhan. In addition, Master Lung used to be a soldier, and he had a special feeling towards soldiers. Lung Yuanhan was the only member of the Lung family who joined the army, which was also the reason why he was more important in Master Lung's eyes. Moreover, Lung Xiaoting lost his parents who loved him most in this world when he was very young, so it was understandable that Master Lung, who was his grandfather, paid special attention to him. Lung Yuanqian's family never liked Lung Xiaoting, and even took him as their enemy. Lung Yuanjin's family treated Lung Xiaoting well, but Lung Xiaoting always kept his distance from them. He only had a close relationship with his grandfather and his family. Among Master Lung's grandchildren, Lung Xiaoting was also the smartest one, and he joined the army at 18, then made a lot of great achievements. No grandparent wouldn't like such an outstanding grandkid. And even though Master Lung cared more about Lung Xiaoting, he also loved his other grandchildren, but his other grandchildren always stood in awe of him and were unwilling to be close to him. Only Lung Xiaoshuan spent a lot of time with Lung Xiaoting, so he wasn't afraid of Master Lung, and Master Lung was close to him too. "Good morning, Master Lung." Jing Yunyao greeted Master Lung with respect. Although she already proved her identity, she hadn't gotten her memories back yet, so she didn't call Master Lung her father for the time being. Master Lung understood it, so he decided to be patient. When Yunyao had her memories back, she would naturally call him her father. Yunyao. Lung Yuanjin and Yuyin also smiled at Jing Yunyao. "Morning, Yuanjin Yin." Jing Yunyao directly called their names. "Yunyao, this is my second son, Lung Yuanqian," said Master Lung to Jing Yunyao. "Nice to see you, Yuanqian." Jing Yunyao greeted Lung Yuanqian. Yunyao. Lung Yuanqian gave her an indifferent response. Jing Yunyao noticed that Lung Yuanqian didn't want her to come back, but she didn't care about him, because she already knew from Gu Ning that Lung Yuanqian's family disliked Lung Xiaoting. It wasn't surprising that he didn't want to see her either. Jing Yunyao had the same personality as Gu Ning, and was kind to other people when other people didn't cause her trouble. However, if anyone dared to annoy her, she wouldn't be kind either. As a result, she didn't care whether Lung Yuanqian wanted her to come back or not. It would be fine as long as he didn't make things difficult for her and Lung Xiaoting. Lung Xiaoxi and Lung Xiaoshuan were curious about their attitudes towards each other, but didn't dare to ask about them. "Alright, let's get inside now." Master Lung invited them to go inside with great enthusiasm. After that, they went to have a seat in the living room, and several domestic servants served them cups of tea at once. Then they began to chat with each other. "Yunyao, where did you live during the past 15 years? Master Lung asked Jing Yunyao. He wasn't investigating something, but simply wanted to learn more about her. "When I woke up, I was at County X in City Ge. After 3 years of treatment, I made a full recovery. My older male cousin bought a small building for me to run a small business there, but the land was acquired by the government a short while ago, and I always wanted to go to the capital, so I came," said Jing Yunyao. "City Ge? It's quite far from the capital," said Master Lung. If it was close, they probably could have found Yunyao earlier. About 12 p.m., Leng Xiaoting arrived, but he got out of the car at the gate and told Su Jinshen to go back home. Su Jinshen was curious to know what exactly had happened, but it was Leng Xiaoting's family affair after all, so he listened to Leng Xiaoting and left. As Leng Xiaoting stepped into the Leng family's old house, he became more anxious and nervous than before. Leng Changji saw him once he showed up, and ran to tell everyone that he was back. Hearing that, Jing Yuniao was nervous too, especially when she felt that Leng Xiaoting was closer and closer to her. She didn't even know where to put her hands. Master Leng and the others were thrilled, but they didn't walk out to welcome Leng Xiaoting. Instead, they waited for him to come inside on his own. They were a family after all, and Leng Xiaoting wasn't a guest. Anyway, everyone turned to look at the door, waiting to see Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting stopped for a second outside the living room and hesitated a little. There was an entryway behind the door, and people in the room couldn't see the outside and vice versa. However, Leng Xiaoting could already feel the air of a cultivator in the room. "Lord Leng, welcome back. Let's go inside now," said Leng Changji with excitement and happiness. He had the same feeling as Master Leng, and also felt happy when Yuniao came back. "Sure," said Leng Xiaoting, then walked inside, followed by Leng Changji. The second he entered the living room, his sight fell on Yuniao and met her eyes. His body shook a little and his heart began to pound fast from the strong familiarity he felt. However, he wasn't surprised because he knew that she would be here. Leng Xiaoting didn't know that Jing Yuniao lost her memories, but cultivators had a strong feeling towards blood connection, so he was sure that she was his mother as soon as he saw her. He felt like crying and tears welled up in his eyes, but he controlled himself. Yuniao, however, burst into tears the moment she saw Leng Xiaoting, but she covered her mouth to stop herself from crying out loud. Jing Yuniao stood still, and Leng Xiaoting walked to her step by step. Master Leng thought that Leng Xiaoting hadn't seen Yuniao for 15 years, and he was only 11 years old when Yuniao left him, so Master Leng wanted to introduce Yuniao to him. However, before he could do that, Leng Xiaoting opened his mouth first and called with difficulty, "Mom." He hadn't called that for 15 years, so he wasn't familiar with it right now, but he couldn't help saying that aloud because of their blood connection. Master Leng and the others were surprised when Leng Xiaoting easily called Jing Yuniao his mom. They hadn't seen each other in 15 years after all, and they thought that Leng Xiaoting would refuse to accept Yuniao when they met again. To their astonishment, Leng Xiaoting looked quite calm, as if he already knew that Yuniao wasn't dead. In fact, Leng Xiaoting was indeed mentally prepared for it, and he was very used to controlling his emotions, so he didn't have a strong reaction. Leng Xiaoshuan and Leng Xiaoxi, on the other hand, were totally shocked. They couldn't believe that this stranger turned out to be Leng Xiaoting's mother. They thought that their aunt Yuniao had already passed away 15 years ago. However, it seemed that they were wrong. Since Leng Xiaoting just called the woman his mom, it must be true, but it was still quite unbelievable in their eyes. Jing Yuniao subconsciously answered Leng Xiaoting's call, then cried again. Although she didn't have memories, she felt the strong blood connection, and when Leng Xiaoting called her mom, it aroused the maternal love she had forgotten. Leng Xiaoting didn't know what to do when Jing Yuniao cried. He walked ahead at once and laid his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. "Don't cry." However, when Leng Xiaoting said that to comfort her, Jing Yuniao lost control of herself and cried louder. Leng Xiaoting honestly didn't know what to do at this moment. Even though Gu Ning was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, she was still an outsider and it was their family affair, so she said nothing. Master Leng and the others also felt touched by the scene. Even Leng Yuanqian, who didn't want Yuniao to come back, was affected. After all, he wasn't a cold-blooded man, and he was simply gotten the better of by his jealousy. He was jealous of Leng Yuanhan because Master Leng cared more about Leng Yuanhan than him. Then he was jealous of Leng Xiaoting because he believed that his son wasn't worse than Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoming actually also had a bright future in politics. No one interrupted Jing Yuniao when she cried. Nevertheless, Jing Yuniao soon realized what she was doing and felt embarrassed. She did her best to control herself and gradually stopped crying. "Sorry, I lost my manners." Jing Yuniao apologized to them. It's fine. We understand, said Master Lung. Come on, have a seat now. Afterwards, everyone was seated, and Lung Xiaoting sat with Jing Yuniao. Lung Xiaoting felt a little uneasy, because he had never stayed so close to any women except for Gu Ning during these years. Although Jing Yuniao was his mother, they hadn't seen each other for 15 years after all. Xiaoting, why didn't you look shocked when you saw your mother? Asked Master Lung with curiosity. Well, Jinshin received a call from his mother on our way back here. He told me that his mother ran into a woman who closely resembles my mom and that she was with Ningning, so I already knew it before I came here, said Lung Xiaoting. How come you knew that she's your mother? Don't you have doubt? Asked Master Lung again, because it seemed too easy for Lung Xiaoting to accept it. I trust Ningning, said Lung Xiaoting. In addition, we're connected by blood, and I trust my feelings. Actually, it was more because he was a cultivator, but Lung Xiaoting wouldn't tell them that. He became a cultivator, then found out that his mother was also a cultivator. It wasn't easy for a cultivator to die, so he was mentally prepared for the fact that his mother might still be alive. Master Lung felt that something wasn't right, but he didn't ask further about it. Since Yunyao's identity was already confirmed, there was nothing he needed to be worried about. When it was 11:10 a.m., Ling Yuanjin's family came, and the housekeeper welcomed them at once. Even though they already knew that Yunyao was back, they were still amazed when they finally saw her. They even forgot to greet Master Lung and kept staring at Jing Yunyao. Yunyao, you must be Yuanjin, and this is your husband Wenshuan, right? Jing Yunyao stood up to greet them. Jing Yunyao could recognize Lung Yuanjin and Song Wenshuan not because she remembered something, but because Master Lung just mentioned them. When they came, they also recognized her at first glance, so they had to be Lung Yuanjin and Song Wenshuan. Yes, we are, said Lung Yuanjin. She knew that Yunyao lost her memories, so someone must have mentioned them before they arrived here. I'm so sorry. I lost my memories and I can't remember anything about you. Master Lung just talked about you too, so I learned your names, said Jing Yunyao with embarrassment. It's fine. You'll get your memories back, and we're glad to see that you're fine. Lung Yuanjin comforted her. Nothing was more important than her safety. Song Wenshuan was a man, and didn't know what to say at this moment, so he said nothing and let Lung Yuanjin do the talk. Oh Yunyao, this is my daughter Song Yinua. Lung Yuanjin pulled Song Yinua, who was struck dumb, over and introduced Jing Yunyao to her. Yinua, this is your Aunt Yunyao. Nice to see you, Aunt Yunyao. Song Yinua greeted Jing Yunyao at once, her voice very sweet and adorable. Song Yinua was actually confused, because she heard that her uncle Yuan Han and Aunt Yunyao were already dead. Why did her Aunt Yunyao suddenly come back? She didn't know what had happened, but she knew that she shouldn't ask about it right now. Nice to see you too, Yinua. Jing Yunyao smiled at her. After that, Master Lung told them to have a seat. Song Yinua looked to Gu Ning with great excitement. She was also surprised when she walked inside because of Gu Ning's presence. Gu Ning became her idol after she learned about her achievements through the internet. Gu Ning noticed her look, then gave her a smile. From Song Yinua's gaze, Gu Ning knew that she was also her fan. Song Yinua was thrilled when her idol smiled at her. In fact, she ached to talk with her idol at this moment. Before she came to the capital, she already knew that Gu Ning was her cousin Xiaoting's girlfriend, but she never had the chance to see Gu Ning before. She also complained about it when she heard that her mother and her auntie already had a meal with Gu Ning. When they were chatting with each other, Lung Yuanjin suddenly said, "Oh, when Yinua heard that Yin and I shared a meal with Gu Ning last time, she complained about it and said that I should bring her out too. She's Gu Ning's loyal fan." Hearing that, Song Yinua felt shy and lowered her head at once, and Lung Yuanjin joked, "Look at you. Do you feel embarrassed? Gu Ning is your idol and also your future sister-in-law." Mom! Song Yinua was dissatisfied when her mother joked about her. Haha, your mother is right. Ningning is also your future sister-in-law. So you don't need to feel shy in front of her. You should spend more time with her, said Master Lung. Except for Lung Yuanxian's family, the other members of the Lung family already accepted Gu Ning as the Lung family's granddaughter-in-law. Since they were a family, they really should spend more time with one another. The Lung family had to be united for it to be strong. You're right, Grandpa Lung. Inua, why don't we exchange our phone numbers or ID accounts? Gu-ning pleased Song Inua of her own accord. Since Master Lung said that they should spend more time with each other, she needed to show with her attitude that she was willing to be Song Inua's friend. Song Inua nodded at once with excitement. Of course. She actually didn't expect it to happen all of a sudden. Although Gu-ning was her future sister-in-law and they would be a family, Gu-ning became her idol first, so she still felt nervous in front of Gu-ning. I want that too. I'm not Ning-ning's friend on WeChat yet, said Lung Xiaoshuan without delay. Me too. I want both a phone number and WeChat account. Lung Xiaoxi was unwilling to be left aside. Afterwards, they took out their phones and went to ask Gu-ning for her phone number and WeChat account, which amused the other people in the room. Song Inua directly sat by Gu-ning after that and began to chat with her. Once she opened her mouth, she kept complimenting Gu-ning with admiration. Goddess Gu, can we take photos together? Song Inua asked Gu-ning with anticipation. Sure, said Gu-ning. Hearing Gu-ning's agreement, Song Inua was excited and asked again, can I post them to my WeChat moments? She wanted to do that, but she thought that she still needed to ask for Gu-ning's opinion. Of course. Gu-ning agreed. Since she was willing to take photos with Song Inua, she wouldn't mind it if Song Inua posted the photos on social media. Can I say that you're my sister-in-law? Asked Song Inua. Although Song Inua was only 13, she was smart and more mature than her age. She knew that Gu-ning was a celebrity and her reputation mattered. Gu-ning was amused by Song Inua's questions. I'm not a big star, so it's fine if my romantic relationship is public. Song Inua felt relieved and beamed. Wonderful. I just want to show off our relationship in front of my classmates. Many of my classmates are your fans because they believe you're a kung fu master. If they find out our relationship, they'll be super envious of me. They were teenagers, so they really admired Gu-ning's level of martial arts. Gu-ning laughed again after Song Inua said that. After that, they took several photos together and Song Inua posted them on her WeChat moments. Song Inua, you might not believe it, but my idol is my future sister-in-law. I'm happier than ever now, and we'll be a family. I can see my idol every day. Song Inua only had dozens of contacts on WeChat, and most of them were her friends or classmates in addition to her relatives. Except for her relatives and several close friends, other people didn't know that Song Inua had a powerful family, especially her family's relationship with the Lung family. Her other friends only knew that her family was involved in politics. In addition, Song Inua always kept a low profile and never showed off her family background. Shortly after Song Inua posted her photos with Gu-ning, many people liked them and left comments. Her classmates were indeed all envious of her. However, Song Inua's older female cousin, Song Yaru, left an aggressive comment. Song Yaru, no way. Gu-ning doesn't deserve Lord Lung. Seeing that comment, Song Inua was mad. Song Inua, why? I think Goddess Gu and my cousin Shouting are a perfect match. They're so good-looking that I can barely move my eyes away from them when they're together. She knew that Song Yaru always wanted to marry into the Lung family. Back in the old days, her uncle even mentioned that to her parents and hoped that her parents could help Song Yaru marry into the Lung family. They didn't care whether Song Yaru could marry Lung Xiaoming or Lung Xiaoting. They simply wanted to become more successful on the Lung family's coattails. Lung Xiaoshuan was too young, so he wasn't among their choices, and Song Yaru was already 21 this year. She was a junior studying in the Capital Aeronautics University. Although the Song family was a super-rich family and held an important position in City C, it wasn't comparable to the Lung family. Song Inua's parents refused, because they didn't have the right to interfere in the Lung family's family affairs. It wasn't because of the huge gap between the two families as to their social status, because the Lung family valued a person's abilities and character above his or her family background. Song Inua's parents knew Song Yaru and her parents very well, and they were unwilling to do them that favor. In fact, Song Yaru came to study in the capital in order to get close to the Lung family too. Because Song Inua's parents refused to help them, Song Yara's parents were displeased, but they didn't dare to argue with them, because Song Inua's parents were the most outstanding members of the Song family. Therefore, although Song Inua hated Song Yaru, she didn't cut off her relationship with her. Reading Song Inua's reply, Song Yaru was full of anger and humiliation. She was also jealous of Gu Ning. Song Yaru knew that Lung Xiaoting was the eldest grandson of the Lung family, and he was also the youngest major general in their country. Most importantly, he was extraordinarily handsome, and she fell in love when she saw his photo for the first time. However, Song Yaru didn't know Lung Xiaoting's character at all, and she only admired his appearance and family background. Now she learned that Gu Ning became his girlfriend, so she was jealous of Gu Ning and hated her. Although she also knew that Gu Ning was a very outstanding girl, she let jealousy and hatred get the better of her. In her eyes, Gu Ning was excellent, but still didn't deserve a man from the Lung family. Song Yaru, fine, your future sister-in-law, but she isn't yet, right? No one knows what will happen in the future. She's so young after all. Song Inua. No matter what, you'll never be able to do it. Song Yaru was furious because Song Inua pointed out what she hated most. She ached to marry into the Lung family, but she had no hope to meet any of its members without Lung Yuanjin's help. Upon thinking of that, Song Yaru hated Lung Yuanjin and Song Wenxuan too. She hated them for refusing to help her marry into the Lung family. If she succeeded, it would bring a great advantage to the Song family as well. Nevertheless, the Lung family's young male children were also Lung Yuanjin's nephews. It was impossible for her to cause her nephews trouble. The Lung family was Lung Yuanjin's family too, so she didn't need to be worried about advantages at all. Song Yaru stopped replying to Song Inua, because she knew that she would only become angrier. After waiting for a few minutes, Song Inua still didn't see Song Yaru's response, and she knew that Song Yaru must be full of anger now. Before long, dishes were placed on the table, and they enjoyed the meal together. During this meal, everyone enjoyed it except for Lung Yuanqian, but he still stayed to the last second and didn't show his unhappiness. However, they were a family and they had spent a lot of time with each other, so they knew one another very well. They could tell each other's emotions by a simple expression. Anyway, they were already used to it, and wouldn't bother to force everyone to be happy. After the meal, they went back to the living room and continued to chat with each other. Gu Ning, however, wouldn't stay because she was an outsider after all. Moreover, she still needed to pick up Chu Peihan and her other friends at the airport in 2 hours. Therefore, Gu Ning excused herself and left. When Gu Ning was leaving, Jing Yuniao felt nervous. Although she was a member of the Lung family, she lost her memories and couldn't remember anything about the other family members. Even though she had only spent a few days with Gu Ning, they weren't strangers, and she would feel anxious if Gu Ning wasn't by her side. At the same time, she knew that she couldn't leave with Gu Ning now. No matter how uneasy she felt, she had to stay. She came to see Lung Xiaoting and she couldn't leave right away. She cared a lot about her relationship with Lung Xiaoting. When Lung Xiaoting heard that Gu Ning would leave, he looked at her unhappily, but he also knew that he couldn't leave with her right now. Although Jing Yuniao didn't say anything, Gu Ning saw her anxiety from her eyes, so she said to Jing Yuniao, "Mother, it's the day when you finally have a family reunion, so you can enjoy it. If you don't want to stay here for the night, Xiaoting can drive you back to Mountain River Garden. I have something else to do this afternoon, but I'll go back tonight." "Right, you haven't gotten your memories back yet, so it's not convenient for you to stay here for the time being. I won't force you to stay either, so you can live in Xiaoting's house. The room you and Yuan Han used to live in has been cleaned up now, and you can move in whenever you want. You're always welcome in the Lung family," said Master Lung. "Thanks." Jing Yuniao nodded. After that, Gu Ning left. Although Lung Xiaoting couldn't leave with Gu Ning now, he could walk her out and they had a private talk before Gu Ning left. Other people understood that Lung Xiaoting wanted to have a private talk with Gu Ning, so none of them followed and they simply said goodbye to Gu Ning in the living room. When they walked outside, Lung Xiaoting asked Gu Ning, "When did you meet my mother? Why didn't you tell me?" He wasn't questioning Gu Ning but was confused about it. Gu Ning briefly told Lung Xiaoting the whole story, and Lung Xiaoting was deeply touched because she really cared about him. He stared at her with love in his eyes and ached to press her into his arms. However, there were many people around them, so he could only watch her leaving. The car which was used to pick up Chu Peihan and her other friends was ready, but Lung Xiaoting couldn't go with her right now, so Gu Ning could only go alone. It stopped in Shangshi Hotel. Lung Xiaoting originally arranged for someone to drive it for Gu Ning, but Gu Ning rejected it and said that she could go to drive it on her own. Although Lung Xiaoting wouldn't go with her, there still would be 6 people in all including herself. Therefore, Gu Ning couldn't drive her own car, because it could only accommodate 5 people. The capital had strict traffic rules, so they shouldn't squeeze more people into a car than its capacity. Therefore Lung Xiaoting prepared a fancy MPV with 7 seats for her, which was enough. Because it was still early, Gu Ning drove her car back to Century City first before she left for Shangshi Hotel. Shangshi Hotel had a branch in every district in the capital, and Lung Xiaoting arranged for Muku and the others to stay in the Shangshi Hotel in the southern district for their convenience, because it was closer to Century City. Gu Ning stopped her car, then walked to take a taxi. However, when she almost reached the gate, she saw Bailey Zhongxue walking inside, and Bailey Zhongxue noticed her too. Bailey Zhongxue hadn't seen Gu Ning for a long time, so she was excited to see her right now. She walked towards Gu Ning at once and greeted her. "Hi Gu Ning, been a while. Have you been very busy these days?" "Been a while. Yeah, I have been a little busy recently," said Gu Ning. "Oh, by the way, I've been accepted by the Capital University too. We'll study in the same university," said Bailey Zhongxue with great excitement. Although she tried to form a relationship with Gu Ning for a purpose, she also wanted to make friends with her. In addition, her purpose wouldn't hurt Gu Ning. "Really? That's wonderful." Gu Ning actually wasn't surprised because she already knew, but she still pretended to be surprised on the surface. "Well, I accidentally cut my hand a few days ago, and I used the medicine produced by your company. The wound stopped bleeding at once, and there was a scar within several hours. It disappeared after 2 days, which is quite amazing. However, I don't see any special substances in it. Is there any magical things in it?" asked Bailey Zhongxue with excitement and admiration, but she carefully observed Gu Ning's expressions when she said that. She was aware that the medicines and makeup products produced by Gu Ning's companies contained magical power, and she purposely said that to sound out Gu Ning. If Gu Ning looked a little guilty or uneasy, she must know about the existence of magical power. Moreover, it should be kept a secret from other people, so normally people would feel guilty or uneasy when others asked about it. If Gu Ning stayed calm, it was possible that she didn't know that the magical power was something mortals shouldn't know. Those were Bailey Zhongshue's guesses. Although Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary girl, and she might not be able to see anything from her face, she still wanted to try it. Hearing that question, Gu Ning knew that Bailey Zhongxue was sounding her out. She didn't feel displeased and stayed calm as usual. "Yeah, there indeed is a special substance which isn't written on the list, but I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is." Seeing Gu Ning's calm face, Bailey Zhongxue believed that she didn't know the importance of magical power. "I understand. It's your business and I shouldn't know the details." Bailey Zhongxue had no intention to ask further about it, in case Gu Ning was suspicious of her. They weren't familiar after all, and even if they were familiar, they shouldn't talk about business secrets. What Bailey Zhongxue didn't know was that Gu Ning was already aware of her real purpose. Gu Ning was still kind to her just because she knew that she wouldn't hurt her. I have something to deal with right now and I have to go. We can have a gathering when we're free one day," said Gu Ning. "Sure," Bailey Zhongxue said. Then they separated. Once Bailey Zhongxue turned around, she looked slightly upset, because they still found nothing useful after such a long time. Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua had been spying on Gu Ning too, but they suddenly went back to the cultivation world. No one knew whether they had found something useful, or simply went back for their cultivation. After all, the Kung Fu competition was coming. She hoped that the Dongfang family found nothing useful as well. If the Dongfang family had the help of magical power, it would become stronger. Gu Ning walked to the roadside, and she felt the air of a cultivator when she was waiting for a taxi. It approached her from the left side, so Guning knew that it wasn't Bailey Zhongxue, but it could be Bailey Zongyang. They were the only cultivators who lived here. However, when Guning looked over, she was surprised to see Jing Jining. Although Guning was surprised to see him here, he must have shown up for a reason. Nevertheless, Guning didn't think that Jing Jining came for her. If it wasn't a coincidence, he must have come for Bailey Zhongxue. As Jing Jining walked near, Guning politely greeted him. "Hi, Uncle Jing, what a coincidence. Hi, are you free now? I have something to talk about with you," said Jing Jining. In fact, he indeed didn't come for Guning, and he simply followed Bailey Zhongxue and surprisingly found out that Bailey Zhongxue knew Guning too, so he wanted to ask Guning about something. "Sure, but I only have 20 minutes, said Guning. She realized that Jing Jining caught her talking with Bailey Zhongxue just then, so she guessed that he must want to talk with her about Bailey Zhongxue or Lung Xiaoting. "Where are you going? I can send you there and we'll talk on the way," said Jing Jining. He drove a car this time, but it belonged to the hotel because he didn't have a car in the capital. "Great," said Guning, then followed Jing Jining walking to his car. After they were in the car, Jing Jining asked, "Do you know Bailey Zhongxue?" Although he asked that question, he already had the answer. "Yes," said Guning. "Do you know her real identity?" asked Jing Jining. Although Jing Yunyao told him that Guning could feel a cultivator, she didn't tell him that Guning already met other cultivators. "Of course," Guning said. "What's your relationship with her?" asked Jing Jining. Although it had nothing to do with him, he was worried that members of the Bailey family built a relationship with Guning for a purpose. Jing Jining knew that he shouldn't interfere in it, and he was afraid that Guning might be displeased, so he explained at once. "Please don't misunderstand me. I have no intention to judge your choices of friends, but I'm simply worried that members of the Bailey family build a relationship with you for a purpose. Well, we just know each other and I know what they aim to do. I'm a Jade businesswoman, so they originally wanted to buy more high-quality jade through me for their cultivation. I don't think they're unkind to me, and I also want to learn more about cultivators through them," said Guning. Jing Yunyao already told Guning that Jing Jining was aware of the fact that she could feel cultivators, so Guning could be honest with him. Guning wasn't unhappy about it. Since Jing Yunyao trusted Jing Jining, she was willing to trust him too. However, she didn't tell Jing Jining that Bailey Zongyang and Bailey Zhongxue also wanted the magical power in the medicines produced by her company. At least she wouldn't tell Jing Jining of her own accord before Jing Jining asked her about that. If Jing Jining asked her about that, she wouldn't hide the truth from him. Jing Yunyao knew about it after all, so there was no need for Guning to deceive Jing Jining. In fact, even if Guning was going to tell Jing Jining anything about the magical power, she would give him the same answer she told Jing Yunyao, and wouldn't tell him its source. "Are you involved in jade business as well?" Jing Jining was surprised when he heard that. "Yes, the colorful jade provider in Cityting is my company," said Guning. Knowing that, Jing Jining was more surprised. "You're the person who unseated the Wang family in Citytung." Jing Jining was a jade businessman too, so he naturally had heard of the Jing family. He knew it was the colorful jade provider which replaced the Wang family in Citytung. Nevertheless, he didn't know many details, because they weren't business competitors and he didn't bother to do an investigation about it. Therefore, he didn't know that Guning was the boss of colorful jade provider until now. If he had done an investigation, he would have found out that Guning was the boss of colorful jade provider, and Lung Xiaoting got the right of development for her. "I had conflicts against the Wang family when I went to Citytung. It was their fault, but they still wanted to take revenge, so I had to unseat them," said Guning. "You're really a girl who is full of surprises. I believe you have many more companies under your name, right?" said Jing Jining. He was right. I have a real estate company too, but it isn't very big," said Guning. Jing Jining didn't ask further about it, because he knew it would be annoying if he kept on asking about it. After that, they talked more about Lung Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao, and Guning got out of the car when they arrived at Shangshi Hotel. Guning then called the number which Lung Xiaoting gave her and said that she came for the car. Before long, A man drove a car out and stopped outside the hotel. He gave Guning the key and Guning drove the car away. Chu Peihan and others arrived at the airport of the capital at 4:50 p.m., and Guning had an hour and 20 minutes before that. She would spend 50 minutes on her way, so she needed to wait for half an hour after she arrived at the airport. Anyway, she was free now, so she decided to go there earlier. Right after she arrived at the airport, Guning received Tang Qingyang's call, and he asked her, "Hey, did you annoy Tang Bingsen again? I heard that he had a heart attack and has been absent for days." Tang Qingyang sounded quite excited. It was impossible for him not to be excited, because Tang Bingsen had killed his father and he dreamed of taking revenge. Since Tang Bingsen had a bad result now, he was happier than ever. Hearing that, Guning smiled and said, "Yes, he found out that Feng Lin and their son already ran away. He called me and asked me for the reason. I seized the chance to annoy him, but his acceptance is too weak."
Kuning tespise Tang Bingsens acceptance.
Tang Qingyang didn't know what to say when he heard that, because not many people had as strong an acceptance as Guning. If he were Tang Bingsen, he would have a breakdown too. Although he had no sympathy for Tang Bingsen and even gloated over his failure, he had to admit that Tang Bingsen had really tough days recently. What had happened to Tang Yexin, Qi Ziyue, the Tianying gang, and Feng Lin all made him feel angry and greatly threatened. Once Tang Bingsen heard that Feng Lin and Feng Qile disappeared, he sent out many people to search for them, but only found that they already went to Country Y. Even though Tang Bingsen had friends in Country Y, he had already missed the chance to catch Feng Lin and Feng Qile when he heard the news. It was impossible for Tang Bingsen's friends to check every surveillance camera to find his mistress and illegitimate son. Feng Lin was also afraid that Tang Aining might regret it, so they went away as far as possible. Feng Lin was able to be a senior manager of Tang Bingsen's company, not only because of their affair, but also because of her abilities. Therefore, there was no problem for her to live a good life in Country Y. Moreover, Feng Lin had studied for 2 years in Country Y, so she was fluent in language Y. As for Feng Qile, he was born to inherit the Tang organization, so he was good at language Y too. Because Tang Bingsen had a heart problem, he couldn't attend the meeting in the company. As a result, Tang Qingyang, who had only a few less shares than Tang Bingsen, began to manage everything in the company. Tang Bingsen was definitely reluctant to see it happen, but it was the result voted for by most of the major shareholders. Most major shareholders agreed with Tang Qingyang's proposals, so he won their support too. Tang Bingsen couldn't attend the meeting, nor could he appoint someone to exercise his rights on his behalf, because he had to transfer the shares to this person in this case. Only the person holding the shares could intervene in the company's decisions. Without shares, even the person whom Tang Bingsen was closest to couldn't interfere in the business. Therefore, although Tang Bingsen was unwilling to accept the result, he was left no choice. Moreover, Tang Qingyang's decisions were indeed good for the development of the company, so he couldn't disagree only for his own good, because he would suffer the greatest loss if he insisted on doing that. "Why don't you make a transfer contract, and we can force him to step down? We can say that Tang Bingsen is seriously ill and can no longer manage the company, so his nephew Tang Qingyang will replace him," Guning said. Anyway, Tang Bingsen has no children to inherit his family business now. It's totally legal and reasonable if you do that. In addition, it's Tang Bingsen's daughter who made him a tragedy and joke, so outsiders won't be suspicious of you. "You're right." Tang Qingyang immediately agreed with Guning, because he trusted her. Upon thinking that the long drama was finally about to over, Tang Qingyang was greatly excited. He simply wanted to take revenge, and did not really care for the property. In fact, it was very easy for Guning to force Tang Bingsen to step down, but she didn't do that until she finished torturing him. She wouldn't let him fail easily. However, it was time for her to close it now. "I'm occupied these days, but we can take action when I'm free," said Guning. "Sure," Tang Qingyang said. Guning stayed in the car, and went to the arrival hall when there was about a dozen minutes. As she walked into the hall, it was about the time her friends arrived, but it would still take them about 20 minutes to get out of the plane and pick up their luggage. Therefore, Gu Ning stayed there and waited for them. During the wait, Gu Ning felt many people were looking at her, and she also heard other people talking about her. They either recognized her or complimented her outstanding appearance. Some men were even criticized by their girlfriends because they kept glancing at Gu Ning, but it wasn't serious. About 20 minutes later, Chu Peihan and the others walked out. Each of the 3 boys pulled a suitcase. Mu Ke did that for Yu Mixi, Hao Ran for Chu Peihan, and Zhang Tianping for Mu Ke. Why did Mu Ke leave his own suitcase to another person and go to help Yu Mixi with hers? The answer was very simple, because Yu Mixi was his girlfriend. Although Mu Ke and Yu Mixi already became boyfriend and girlfriend earlier on, Yu Mixi didn't know that Mu Ke applied for the same university as her until they received the admission letter. Yu Mixi was deeply touched at that time. Mu Ke's parents also heard about their relationship later. They didn't disagree with it, even though there was a huge gap between their family background. They hoped that Mu Ke could have a girlfriend of the same economic level as him, but they would never despise Yu Mixi. It was because of Gu Ning to some extent. Yu Mixi was Gu Ning's good friend, and Gu Ning was always willing to help her. Yu Mixi also worked hard, which meant that she could have a bright future. So Mu Ke's parents valued their future daughter-in-law's abilities above her family background. They hoped that their future daughter-in-law could be an independent girl instead of relying on her family to live. They also had the same requirement for Mu Ke. Although Mu Ke was the sole heir of the Mu family, he needed to have the ability to manage his family business well. If he couldn't do that, his family business would be ruined one day. Whether in business or politics, everyone needed to work hard to win in endless competitions. However, Mu Ke's parents were unhappy that Mu Ke chose the same university as Yu Mixi, because he was able to go to a better college. Unfortunately, they already had the admission letter, so they could only accept it. Although Mu Ke did it for Yu Mixi was unaware of it, so Mu Ke's parents didn't blame her for it. Boss! Chu Peihan ran towards Gu Ning and gave her a big hug once she saw her. Several girls who recognized Gu Ning said with envy at once, "Wow, it must be great to be Goddess Gu's friend. She can have Goddess Gu pick her up, and can also hug Goddess Gu. I wish I could become Goddess Gu's friend too. Boss!" Ning Ning. Mu Ke and the others went to Gu Ning and were also excited to see her. "Been a while. How have you been recently?" asked Gu Ning. Gu Ning was happy to see them too, because they were her good friends in high school. Most importantly, they didn't become friends for any benefits and were good friends. "We're all good." They smiled at Gu Ning. After that, they left together. "Boss, can you bring us to your company first?" asked Chu Peihan. "Sure, we can go to my company right now. Then we can dine together before we make arrangements for the following days," said Gu Ning. "Great." Each of them was very excited, and they were curious to see Gu Ning's company. On the way, they laughed and chatted with each other. About an hour later, they arrived at the headquarters of the Shengning organization. "Boss, is it this office building?" asked Hao Ran. "Yeah, there is another office building under construction behind it," said Gu Ning. "Wow, it must be super expensive in the capital."
Chu Peihan lim.
This wasn't City F after all, and the housing price was extremely high in the capital. A luxurious house in City F might only cost 10,000 yuan a square meter, but it could be over 100,000 yuan in the capital. Therefore, the money Gu Ning paid for these 2 office buildings could buy a large living area in City F. I'm not very clear about it," said Gu Ning, because the second office building wasn't done yet, and she was still spending more money on it. "The land is quite expensive in the capital, but the construction materials should be at the same prices as those in other cities, but this piece of land alone might cost several 100 million yuan, said Mu Ke. "It's evil capitalism," Hao Ran said. The car stopped outside the gate of the grand office building. Then they got out of it. "Nice to see you, Chairman Gu." A security guard greeted Gu Ning with great respect once he saw her. Gu Ning then gave the car key to him and asked him to park it in the parking lot, otherwise it would block the entrance. As Gu Ning walked inside with her friends, all the staff greeted her with respect. "Nice to see you, Chairman Gu." After they entered an elevator, Hao Ran said with excitement, "Wow, boss, it's so cool. I'll tell my staff to call me chairman how once I walk into the company in the future. You can, but you must study hard first. You need to prove that you have the ability to take over your family business. Business is like a battlefield without smoke. If you don't have abilities, you'll be easily replaced, said Gunning to encourage Hao Ran. Although Hao Ran had made a big change during this year, he still couldn't focus on his studies. If Hao Ran was determined to become a successful businessman, she wouldn't hesitate to help him. However, if he refused to work for his own future, it would be useless even if she wanted to help him. Although Hao Ran was her friend, she wouldn't help a lazy man. Boss, you don't need to be worried about that. You're my idol and I'll learn from you, said Hao Ran with a serious expression. Gunning brought them straight to the 18th floor, where her office was. Although they came to her company for a tour, it wasn't appropriate for them to walk around casually, because it would affect the staff. If they wanted to go to other floors, they had to wait till the staff left at 6 p.m. Boss, is this whole floor your office? Asked Hao Ran. Yes, Gunning answered. It's big, said Hao Ran. His father's office was much smaller than Gunning's. The floor of Gunning's office was about 1,000 square meters. I only use several of the rooms on this floor, and most of the other rooms are empty, said Gunning. It was impossible for her to use the whole floor by herself, but it was the chairman's office after all, and should be separated from the other offices. The tea house is the next room. There is tea, fruit juice, water, and coffee. You can have whatever you want, said Gunning. Great. The others didn't think it was inappropriate because they were good friends. Umixi, what do you want?
Mukeeskti umiksi.
Juice please, said Umixi. Afterwards, Muku went to make a glass of juice for Umixi. Hao Ran, a cup of coffee please, Chu Peihan said to Hao Ran. No problem. Hao Ran didn't mind it at all, and went to make a cup of coffee for Chu Peihan. At this time, Gunning received a message from Chansongi. Chansongi heard that she came with her friends today, and asked her whether they needed an attendant. Gunning replied that they didn't need an attendant, and that they could do everything on their own. Since she said that, Chansongi didn't say anything further about it. He didn't go upstairs to bother Gunning either. He had nothing important to talk about with Gunning anyway. You can do your homework on the internet to see where you want to have fun in the capital. We can go to have fun together tomorrow. It'll be late when we finish dinner tonight, so we won't hang out today, Gunning said to Chu Peihan and her other friends. Although she had stayed in the capital for a long time, she seldom had fun outside, so she wasn't familiar with that. Gunning would listen to them wherever they wanted to go. We have actually already reached an agreement. We'll visit the palace tomorrow and Hongdian World Studios the day after tomorrow, said Chu Peihan, and she suddenly squinted at Gunning. It seemed that she had an evil idea in her mind. Chu Peihan continued. Boss, if it's possible, can you let us play some roles in an Empress of Military Blood? We don't need many lines. We simply want to show our faces. You don't need to pay us either. We just want to experience what it feels like when we all put on clothes from the ancient time. It's easy, but I can't get important roles for you because the shooting is about to end. You can get some unimportant roles, said Gunning. She didn't think it was difficult. If she was able to satisfy her friends' needs, she would. Moreover, they just wanted unimportant roles, and all the important roles were settled earlier. Chu Peihan knew the rules too. All the important roles were settled in contracts, and actors couldn't end the agreement as they wanted, or they would have to pay a lot of money for it, and their reputation would be damaged too. Therefore, Chu Peihan only wanted to play an unimportant role to experience it. There were many extras at the set after all, and nobody cared about them. With Gunning's agreement, Chu Peihan smiled with satisfaction. Although Hao Ran and the others had no interest in acting, they thought that filming was fun, and they wouldn't mind joining the crew for a few days. However, if they had to do that every day, they would go crazy. When it was about 6 p.m., they went to Shangshi Hotel. Because everything was arranged well, Gunning directly went to see the manager. She called the manager once they walked into the hall of Shangshi Hotel, and the manager walked out to serve them without delay. His leader told him to serve them well, so he didn't dare to be late. Nice to see you, Miss Gu. I'm the manager here, my name is Wu Chuan.
Wu Chuan Greeted kuning politeli.
Nice to meet you, Manager Wu, said Guning. After that, Manager Wu took out a room key card and gave it to Guning. Miss Gu, this is the room key card. Thanks. Guning handed the card to Muku and told him to place their luggage in their room, while they went to order some food in the private room at the dining hall. Yumixi's and Chu Peihan's luggage was put in Guning's car, because they would be staying in Guning's house. Manager Wu then guided Guning and the others to the private room at the dining hall. They had prepared the best room for Guning. Muku soon came down and joined them. When they finished dinner, it was nearly 8:30 p.m., and they separated at 9 p.m. Muku and the other boys went to their room, while Chu Peihan and Yumixi followed Guning to Century City. On the way to Guning's house, she told Chu Peihan and Yumixi that she needed to visit Leng Xiaoting's mother later, so she would be absent tonight. She would come back tomorrow to spend more time with them. As for the reason why she needed to see Leng Xiaoting's mother, she lied and said that Leng Xiaoting's mother didn't feel well. Chu Peihan and Yumixi didn't know Leng Xiaoting's family background, so they weren't surprised when they heard about his mother. And since Leng Xiaoting's mother didn't feel well, they wouldn't keep Guning with them. My house isn't far from the hotel, and it only takes 10 minutes to get there by car. Do you want to have breakfast on your own? Or go to the hotel and dine with Hao Ran and the other boys? Or wait for me to pick you up? Asked Guning. We'll share breakfast with them in the hotel. You can directly pick us up at the hotel, said Chu Peihan. They weren't kids and Chu Peihan wasn't a weak girl at all. Guning drove Chu Peihan and Yumixi to Century City. After preparing rooms for them and making sure that there were no problems, Guning left. When she got back to Mountain River Garden, it was already 11 p.m. Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao came at 10 p.m. But they didn't go to sleep yet. Instead, they chatted with each other in the living room. Although Leng Xiaoting wasn't talkative, they mainly talked about Leng Yuanhan and Yunyao's old stories. Jing Yunyao was nervous when Guning wasn't by her side, so she couldn't relax until Guning came back. Although Leng Xiaoting was her son, she lost her memories of him, so she still felt uneasy when they were alone together. Therefore, the slightly depressed atmosphere didn't become relaxed until Guning was back. Mother, I need to hang out with my friends tomorrow, so I can't stay with you. Why don't you let Xiaoting take you to visit his father's grave? Said Guning. Sure, said Jing Yunyao. Since Guning wasn't free, she wouldn't force Guning to stay with her. Where will you go tomorrow? Asked Leng Xiaoting. The palace, and we will probably stay there for the day, said Guning. Well, I can take my mother to visit my father's grave tomorrow morning, and we can go to the palace together in the afternoon. My parents used to take me there very often, said Leng Xiaoting. He wanted to take Jing Yunyao to the palace too, because it might be helpful for her to get her memories back. In addition, Leng Xiaoting also wanted to have fun with Guning. Although there would be a large group of people, he would feel happy as long as he could be with Guning. Sure, said Guning. She didn't think there was anything wrong with it if Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao joined them. They chatted for a while longer, before going to sleep at 12 a.m. Because Jing Yunyao stayed in the house with them, Guning and Leng Xiaoting couldn't sleep together tonight. Jing Yunyao slept in the same room. Guning slept in the master's bedroom, while Leng Xiaoting slept in the guest's room. Because of Jing Yunyao, Leng Xiaoting didn't dare to do anything inappropriate and sneak into Guning's room in the night. Jing Yunyao was a cultivator, so she would hear any light sound, so Leng Xiaoting could only chat with Guning on WeChat. That night, Jing Yunyao kept having some dreams, but she couldn't remember anything when she woke up the next day. The next morning, Leng Xiaoting got up first and prepared breakfast for Guning and Jing Yunyao. Jing Yunyao didn't think that it was wrong for Leng Xiaoting to make breakfast for them. Some people thought that housework was a woman's job, and a daughter-in-law was merely a nurse to serve their son, but Jing Yunyao had a different opinion. In Jing Yunyao's eyes, since Guning and Leng Xiaoting were girlfriend and boyfriend now, they should care about each other's feelings. Whoever was able or free to do the housework should do it. It also depended on the way they got along with each other. Even if Leng Xiaoting did all the housework, Jing Yunyao wouldn't think that it was wrong, because it showed Leng Xiaoting's love towards Gu Ning. As long as they were in love, it was their own affair how they chose to live their life. Although Jing Yuniao was Leng Xiaoting's mother, she wouldn't interfere in it. It would only cause conflict if the mother-in-law interfered in their relationship. After having breakfast, Gu Ning wanted to wash the dishes, but Leng Xiaoting stopped her. He told her to have a rest and that he would do it. When it was nearly 8 a.m., Gu Ning left the house. Because it was rush hour, there was a lot of traffic on the road. So it was almost 9 a.m. when Gu Ning arrived at the Shangshi Hotel. Because the ancient palace was in the city center of the capital, Gu Ning went back to the city center from the southern district after she went to the southern district from the city center. Gu Ning called Mu Ku when she had almost arrived, so they came down to wait for her. Once Gu Ning's car showed up, they got inside and left together. After 9 a.m., there wasn't much traffic on the road, so they arrived at the palace in 40 minutes. The Imperial Palace was an ancient palace. Now it had become a tourist attraction, and many people visited it every day. If it was a holiday, it would be super crowded, making it impossible for the tourists to appreciate the views. There would be people everywhere and everyone had to walk slowly. After parking the car, Gu Ning went to buy tickets and they went inside together. Because it was still early, there weren't many people. Normally, tourists came after lunch. The palace was very large, with a construction area of about 150,000 square meters, more than 70 large and small palaces, and more than 9,000 houses. It was one of the largest and best preserved wooden ancient buildings in the world. Therefore, it was impossible for them to see every corner of it in a day. In fact, it wasn't fully open, and tourists could only see its front half. The palace had basically been repaired, and the places that hadn't been repaired were desolate and gloomy, especially the harem and cold palace. No one dared to walk there and nobody was allowed to go there either. The harem was like a battlefield since ancient times. The competition among concubines was endless till someone died, and countless dead people were buried there. Without repair, there was wild grass everywhere and it looked desolate. There were 4 gates around the palace, and the front gate was called the South Gate. Gu Ning and her friends walked in from the South Gate. The South Gate was tall and wide with beautiful patterns, which were quite impressive. Wow, where the ancient emperors lived is indeed a grand place, said Mu Ku. Right. I wish I could travel backwards in time to be an emperor in ancient times, haha, said Hao Ran. He was reading a time-traveling novel these days, and the male protagonist became an emperor in the ancient time after traveling backwards in time, so he had dreamed about it too. I think you merely want thousands of legal concubines.
Chu Pei Hen Joker.
Ridiculous. I'm not that kind of man. Hao Ran argued, implying that he was a good man. Really? I can't believe it, said Chu Peihan on purpose. Fine, good men won't argue with women. Hao Ran rolled his eyes and ignored Chu Peihan. Actually, he had to admit that he was no match for Chu Peihan. He couldn't win an argument or a fight against her, and he felt a little upset about it. However, he had to accept reality. I know I've hit the point. Haha, said Chu Peihan with pride. However, she was just joking. This palace just looks good. But it's an extremely dangerous place. Each day was full of conspiracy and trickery. The emperor wasn't safe. Instead, he faced the greatest danger. He was always on guard against being assassinated, Zhang Tianping said. It's easy if you want to be an emperor. If my company needs an emperor for costume dramas in the future, I'll let you play it. Of course, that's on the condition that this role isn't the main role. If it's the main role, I'll let the director take full control. If you want to get the role, use your initiative and go to do the audition, Gu Ning said. An important role required great acting, but Hao Ran wasn't an excellent actor. Gu Ning had to make sure of the quality of the shows produced by her company. If she allowed Hao Ran to get in through the back door just because he was a good friend, she would become an irresponsible boss. However, if the role wasn't important, it wouldn't matter. Great! If the part of the role in the show can be over in a few days, it'll be best. I can't stand it if it takes a long time, said Hao Ran with excitement. They kept on walking ahead to a large square. The Jinshui River in the square wound its way from west to east. There were 5 stone bridges across the river, and on both sides of the square were neatly arranged corridors. As early as outside the south gate, Chu Peihan and the others already had their mobile phones ready, and they took pictures all the way in. At first, they took pictures of the surrounding scenery, and now they directly pulled Gu Ning over and began to take pictures together. Gu Ning stayed patient and let them do whatever they wanted. She was simply being cooperative. At the front of the square was the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The Hall of Supreme Harmony rose some 30 meters above the level of the surrounding square, and it was the ceremonial center of imperial power. For example, when the emperor ascended the throne, the emperor got married, the queen was enrolled, the emperor accepted congratulations from civil and military officials. It was here and used it to give a banquet to the ministers. Built above 3 levels of marble stone base, and surrounded by bronze incense burners, the Hall of Supreme Harmony was the largest wooden structure within the palace. It was 11 bays wide, with the main room being 9 bays wide, and 5 bays deep, the numbers 9 and 5 being symbolically connected to the majesty of the emperor. The 6 pillars nearest the imperial throne were covered with gold, and the entire area was decorated with a dragon motif. The dragon throne, in particular, had 5 dragons coiled around the back and handrests. The screen behind it featured sets of 9 dragons, again reflecting the 9-5 symbolism. At this time, Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao arrived at the National Cemetery. On their way, Jing Yuniao bought some flowers. They found Leng Yuanhan's grave. On the tombstone there were portraits of Leng Yuanhan and Yuniao, but Leng Yuanhan and another woman were in the tomb. 15 years ago their bodies weren't burned, so Leng Yuanhan's whole body was buried. Although Jing Yuniao already saw Leng Yuanhan's photo before she came here, she still felt shocked and her heart pounded fast once she saw his photo on the tombstone. Her body also began to shake, the flowers almost falling from her hands. Jing Yuniao slowly squatted down and placed the flowers in front of Leng Yuanhan's tombstone. Looking at the portrait of him and herself on the tombstone, she couldn't help but cry again. Leng Xiaoting hadn't visited the grave of his parents for a long time, so he also felt quite sad at this moment. In fact, he wished that his father weren't dead either. He wished that his father could show up out of blue like his mother. Unfortunately, it was only his wish because the dead man in the tomb was really his father. In a minute, a series of pictures suddenly played in front of Jing Yuniao's eyes. From the pictures, she saw her first meeting with Leng Yuanhan, which Peng Yunlong told her about before. This time, everything looked so real that it helped her remember what she had been through. However, Leng Yuanhan and Yuniao had been together for 13 years, so it was impossible for her to see everything from the pictures. She only saw some important things that she remembered. As she watched the pictures, Jing Yuniao's head began to ache and she passed out the next second. "Mom!" Leng Xiaoting supported Jing Yuniao on time so she didn't fall on the ground. Since Jing Yuniao fainted, Leng Xiaoting couldn't stay there any longer. He carried her in his arms and left at once. Luckily, Leng Xiaoting could still feel Jing Yuniao's breath, so he knew that her life wasn't in danger. It wasn't easy for a cultivator to be hurt after all. Leng Xiaoting put Jing Yuniao down on the rear seats, then drove the car away. Because Jing Yuniao didn't feel comfortable, Leng Xiaoting didn't go to see Gu Ning, and instead brought Jing Yuniao back home for a rest. About 10 minutes later, Jing Yuniao woke up and found herself in the car, then realized that she passed out again. "Are you alright? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Leng Xiaoting asked with concern. "I'm fine. Why don't you stop the car by the road for a while? I can circulate the energy in my body to help myself recover," said Jing Yuniao. "Sure," said Leng Xiaoting and stopped the car by the roadside. Once the car was stopped, Jing Yuniao sat cross-legged and began to circulate the energy around her body. After 5 minutes, Jing Yuniao stopped and her face returned to normal. "Do you want to meet Ningning or go back home?" asked Leng Xiaoting. Although he wanted to see Gu Ning right now, he cared more about Jing Yuniao's body and mood. "I'm fine. Let's go to see Ningning now. I want to visit the museum too," said Jing Yuniao. Jing Yuniao remembered something, but it wasn't a complete story and it only happened within a short time, but she saw the museum in the palace in her memories. They didn't go to visit it for fun, they went to chase a thief. Unfortunately, she only remembered half of the story, then fainted, so she wanted to visit the museum to try to remember the rest of the story. Sure, said Leng Xiaoting. After remaining silent for a while, Leng Xiaoting said to Jing Yunyao, "It's 11 a.m. now, and it should be 12 p.m. when we arrive at the palace. Why don't you call Ningning and tell her that we'll have lunch together later?" Great, said Jing Yunyao and called Gu Ning. At this time, Gu Ning and her friends were still looking around in the Hall of Supreme Harmony because it was very big and they kept taking photos along the way. Jing Yunyao conveyed Leng Xiaoting's message to Gu Ning, and Gu Ning undoubtedly agreed. Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao would arrive in 40 minutes, and Gu Ning and her friends would finish walking around the Hall of Supreme Harmony in 10 minutes too. So they would dine outside and come inside again. Although they needed to buy tickets again after they left, Gu Ning didn't mind. Hearing that Leng Xiaoting was coming, Gu Ning's friends were nervous. It wasn't because they didn't want him to come, but because they stood in awe of him. Actually, they were excited to see Leng Xiaoting, because he was the youngest major general in their country. Not many people were able to see him in the flesh. Gu Ning had visited the palace in her previous incarnation, and she had done her homework last night before she went to bed, so she knew where to have delicious food. At the beginning, Gu Ning and her friends planned to dine casually in the palace, because there were simple meals at the west side of the square. However, since Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao would join them for lunch, they decided to choose a good meal. Because they needed to drive for a few minutes to get to a good restaurant, they directly went to the parking lot. The restaurant Gu Ning chose was called Palace Food. Although it was a modern building, it was decorated in the ancient style. It also had a good environment with separated yards, fake mountains, and gazebos. Gu Ning actually planned to come here for dinner today but advanced the plan. Because she already had the plan yesterday, she directly told Jing Yunyao the address when she received her call earlier. Neither Jing Yunyao nor Leng Xiaoting was a picky eater, so they told Gu Ning to order dishes before they came. It took some time for the cook to prepare their food anyway. Gu Ning booked a private room and directly told her friends to order whatever they wanted. She also sent Jing Yunyao a message and told her the number of the private room. After ordering, Gu Ning told her friends to wait in the private room while she went to wait for Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao outside. About 10 minutes later, Leng Xiaoting's car came and stopped next to Gu Ning's car. "Hi, Mother Xiaoting." Gu Ning walked to them. "Sorry to keep you waiting," said Jing Yunyao with slight embarrassment. "No worries, the dishes aren't on the table yet," said Gu Ning. After that, they walked in together. Once the door of the private room was pushed open, Chu Peihan and the others stood up with one accord. It seemed that they had been trained before, but actually they were just nervous. After that, they greeted Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao together. "Nice to see you, Mr. Leng and Mrs. Leng." Leng Xiaoting lightly answered, but didn't say anything further. Jing Yunyao smiled at them. "Nice to see you too." Afterwards, they went to seat themselves around the table. Gu Ning and Jing Yunyao separately sat by Leng Xiaoting's sides, because they were afraid that the others might feel uneasy if they sat next to Leng Xiaoting. In fact, even though they didn't sit next to Leng Xiaoting, they were still nervous, and they remained quiet after Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao came. However, it was mostly because Jing Yunyao was older than them, so they tended to behave themselves in front of her. Gu Ning had to create a relaxed atmosphere later, because it would be embarrassing if everyone remained quiet during the meal. Gradually, they were relaxed. "Mr. Leng, do you plan to marry our boss?" asked Chu Peihan. "Of course, I definitely will," said Leng Xiaoting. He didn't feel uneasy at all when he faced that question, even though Jing Yunyao was by his side. Although Ningning is too young to get married, you can get engaged first. Do you have the plan to do that?" asked Chu Peihan again. "Of course, and my grandfather has already talked about that with Master Tang. We wanted to settle it as soon as possible, but Master Tang said that there isn't a good date this year after looking at our date of birth and 8 characters of a horoscope," said Leng Xiaoting. When it was brought up, Leng Xiaoting was upset, because he had to wait for the next year. "What?" Hearing that, everyone turned to look at Gu Ning with great surprise, because Gu Ning never told them that. "Boss, why didn't you tell us?" Did you plan to keep it a secret from us? Chu Peihan questioned Gu Ning in anger. We failed to get engaged. I'll tell you when the date is settled, said Gu Ning. She didn't think that she had done anything wrong. Chu Peihan was struck dumb for a second, then accepted it. Fine. They knew that Gu Ning wouldn't ignore them, so Chu Peihan was merely complaining. Jing Yunyao wasn't surprised because Gu Ning already told her. After chatting for a while, the dishes were all placed on the table, and they began to enjoy the meal. They had a rest for a while when they finished lunch before they went to the palace again. Jing Yunyao still sat in Leng Xiaoting's car, and Gu Ning drove her friends there. This time, Leng Xiaoting went to buy tickets before they entered the palace. Jing Yunyao came to the palace for the purpose of going to the museum. Gu Ning and her friends had already looked around in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, and their next stop was also the museum, so they didn't stop at the Hall of Supreme Harmony and went straight through it to the museum. On their way, Jing Yunyao told Gu Ning what had happened to her when she and Leng Xiaoting visited Leng Yuanhan's grave, so she would go straight to her destination later and wouldn't go slowly around with them. Because the museum was very large and there were many areas and compartments. One dynasty was in one area, and not everything was displayed in a big hall. Although Jing Yunyao was accompanied by Leng Xiaoting, she was in a special situation, so Gu Ning wouldn't leave her alone. Therefore, Gu Ning told Chu Peihan and her other friends to look around on their own, and that she would go to see other things with Jing Yunyao. As for what they would see, Gu Ning didn't tell them many details, and her friends were smart and didn't ask further about it. Gu Ning had come to this museum in her previous incarnation, so she knew that there were many antiques. Compared with the antiques in this museum, those in her telepathic eye space weren't worth mentioning. Anyway, most of the cultural relics left by the palace were kept here, and since ancient times the richest were the people in the palace. There was wine vessel 3 generations old, ancient jade articles, famous calligraphy paintings of the Tang, Song, Yuan and Ming dynasties, Song and Yuan ceramics, enamel, lacquerware, gold and silverware, bamboo and wood tooth combs, gold and bronze religious statues, and many emperors as well as concubines' costumes, clothing and furniture and so forth. All kinds of valuable objects were gathered here. In addition, there were a large amount of books, classics and document files. For this reason, the Palace Museum had an antiquities museum, a library, and a documentary hall, which organized manpower to continue to organize the cultural relics. Actually, there was also something priceless in Gu Ning's telepathic eye space. That set of bronze chimes was worth several billion yuan, and it would be one of the most valuable objects in the museum too. If Gu Ning showed the set of bronze chimes to the public, it would cause a great sensation in the field of music and antiques. All major music groups and major museums would definitely compete against each other for it. Thinking of that, Gu Ning thought that she should probably sell the set of bronze chimes. At that time, Gu Ning could advertise her Shangyun antique store. She didn't have the interest in collecting antiques and she was involved in this industry simply because she had a pair of jade eyes, and she was able to find valuable objects with them. After she found valuable ancient objects, she needed to sell them for money. All in all, money was more important than ancient objects in Gu Ning's eyes. Unfortunately, she couldn't sell a lot of antiques at a time, or she would get in trouble, so she could only keep them in her telepathic eye space and sell them at her antique store bit by bit. Gu Ning didn't realize that she hadn't delivered goods to Shangyun antique store for a long time until now. Although they couldn't sell antiques every day, and a dozen antiques could satisfy the customers' needs for a while, the antiques left on the shelves for days were unpopular, which meant that they should replace them with new ones to attract more customers. Gu Ning decided to go to Shangyun antique store when she was free in a few days. As for the set of bronze chimes, she would launch a publicity campaign once there was a large auction. As Gu Ning walked near the museum, she felt magical power, and she felt uncomfortable when it intruded into her body after she entered the museum. Gu Ning frowned with confusion. Was it because the magical power was too strong and she couldn't accept it all of a sudden? Gu Ning tried to absorb the magical power, but she didn't want to expose more of herself in front of Jing Yunyao, because she had already exposed a lot about her in front of Jing Yunyao. If only Leng Xiaoting was by her side, she wouldn't be worried, because Lung Shouting was aware of her jade eyes. Even though she felt a little uncomfortable, it was still tolerable. So she put it aside and went where Yunyao wanted to go. Because Jing Yunyao got some of her memories back, this museum wasn't strange to her. So she brought Lung Shouting and Guning to the calligraphy and painting exhibition area. Jing Yunyao directly went to the front of along the river during the Qingming festival and asked, "Has it been stolen once 27 years ago?" "Right, it was indeed stolen 27 years ago, and was brought back afterwards," said Lung Shouting. Lung Shouting was aware of it, but he didn't know who had brought it back. He didn't care much about it, and it happened before he was born. "In my memories, I came here for this painting. It was stolen and replaced, but I failed to remember what happened next," said Jing Yunyao. Even though she was looking at it right now, she couldn't remember anything else. "Ningning, are you all right? Your face looks pale. Do you feel uncomfortable?" At this time, Lung Shouting gave Guning a glance and saw her pale face. Hearing that, Jing Yunyao turned to look at Guning at once. Seeing her pale face, Jing Yunyao looked worried too. "Doi." Guning was surprised. "I don't feel uncomfortable at all." Saying that, Guning pretended to be fine, but she clearly knew that she wasn't. She was indeed uncomfortable ever since she entered here. When the magical power kept attacking her, she felt quite stressed. "Really?" Lung Shouting frowned with concern. Guning showed embarrassment at once. My stomach is a little painful, but it isn't serious. Maybe my period is coming. Why don't you go on looking around here and I'll go to the ladies' room. I'll call you later." Hearing that, Lung Shouting and Jing Yunyao nodded. Different girls had different reactions when their period came. Lung Shouting and Jing Yunyao didn't doubt Guning's words and agreed. Then Guning left for the ladies' room. However, once she walked out of the room, she showed great pain on her face. Besides, Guning not only felt uncomfortable, but she also felt that something was pulling her somewhere. It wasn't convenient for her to leave earlier, but now she decided to follow the strange feeling. As she walked away, the feeling grew stronger, and Guning could feel the distance and excitement. However, she knew it had nothing to do with her consciousness, because it was something she couldn't control. Therefore, Guning thought that it might have something to do with her jade eyes. Either way, she had to figure it out. Drawn by the feeling, Guning went to the jade exhibition area. She had a pair of jade eyes, so she naturally could see the white mist around the jade. It was obvious that the jade had magical power. However, Guning ignored the other jade and went straight to a piece of jade. It was called the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern, and it was made during the Warring States period. This jade was made of white jade from Hotan Xinjiang. Both sides of the jade were decorated with moire patterns for 6 circles. The moire was slightly raised, and a line was engraved on it. A qilong was carved in the hole with a beast body, a unicorn head, wings on the side and a long tail decorated with rope patterns. A phoenix was carved on each side of the jade with a long body, a long feather on the top of the head, and a long tail curling down under the body. The feeling drew Guning to find this jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern, and she could feel that her excitement had something to do with it too. Accordingly, Guning was more sure that this jade had a certain connection with her jade eyes. So she wanted to have it. However, it was kept by the museum, and she couldn't easily get it even if she paid money for it. She could only turn to Lung Shouting for help. Without delay, Guning took out her phone and called Lung Shouting. Because of anxiety and excitement, her body was slightly shaking. "Shouting, are you free now? Can you come to the jade exhibition area? I need your help," said Guning anxiously. Hearing that, Lung Shouting thought that Guning was in trouble and he was worried about her. "Sure, I'll be right there," said Lung Shouting and hung up the call. He told Jing Yunyao that Guning needed his help, and Jing Yunyao decided to go to see Guning with him. Since Jing Yunyao couldn't remember anything else here, there was no need for them to stay anyway. Before long, Lung Shouting and Jing Yunyao met Guning at the jade exhibition area, and they noticed her abnormal condition with a simple glance. "Ningning, are you all right?" Both Lung Shouting and Jing Yunyao were worried. "I'm fine." Guning did her best to calm herself down when she saw Lung Shouting and Jing Yunyao's worried expression, Then she explained, I'm strangely attracted to this jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern, and I want to have it. Shouting, can you help me with that? Can we directly buy it or exchange it with another valuable antique? There were many antiques in Gu Ning's telepathic eye space, and some were more valuable than the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern. No problem. Leng Xiaoting agreed without hesitation. He didn't ask further about it, and thought that Gu Ning simply liked it. Jing Yuniao, however, thought that it couldn't be that simple reason, but she didn't ask more about it either. Leng Xiaoting called Jiang Zhongyu afterwards. Jiang Zhongyu was the previous curator of the National Museum, and the leader of the Palace Museum was his student and was promoted to the position by him, so Leng Xiaoting turned to Jiang Zhongyu for help. After Leng Xiaoting told Jiang Zhongyu that Gu Ning wanted the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern, Jiang Zhongyu promised to settle it for them with alacrity. In a few minutes, Leng Xiaoting received Jiang Zhongyu's reply, and the leader agreed to give them the jade, but they had to talk with him about how to get it. Gu Ning was relaxed when she heard the answer. Actually, if the leader of this museum refused to give them the jade, she would steal it on her own, because she felt that it was too important for her to lose it. About several minutes later, a young couple walked into the jade exhibition area. However, when they saw Leng Xiaoting, they looked surprised. There was obvious admiration in the woman's eyes towards Leng Xiaoting. The man, on the other hand, showed disdain afterwards and said in an acerbic tone, Oh, isn't this our old classmate Leng Xiaoting? We haven't seen you for ages. After that, he walked to Leng Xiaoting and continued, How are you? What do you do now? It was obvious that he didn't know Leng Xiaoting's family background. Although they were old classmates, Leng Xiaoting always kept a low profile, and not many outsiders were aware of his real identity. Moreover, Leng Xiaoting spent a short time in the university and seldom socialized with other people, so he didn't know many of the classmates back then. Su Jinshan was an exception. Su Jinshan also kept his family background a secret, so not many people knew his real identity either. Gu Ning knew the woman must be Leng Xiaoting's admirer when she saw her look at Leng Xiaoting. Gu Ning squinted, but said nothing for the time being. Jing Yuniao remained silent too, because there was no need for her to be involved in it. Leng Xiaoting stayed calm when the man disdained him. He had already forgotten who he was and thought that they might have gone to the same university before. Who are you? Asked Leng Xiaoting. Hearing that, the man was embarrassed. To his astonishment, Leng Xiaoting already forgot him. He refused to believe it, so he thought that Leng Xiaoting was pretending. What? You don't remember me? We went to the same university. Do you live a hard life now so you don't dare to admit it? Said the man. The man was quite arrogant. His family was very rich and had over 1 billion yuan in assets. And although there were many rich people in the capital, there were more poor people in this big city. Leng Xiaoting didn't bother to answer his question, which made the man believe he was right. The woman obviously had the same idea as the man, so she showed dislike in her eyes afterwards. Leng, did you forget me too? Asked the woman. Her tone was quite unkind, because she didn't think that Leng Xiaoting could forget her. I don't remember you at all, Leng Xiaoting said. Hearing that, the woman looked displeased. Leng Xiaoting, stop acting. Mengyao was the most beautiful girl in our school. She chased you but you rejected her. I'm afraid that you didn't know her family is super rich, so you rejected her at that time, said the man. He didn't think it was embarrassing that Lin Mengyao had chased Leng Xiaoting before. Well, you missed a great chance to become successful. If Mengyao became your girlfriend back then, it could have saved you at least 10 years on your way towards success. It sounded as if it was an honor to climb up the social ladder on a woman's coattails. However, he said that simply to laugh at Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting wasn't mad at all, because this man was merely a loser in his eyes. Jing Yuniao didn't feel humiliated either, because she had the same opinion about this man as Leng Xiaoting. Gu Ning snorted with laughter, then asked, Miss, may I know how many assets your family has? Lin Mengyao didn't notice Gu Ning until now, because she paid all her attention to Leng Xiaoting. So when she saw Gu Ning, Lin Mengyao was amazed by her beauty and there was obvious jealousy in her eyes. Gu Ning was much prettier than her. However, she didn't think it was important, because Gu Ning looked poorer than her. So Lin Mingya pretended to be modest. Not much, about 700 million yuan in assets. Although she sounded modest, she was actually showing off her family wealth. You're right, it indeed isn't much and actually is too little, said Gu Ning with disdain. You? Lin Mingya didn't expect that Gu Ning would have that reaction, and it seemed that Gu Ning's family was richer than hers. She was reluctant to believe it. Lin Mingya asked at once, is your family richer than mine? If Gu Ning's family was indeed richer than her family, she wouldn't dare to mess with Gu Ning in case her family was affected. Not much, about 10 billion yuan, said Gu Ning, and she pretended to be modest as well. What? Both Lin Mingya and the man were shocked. They couldn't believe their ears. 10 billion yuan? You must be bragging, said the man. He refused to believe what Gu Ning just said to them. I know it's beyond your imagination. Gu Ning rolled her eyes at him. Ah! Jing Yuniao snorted with laughter. It was so funny when Gu Ning made fun of the man. You! When the man wanted to say something else, 5 people walked over in a hurry. The man at the front was about 40 years old. He was wearing a suit and leather shoes, followed by 4 people. 2 were in security suits and 2 in casual clothes. The man recognized the man at the front at once. He was the leader of this museum, Kai Wenhong. Therefore, he greeted him with great respect at once. Nice to see you, Curator Kai. Even though this man was born in a rich family, he didn't have as high a position as Kai Wenhong in the society. Kai Wenhong, however, ignored him and went straight to Leng, shouting, General Leng, I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. Although Leng Shouting had only waited for him for a few minutes, he was still very polite to Leng Shouting. Seeing Kai Wenhong's behavior, the man and Lin Mingya were stunned. Kai Wenhong just called Leng Shouting a general. They went to school, and they knew that only an officer with a rank of major general or above could be called a general. Thinking of that, the man and Lin Mingya turned to look at Leng Shouting with shock. It turned out that Leng Shouting was an important officer in the military and his rank could be a major general or above. They couldn't believe it. Leng Shouting was too young to be a major general. Nevertheless, Kai Wenhong had indeed just called Leng Shouting a general. The man and Lin Mingya didn't want to stay at this moment. No worries, Curator Kai, said Leng Shouting. I'll get it out right now, then we can go to finish the related procedures, said Kai Wenhong. They needed to finish some procedures to take an antique out of the museum. Sure, Leng Shouting said. After that, Kai Wenhong gave an order to clear the area and Leng Shouting as well as the other people had to leave right now. It was very serious to open the showcase, and no accidents were allowed to happen. Although he was the head of this museum and had great power, this place wasn't his home and he had to be responsible for it. As a result, all the other people in the Jade exhibition area were politely asked to leave. Lin Mingya and the man still couldn't believe what had happened, but they listened to the order and walked outside. After that, Kai Wenhong and his people went to open the showcase and take out the jade with Dragon Phoenix cloud pattern. The second the showcase was opened, the white mist covered around it attacked Gu Ning's eyes. Gu Ning's eyes felt uncomfortable at once and she closed them to shut the white mist out. Jing Yuniao and Leng Shouting noticed that white mist too, and they looked at Gu Ning with great surprise. Both of them were cultivators so they could see magical power. Leng Shouting knew Gu Ning's secret, so he wasn't very surprised, but Jing Yuniao was greatly surprised. However, even though they were surprised, they composed themselves because they were in a public place. Ning Ning, are you all right? Leng Shouting immediately asked Gu Ning in a low voice. I'm fine, said Gu Ning, but she didn't open her eyes right away. As the jade with Dragon Phoenix cloud pattern was put into a box, Gu Ning felt the magical power leave her for a while. She opened her eyes then and didn't feel uncomfortable anymore. She saw that Leng Shouting and Jing Yuniao were worried about her, but they didn't say anything about it to each other. Before the required procedures were finished, the jade with Dragon Phoenix cloud pattern was kept by the staff in the museum. General Leng, miss and ma'am, please follow me this way. Kai Wenhong made a hand gesture to invite them. After that, they followed Kai Wenhong and left. Lin Mengya and the man already ran away in fear once they made sure that Leng Xiaoting was indeed a general. Lin Mengya just told the man to ask their old classmates in the WeChat group to see whether anyone else knew Leng Xiaoting, and the man did it. Hey, I just ran into the cold Leng Xiaoting in the museum, but I heard Curator Kai call him General Leng. Does any of you know why? Before long, someone replied to him. Really? How is it possible? No way. General Leng? Only an officer with a rank of Major General or above can be called that. Right. Although I heard that Leng Xiaoting joined the army, he's only 26 this year. It's impossible for him to earn such a high rank in the military. Search for it on the internet. I don't think you can find the answer on the internet. If Leng Xiaoting is really an officer with a rank of Major General or above, he must belong to a special team. His information should be highly confidential, and only the senior leaders in the military can know it. Why? Because soldiers in the special team must do dangerous tasks. The tasks are quite dangerous and kept secret too, but they can get high rewards. Leng Xiaoting must have made great achievements in order to become a major general at such an early age. I can't believe it. He's as young as we are. Most people couldn't believe it. Zhang Lihong, are you sure you met the right person? Zhang Lihong was the man's name. I'm very sure of it. I actually saw Leng Xiaoting standing with several important figures before, but I don't know his real identity. I have always had a feeling that Leng Xiaoting isn't an ordinary man. I don't know whether Leng Xiaoting is a general, but I know his family isn't ordinary at all. Tell us, what does his family do? Once they found someone who knew Leng Xiaoting's family background, they ached to know more about him. His family is the Leng family in the capital, and he's the Leng family's eldest grandson. What? The Leng family is the leading family of the 4 dominant families in the capital. No way. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it, but no one doubted it, because the father of the classmate who told them Leng Xiaoting's family background was a senior official in the capital, so it was normal that he knew members of the Leng family. Zhang Lihong and Lin Mengya were totally amazed now. To their astonishment, Leng Xiaoting was the eldest grandson of the Leng family in the capital. Zhang Lihong couldn't be more regretful now. He didn't seize the chance to please an old classmate from a super powerful family. Instead, he laughed at him when they met each other. Lin Mengya also regretted giving Leng Xiaoting up that year. If she could marry Leng Xiaoting, she would be a lot more important than other people now. It seemed that she believed she could get Leng Xiaoting as long as she persisted in chasing him. Actually, there were countless girls who chased Leng Xiaoting and wanted to become his girlfriend. Most of them were prettier and richer than Lin Mengya, but Leng Xiaoting didn't bother to pay attention to them. Leng Xiaoting chose Guning in the end, which proved that he didn't care about his girl's family background or her appearance. Guning was very stunning, but she wasn't the most beautiful girl who had chased Leng Xiaoting. It was her special air that attracted Leng Xiaoting. In the end, they couldn't change what had already happened. Since they already offended Leng Xiaoting, they had to leave right now, and didn't dare to see him again. When Leng Xiaoting and the others left the museum, they went to Kai Wenhong's office. His secretary poured cups of tea for them once they came. General Leng, I heard from my teacher that you can exchange the jade with an antique of the same value? Asked Kai Wenhong. Although Zhang Zhongyu already told him that, he still needed to ask about it in person. Kai Wenhong preferred an antique to money, because he was in charge of a museum after all. They normally collected antiques by searching for them everywhere, and they were happy to exchange antiques. Yes, Leng Xiaoting said. This jade with Dragon Phoenix cloud pattern is worth around 30 million yuan. What valuable antique can you give us, General Leng? Asked Kai Wenhong. Leng Xiaoting didn't answer that question but turned to look at Guning, and Guning said, I have a Tang Sankai vase which is worth about 40 million yuan. What? A Tang Sankai vase which is worth about 40 million yuan. Hearing that, Kai Wenhong was surprised, not because Guning had such a valuable antique, but because she was willing to exchange the vase for the jade. There was a price gap of 10 million yuan after all. Are you sure? Kai Wenhong asked. Sure, said Gu Ning. If it's possible, can I take the jade away right now? I can arrange someone to send the vase here later. Of course, said Kai Wenhong. If other people wanted to do that, he might not agree, but Lung Xiaoting was different. In addition, they had to sign the contract before they took the jade away, so he wasn't afraid that they would deny it. In fact, Kai Wenhong was quite excited that he could get a Tang Sankai vase which was worth about 40 million yuan today. As the curator of this museum, he was in a high position with a high salary, but he didn't have 10 million yuan. Even if an official became corrupt in the government, he couldn't be very rich, and Kai Wenhong was an upright official. Therefore, 10 million yuan was a lot of money in his eyes. Accordingly, he was shocked that Gu Ning easily decided to exchange the vase for the jade. Anyway, since Gu Ning was willing to do that, he wouldn't turn her down. After that, Lung Xiaoting signed the contract with Kai Wenhong. Because it was settled because of Lung Xiaoting's influence, he had to sign his name. Afterwards, Lung Xiaoting took the box with the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern inside, then gave it to Gu Ning. Gu Ning was full of excitement when she got it, and her hands were shaking. However, it wasn't her own feeling, instead it came from the jade eyes. Gu Ning guessed that the jade eyes was responding to the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern, so it must be the jade eyes which was being excited. Even though the jade eyes were mixed with her eyes now, it was a piece of jade itself. Gu Ning ached to open the box right now, but she had to control herself in public. After that, Gu Ning and the others wanted to leave. Kai Wenhong said to walk them out, but they declined, so he didn't insist. Once they were gone, Kai Wenhong called Jiang Zhongyu. Master Jiang, General Lung exchanged a Tang Sankai vase which is worth about 40 million yuan for the jade. There is a price gap of 10 million yuan, but they didn't hesitate at all, said Kai Wenhong with excitement. What? A Tang Sankai vase? Wow, I didn't know that girl Gu has something valuable like that. Why didn't she let us see it first? Jiang Zhongyu complained. He always wanted Gu Ning to call him first whenever she found any valuable antiques. He wouldn't mind if Gu Ning called Master Lung and Master Su before him. What girl Gu? Kai Wenhong didn't know Gu Ning's relationship with Jiang Zhongyu. The girl with Lung Xiaoting is Gu Ning, and she's the boss of Shangyun Antique Store, said Jiang Zhongyu. There were 2 females with Lung Xiaoting back then, but there was only one girl, and Kai Wenhong realized that the girl was Gu Ning. Although Jing Yunyao looked young, she was obviously a mature woman. Oh, she's the boss of Shangyun Antique Store. Kai Wenhong was slightly surprised to know that. Because he was an old friend of the previous owner of Shangyun Antique Store, he had heard of what had happened to it. He knew that a girl named Gu Ning bought Shangyun Antique Store, but didn't know that Gu Ning was the girl he met today until now. It seemed that the girl wasn't ordinary, because she came with General Lung. What's her relationship with General Lung? Asked Kai Wenhong with curiosity. Because Jiang Zhongyu was his teacher, he could ask whatever he wanted to know. Jiang Zhongyu didn't think it was something he shouldn't tell other people, so he said, Gu Ning is Lung Xiaoting's fiancée. Knowing that, Kai Wenhong nodded, but he wasn't shocked, because he didn't know much about Lung Xiaoting or his character. He didn't think it was very unusual that Lung Xiaoting had a fiancé. Gu Ning is an unbelievable girl, and I can bring you to meet her one day when we're free. She has many good objects, said Jiang Zhongyu. Sure, said Kai Wenhong happily. Most of them were interested in antiques in this industry, and they would do some research once they found good objects. When they went back to the hall, Gu Ning told Lung Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao that she needed to leave for a while. She had to put away the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern, then bring the Tang Sankai vase over here. Although it was put in her telepathic eye space, she couldn't directly put the jade inside and get the vase out. Even though she could do that by avoiding the crowd, there were surveillance cameras everywhere, so it would be difficult for her to explain it if she was caught doing that. Normally, no one would rewind the surveillance videos if nothing went wrong, but there was someone staring at the surveillance screens and Gu Ning couldn't take the risk. Besides, Jing Yunyao wasn't aware of her telepathic eye space yet, so she had to be very careful. Moreover, they just finished the deal, and it was impossible for her to get the Tang Sankai vase here within such a short time. It took at least an hour to do that, so it would arouse suspicion if she got it here so quickly. Therefore, Gunning needed to go out for a while and return at the right time. Gunning didn't tell them what exactly she planned to do. And Jing Yunyao thought that she would wait for someone to get the Tang Sankai vase here for her and help her move the jade away. She was afraid that Gunning might feel bored, so she said, "I can go with you." "Thanks, but I can do it alone. Why don't you walk around here with my friends?" "It's not appropriate if we leave them alone here," said Gunning. Gunning needed to do something without Jing Yunyao knowing it, and Leng Xiaoting couldn't leave her behind, so Gunning told Leng Xiaoting to stay here. "You're right," Jing Yunyao agreed. "I'll give them a call and your number. They'll contact you when they're done. I'll be back in an hour and we'll see each other then," said Gunning to Jing Yunyao. Because her friends felt nervous to contact Leng Xiaoting, she told them to call Jing Yunyao instead. "No problem," said Jing Yunyao. Afterwards, Gunning walked away alone. She gave Chu Peihan a call and told her about the situation, and Chu Peihan understood it. On her way, several naughty kids were playing with each other and they almost knocked Gunning. Gunning was scared for a second, because the jade could be broken if they knocked her. Although it was easy for Gunning to avoid those naughty kids, she cared a lot about the jade, so she was very nervous. However, right after Gunning avoided the naughty kid who almost knocked her, the kid ran ahead for a few steps and fell, then burst into tears. "Oh, my son!" A couple stood aside and went to him at once and carried him up. Gunning turned around and gave them a glance, then continued to walk away. It wasn't her fault anyway, and the parents would take care of their kid. Unfortunately, the couple soon ran over and stopped her. Gunning frowned and knew what they wanted to do from their expressions before they said anything. They simply wanted to blame her for everything. "What's wrong with you? How can you run away after making my son fall?" The woman criticized Gunning in anger and didn't look guilty at all. Hearing her criticisms, people around them turned to look at Gunning with annoyance. Gunning was displeased and questioned the woman. "When did I make your son fall? It's your son who ran around here and fell on his own. It has nothing to do with me. I know you did that. How can you deny it? You're shameless." The woman still blamed Gunning for it. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time that the woman had done that. She was so used to blaming other people for her mistakes that she was quite familiar with the trick. Young people nowadays are really selfish. She doesn't apologize after knocking the kid over. "If she were my daughter, I would feel humiliated." Onlookers began to criticize Gunning too. Gunning was mad and coldly stared at the woman. "I think you're the shameless person here. I didn't touch your kid at all, and it's your kid who almost knocked into me and I avoided it. He kept on running and fell a distance away from me. You can't blame me for that. You must have done it very often, and you always blame other people for your mistakes. You." Hearing that, the woman panicked all of a sudden. Other people didn't notice her expression, but Gunning's words aroused their suspicion. It was possible that Gunning didn't knock the kid at all, and the kid fell by himself. In that case, they couldn't criticize Gunning. The woman became angry with embarrassment and argued. "Nonsense. It isn't my fault." She clearly knew the truth but wouldn't admit it. Those who did bad deeds always refused to admit doing them, and wouldn't allow other people to know what they had done. Gunning sneered, then pointed at the surveillance cameras at the left corner. "There are surveillance cameras. If you refuse to admit it, we can check the surveillance video." Hearing that, the woman turned to look at surveillance cameras at once and panicked again. This time onlookers noticed her expression. Oh, it turns out that the girl didn't knock the kid, but the kid fell by himself. This woman blamed the girl for it. She's shameless. Right, her son fell on his own. How could she blame the girl for it? Onlookers began to criticize the woman, and the couple felt embarrassed. Unfortunately, they refused to give up. "Even if you didn't knock my son, why didn't you help him and stop him from falling?" The kid's father still blamed Gunning. "What? That's ridiculous." Gunning curled her lips. "If I didn't avoid him, he would knock into me." "So what? You're much taller and stronger than him," said the woman. Other people also felt it was ridiculous. Her son was about to knock into Guning, and she blamed Guning for avoiding her son. Yeah, I'm much taller and stronger than your son, so it wouldn't be a big deal if he knocked me, but… Guning raised the box in her hands at this time. There is a very important object in this box. If it's damaged, can you pay for it? What important object can you have? Said the woman with disdain. Although Guning looked pretty, she didn't wear expensive clothes, so they didn't think they could have anything valuable. Actually, even though Guning put on simple clothes, they were all international brands, and a random summer set cost several thousand yuan. Moreover, Guning wore simple clothes, but she had a very special air. Not many people could recognize international brands, and not everyone could appreciate another person's air. Guning also had the contract in her hands, and the first page was the authentication certificate. There were photos, price, and introduction of Jade with Dragon Phoenix cloud pattern on it, and Guning raised it up to show it to everyone. What's shown on this page is what is in this box. It's the Jade with Dragon Phoenix cloud pattern from the Warring States period, and it's worth 30 million yuan. I just got it from the Palace Museum. If you think 30 million yuan is nothing, I have nothing else to say, said Guning. If you don't believe it, you can go to the Palace Museum for the proof, but you must bear the result if you delay what I'm doing. Guning knew that they didn't dare to go to the Palace Museum with her from their expressions. In fact, they were already shocked and scared by the price. Even if they would go with her, she wasn't worried about it at all, because she knew that she hadn't done anything wrong. Onlookers were also amazed by the price of the Jade with Dragon Phoenix cloud pattern. It was small, but it was quite expensive. They didn't doubt Guning's words, because they thought that there was no need for Guning to deceive them. After all, it was the couple's kid's fault, and they shouldn't blame Guning for it. If they didn't learn from today's accident, they would cause trouble for more innocent people in the future. Unkind people like them wouldn't change unless they learned a lesson. So, what do you want to do now? I don't have time to waste on you, said Guning. The couple didn't dare to say anything further about it, and left in silence. They were ordinary people and simply wanted to blackmail Guning for some money, but unexpectedly Guning wasn't weak at all. Guning didn't stay there and walked away in a hurry. However, right after she walked away from the crowd, Guning suddenly squinted. She felt the air of a cultivator behind her. She could roughly sense the person's level from his or her air. If the person was at a high level, she could feel strong air or she would feel light air. This cultivator behind her wasn't at a very high level, and should be between Lung Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao. Among all the cultivators she had seen, only Wu Shunhua and Bailey Zongxue were at that level, so it was probably one of them or a new face. Guning was curious but couldn't turn around right now. She could only walk in places with many people. It was afternoon already, and there were tourists everywhere, so Guning didn't think the cultivator would choose to attack her in public. At the same time, she was worried that the cultivator might follow her for the Jade with Dragon Phoenix cloud pattern. So she hugged it tight in her arms to protect it from danger. Because her movements were very natural, others didn't realize that she did it on purpose. After Guning hugged the box in her arms, she opened the lock on it too. She was still anxious that the cultivator might suddenly attack her in public, so she put the Jade into her telepathic eye space. There was a large box in her hands, and she couldn't put it into her telepathic eye space as well, or it would attract other people's attention. However, she could put what was in it into her telepathic eye space because no one knew what was in the box or whether there was something in it. As for the cultivator, she didn't care whether the cultivator would discover it. Cultivators wouldn't be surprised by her special skill, and would probably believe that she had a Qingkuan bag. Guning actually didn't want it to happen, because she was worried that something else might occur after the Jade with Dragon Phoenix cloud pattern was put into her telepathic eye space. As Guning walked ahead, the cultivator kept following her and they got closer and closer to each other. Guning stayed alert all the time. Luckily, the cultivator didn't do anything when Guning reached her car. Instead, the cultivator stayed not far from her and stared at her. Guning opened the car door of the rear seats, but didn't get in it right away. At the second when the car door blocked other people's sight, Gu Ning put the box into her telepathic eye space as well, and she was finally relieved. The jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern was very important to her, so she had to be careful. Afterwards, Gu Ning took out a small box from her telepathic eye space. There was only cotton in it, which was used to protect antiques from breaking, and Gu Ning used it to store the Tang San Kai vase. However, she couldn't put the Tang San Kai vase into it right now, because she was worried that she might have conflict with the cultivator later. She didn't want to damage the vase, so she kept the box empty for now. She could go to the washroom before she entered the museum and put the vase in it. Gu Ning spent almost 40 minutes on the way out of the museum till now, and it was time for her to go back. When she walked back, she saw the cultivator. It was a new face, a man about 40. Although Gu Ning saw him, her gaze didn't stay on his body. She simply gave him a quick glance, so the cultivator didn't feel anything wrong. He didn't know that Gu Ning could feel the air of a cultivator, so he believed that Gu Ning couldn't notice him. After Gu Ning walked away, she didn't feel that the cultivator followed her again. She thought to herself that the cultivator might try to open her car door with violence. However, even though she had that worry, she wouldn't turn around to look at him. It wasn't a big deal and she could afford the damage. Since the cultivator didn't follow her again, she better avoid him right now. Gu Ning thought that she must be very careful today, because the cultivator might follow her again if he failed to find what he wanted. In that case, she couldn't allow him to see Jing Yuniao and Leng Xiaoting. Therefore, Gu Ning called Jing Yuniao and asked her whether they were still in the museum or somewhere else. She also told Jing Yuniao that she just ran into a strange cultivator. He was in a pair of black pants and gray coat. His level should be between her level and Leng Xiaoting's level. He followed her because of the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern, and he might follow her again later, so they should avoid meeting him. Jing Yuniao said there were many antiques with magical power in this museum, and the magical power would mix with the air of cultivators. As long as they weren't close to each other, no one would find them, and they would be safe in this museum. Moreover, since the man was at a lower level than her, she would be able to find him before he found her. However, she was confused about the reason why the cultivator wanted to have the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern. Were there any secrets to it? Gu Ning had guessed correctly, because the cultivator indeed went to open her car door with violence. Because he was a cultivator, it wasn't difficult for him to do that, and other people around him didn't think that it was strange. They thought it was his car. Nevertheless, he failed to find the large box Gu Ning had in her hands just then, and he looked disappointed. Did she put the box into another box and take it away? Why would she do that? Did she find out that I was following her? The man thought that it was impossible, but it was true that the box disappeared. After that, the man closed the car door and walked back to the palace. However, Gu Ning was nowhere to be found now, and he was full of anger. He came for the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern this time, but someone else got it before him. At the same time, he doubted whether there was really the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern in the box, so he decided to go to the museum. When Gu Ning had almost reached the museum, she went to the washroom and took out the Tang San Kai vase. And after she walked out of the washroom, she called Kai Wenhong. She needed to pass the security check before walking into the museum, but the antique would be taken away from her unless there was a staffer with her. After receiving Gu Ning's call, Kai Wenhong walked out to welcome her in person. He didn't think it was strange that she came back within an hour. Kai Wenhong also believed that Gu Ning arranged for someone to help her get the case here, and the distance wasn't long. He was only surprised that Gu Ning came back to give him the vase on her own. He thought that there would be another person. Kai Wenhong met Gu Ning soon. "Miss Gu, I didn't know that you would bring it here by yourself," Kai Wenhong politely said to Gu Ning. "My friends are still looking around inside, so I called someone to help me get it here and I met him outside," said Gu Ning. "Miss Gu, I heard from Master Jiang that you're the boss of Shangyun Antique Store now, and that you can sometimes get some good ancient objects. Please call me next time, I also want to have a look," said Kai Wenhong. Kai Wenhong never bothered to ask for the sources of Gu Ning's good ancient objects, because he knew that they could be legal and illegal. As long as she had a powerful support, It would be fine even if she got the ancient objects by grave digging. In addition, Gu Ning was Leng Xiaoting's fiancé. Even if the government found out what she was doing, it would turn a blind eye on it. As long as no one had anything on her and forced the government to deal with it, she would be safe. The government had strict rules about cultural relics, not ancient objects. Cultural relics were different from ancient objects. As the name suggested, cultural relics were objects with cultural value. According to the current academic view, they should refer to objects cast in the past and passed down to the present. They had a certain value for the current society, and they were cultural products inherited in history. The scope of cultural relics was very wide. They included various building sites, memorials of various eras, intangible cultural heritage, which currently were also cultural relics, unearthed ancient tombs, ancient construction tools and buildings, artificially mined grottos, artificially carved stones, handicraft products, various historical books and cultural materials of each dynasty or era, which had an impact on modern society. As for antiques, we could understand them literally. Antiques referred to things produced in previous years. An ancient object should have the qualifications for appreciation and research value. Based on their relevant data, we could infer some circumstances and characteristics of their time. The biggest difference between antiques and cultural relics was that cultural relics were protected by the laws of the government and private possession was allowed, but they couldn't be sold. On the other hand, people could collect antiques, invest in them, or sell them to other people. No problem. I surely will give you a call too when I get some good ancient objects again, said Gu Ning. Since Kai Wenhong proposed that of his own accord, it would be free advertising and Gu Ning definitely wouldn't turn him down. Oh, Curator Kai, can I ask you for some information about something? Asked Gu Ning. What is it? Said Kai Wenhong. When will there be a big antique auction? Asked Gu Ning. The biggest antique auction in the capital every year is in October, but exactly which day of October has not yet been determined. It will take about a month to determine. As long as there are relevant antique auctions, well-known antique shops will be invited, including Shangyun Antique Store. And this year will certainly not be different. Once the time is set, I'll send the invitation letter to you in person, Kai Wenhong said. Well, I actually want to sell an object at the auction. May I know the rules? Asked Gu Ning. Since it is a large-scale antique auction, the value of the auction objects can't be low. They must at least be worth tens of millions of yuan. However, it's hard to tell an exact number, because the number of auctioned objects is limited. About 20 items will be shown, so only the top 20 antiques will be accepted for auction. Of course, if the top 20 items do not reach the bottom line of value, they will not be accepted either. In other words, even if the number is small, objects with low value will still not be accepted, said Kai Wenhong. Then he asked Gu Ning, Miss Gu, what do you want to sell at the auction? How much is it worth? Kai Wenhong was eager to know the answer, because Gu Ning was able to give him a Tang Sankai vase which was worth about 40 million yuan, which meant that she must have more valuable objects. A set of bronze chimes, and it's worth over 100 million yuan, but I'm afraid I can't show you right now, Curator Kai. You can see it when I send it for the appraisal, said Gu Ning and didn't give many details. A whole set of bronze chimes was worth billions of yuan, and a small part of it would cost less. A set of bronze chimes? It's worth over 100 million yuan. Hearing that, Kai Wenhong was shocked. To his astonishment, Gu Ning had such a priceless ancient object. At the same time, he ached to see it, but Gu Ning said that she couldn't show him right now, so he had to control himself. I'll tell you once it's open for application, said Kai Wenhong. Sure, thank you, Curator Kai, said Gu Ning. My pleasure, said Kai Wenhong. As they talked with each other, they arrived at Kai Wenhong's office, and several aged experts of this museum were already waiting for them. Kai Wenhong told them to do the appraisal, not because he didn't trust Leng Xiaoting or Gu Ning, but because it was the rule. All the antiques had to be appraised before the museum took them. It wasn't free after all, and they exchanged for it with another valuable antique. When the box was placed on the table, several experts surrounded it at once. They all couldn't wait to see the Tang Sankai vase. Once the box was open, they began to appraise the vase. Within a short time they had the answer and it was real. After that, they signed a certificate of receipt of the item and Gu Ning left then. She called Leng Xiaoting when she walked out of Kai Wenhong's office and asked him where he was right now. They had just finished walking around the museum and were back in the hall, so Leng Xiaoting told her their location, and Gu Ning went to meet them. They gathered together again in the hall. "Is it done?" asked Jing Yunyao. "Yes," Gu Ning replied. "Did you see the man?" asked Gu Ning afterwards. "No, but I don't know whether we'll run into him when we walk out. Why don't we move separately and meet again after leaving here?" asked Jing Yunyao. Saying that, Jing Yunyao suddenly realized that it might cause a misunderstanding that she did it in order to not be affected by Gu Ning, because the man aimed to follow Gu Ning after all. "I'm simply afraid that you'll get in bigger trouble if we run into the man and let him know about our relationship. I have the same worry, and I don't want you to be affected. His target is me anyway, so I think I should go out first. If I see him, I'll lead him away. If not, I'll tell you to come out. What do you think?" said Gu Ning. Well, Jing Yunyao didn't want Gu Ning to take that risk. "It'll be fine."
I promise, said Gu Ning.
"Great," said Leng Xiaoting. He understood that Gu Ning already made up her mind, and he knew that she could protect herself well. Chu Peihan and the others didn't know what had happened, but heard that someone was following Gu Ning, and Gu Ning didn't want them to be affected. Even though they didn't care about it, Gu Ning already made the arrangement, and they had to listen to her. Therefore, Gu Ning walked out alone, and carefully felt everything around her to see whether the cultivator was still there. After looking around for a while, she called Leng Xiaoting and told them to come out. The group of them then left together and walked ahead. They didn't stop appreciating the palace after running into the cultivator, because they weren't afraid of him. They simply wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Boss, since someone followed you, is it all right if we continue to walk around here?" asked Chu Peihan worriedly. "Right, boss, we don't want to bring trouble to you," said Muku. The others expressed their worries too. Gu Ning smiled at them. "It's fine, just an unimportant person, so we shouldn't be affected by him." Since Gu Ning said that, the others dropped the topic. Anyway, it wasn't easy for other people to hurt Gu Ning. The cultivator entered the museum several minutes after Gu Ning walked into it, but he went in the opposite direction from Leng Xiaoting and the others, so they didn't see each other. When he arrived at the Jade exhibition area, he failed to find the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern after walking around. He didn't know where it went, and began to wonder whether Gu Ning really had it in her hands just then. If she had it in her hands, why did she walk out and then bring it back? He didn't want other cultivators to know the secret about the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern. Actually, he didn't think it was possible, because he learned it from a book buried in a previous cultivator's grave. It was said that the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern could accumulate magical power, which was very helpful for cultivation. However, it disappeared now, and he was full of anger and anxiety. The man wanted to find Gu Ning, but the palace was too large, and he honestly didn't know where he should go after walking out of the museum. All of a sudden, he remembered that Gu Ning's car was still stopped outside the south gate, so he went to wait there for Gu Ning. When it was almost 4:50 p.m., Gu Ning and the others were about to leave, because tourists would be cleared out from 5 p.m. They didn't leave through the door which they came by, and instead left from the north gate, because the south gate was too far. However, their cars were left at the south gate, so they still needed to go back there. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting would take a taxi to get their cars back, while the others stayed at the north gate. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left Jing Yunyao with Chu Peihan and the others. They weren't worried that she might feel bored because Chu Peihan and Hao Ran were talkative, and they already got familiar with Jing Yunyao on the road. Muku and the others might not be as talkative as Chu Peihan and Hao Ran, but they also talked with Jing Yunyao once in a while. Jing Yunyao wasn't as quiet as Gu Ning, nor as talkative as Chu Peihan, and she got along well with Gu Ning's friends. With a group of young people by her sides, Jing Yunyao became cheerful too. After Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting got in the taxi, they casually chatted with each other. Because there was a taxi driver, they had to be careful. The taxi driver was a man about 40, and he kept glancing at Gu Ning from the rearview mirror. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting noticed what he was doing, but didn't say anything about it. "Miss, are you the famous Gu Ning on the internet?" The taxi driver finally asked Gu Ning with curiosity. He actually wasn't very sure of it. Since the taxi driver asked that question, Gu Ning couldn't ignore him. "Yeah, I'm Gu Ning, nice to meet you," said Gu Ning politely to him. Hearing that, the taxi driver got excited. "Haha. I'm quite lucky that I have you in my car today." It wasn't very likely to happen, because Gu Ning was a successful businesswoman and normally had an exclusive car. In the following minutes, the taxi driver kept complimenting Gu Ning for her great achievements, and Gu Ning thanked him kindly. However, before the taxi driver talked enough about her, they arrived at their destination. When Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting wanted to pay the bill, the taxi driver refused to take the money, but Gu Ning wasn't willing to take advantage of him, so he had to accept it in the end. "Why do we get out of the car right here?" asked Leng Xiaoting with confusion. "Because they were about 40 meters away from the parking lot." Gu Ning said, "I just remembered that the cultivator might be waiting for me at the south gate, and I don't want you to be exposed. I'll go to see first. If he's absent, you can follow me then." Because she just remembered that on their way here and the taxi driver was also in the car, Gu Ning could only tell the taxi driver to stop the taxi meters away from the parking lot. Knowing that, Leng Xiaoting nodded. "Sure, be careful." He knew that Gu Ning could feel the air of a cultivator from afar, and she had a pair of jade eyes, so there was no need for her to have conflict against the cultivator face to face. Leng Xiaoting wouldn't be worried. "You should be careful too," said Gu Ning with concern. She was afraid that Leng Xiaoting might run into the cultivator. "I will," Leng Xiaoting said. After that, Gu Ning walked forward. When she was near the parking lot, she used her jade eyes to carefully scan around it. She didn't feel any cultivators nor see the man. Then she called Leng Xiaoting and told him to come over. The cultivator actually had waited here for Gu Ning for a long time, but Gu Ning was still absent and he needed to deal with something else, so he left later. Coincidentally, when he was gone for 5 minutes, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting came. Leng Xiaoting's car was parked next to Gu Ning's car, so they went to their cars together. Gu Ning checked the car door at once, because she thought that the cultivator must have damaged it. She was right, and she easily pulled the car door of the rear seats open. It wasn't a surprising result, so Gu Ning wasn't mad at all. Leng Xiaoting, however, was displeased. He didn't care whether his car was damaged, but it was obvious that the cultivator aimed to hurt Gu Ning. "Is it because of the cultivator?" asked Leng Xiaoting. The cultivator followed Gu Ning for the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern, and he might believe that Gu Ning put it in the car. "Yeah, he thought that I left the jade in this car," said Gu Ning. "Tolerate it for a while. We can go back to Shangshi Hotel in the Southern District for dinner, and I'll arrange for someone to replace this car," said Leng Xiaoting. "Great."
Gu Ning nodded.
After that they drove away. Because the car door was damaged, Gu Ning could only close it with a rope. When they drove back to the north gate, Jing Yuniao sat in Leng Xiaoting's car, while Chu Peihan and others sat in Gu Ning's car. "What the hell? Boss, your car door was damaged by someone." Hao Ran exclaimed once he saw the car door. "Boss, why did you come back so soon? Didn't you find out who did that?" asked Chu Peihan. They were all annoyed and even wanted to beat the person who damaged the car door. "It was damaged by the person who followed me. It's fine, I'll find him and make him pay for it," said Gu Ning. She didn't want money, but she would teach the man a lesson. "Boss, why did the person do that? Did he think there was anything valuable in your car?" asked Muku. "Perhaps," Gu Ning said and changed the topic at once. "Oh, do you want to have fun together tonight or stay in the hotel? I already told the show director that you'll be there before 9 a.m. tomorrow. So you need to get up at 7 a.m. tomorrow and leave for the filming set at 7:30 a.m. Hongdian World Studios is a little far, and you'll certainly be caught in a traffic jam during rush hour. I think we should stay in the hotel today. I'm a little tired after walking around for a whole day. If we continue to have fun tonight, I'll be out of energy tomorrow," said Chu Peihan. Although she could only play an unimportant role, she cared about it. How Ran, Chu Peihan and Zhang Tianping would join the show, while Muku and Yu Mixi would watch aside. They weren't good at acting and felt embarrassed to do it too. Therefore, they decided to rest after having dinner. Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi would go back to Century City with Gu Ning, so they had to get up earlier than the boys tomorrow. Leng Xiaoting already booked a private room before they arrived at Shangshi Hotel, so they directly went to it afterwards. When they finished dinner, the boys went back to their room, and Gu Ning drove Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi back to Century City. Leng Xiaoting went back to Mountain River Garden with Jing Yuniao. Because Bailey Zongyang and his younger sister were in Century City, it wasn't convenient for Jing Yuniao and Leng Xiaoting to stay there. However, shortly after they left the hotel, Gu Ning received Gu Qingyun's call. Gu Qingyun never had called her after she gave him her phone number until now, so it had to be something important. Gu Ning picked up the call.
Ning, Gu Qingyun stammered.
Hearing that, Gu Ning understood that Gu Qingyun must have encountered trouble. What happened? Tell me, said Gu Ning in a domineering tone, and Gu Qingyun felt stressed. He said at once, and my girlfriend was deceived by her friend to a bar, and she was forced to stay there by a boy who's her admirer and a bunch of the boy's friends. They told me to go over to drink with them. If I win, I can leave with her. If not, they'll rape my girlfriend. Ning, I honestly don't know what to do now. Can you help me? Although Gu Ning told him to feel free to call her when he needed help, he still felt embarrassed. Why is your girlfriend so troublesome? Gu Ning complained, but she still needed to help Gu Qingyun since he was helpless now. Where are you? At the gate of our school, said Gu Qingyun. Great, I'll be there in half an hour, said Gu Ning and hung up the call, then stopped the car by the roadside. Boss, what's wrong? Asked Chu Peihan. My older male cousin's girlfriend was forced to stay in a bar by a boy who admires her and the boy's friends. They asked my cousin to drink with them. If he wins, he can leave with his girlfriend. Otherwise, they'll rape the girl, said Gu Ning. There was no need for her to hide it, because they would go there together. What? They're shameless. Chu Peihan was furious once she heard that. Boss, are we going to help him? Yes, Gu Ning answered. Great, I'll beat the sh*t out of their ass, said Chu Peihan. Chu Peihan was a girl who had a strong sense of justice, and now Gu Ning's cousin was in trouble, so she felt that she had to do something. After that, Gu Ning called Hao Ran and told him that they needed to deal with something now, and she asked him whether they wanted to join them. Gu Ning did that not because she wanted to make big trouble, but because she was afraid that the boys might blame her for not doing it with them. They would be safe as long as she was there, so she called them. Hao Ran got interested once he heard that, and agreed at once. After that, Gu Ning turned around the car and went to pick the boys up. She told them to sit on the rear seats, and left the front passenger's seat to Gu Qingyun. Boss, what happened? Hao Ran asked her once he got in the car. Gu Ning told them the story and the boys were mad too. And they all promised to teach the bunch of shameless people an unforgettable lesson. After picking up the boys, Gu Ning sped up and headed to Gu Qingyun's school. In 20 minutes they arrived and Gu Ning directly stopped the car in front of Gu Qingyun. Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi also sat on the rear seats, and Gu Ning told Gu Qingyun to sit on the front passenger's seat so that they could conveniently talk with each other. Gu Qingyun didn't know Chu Peihan and the other people in the car, and Gu Ning had no intention to introduce them to him. She asked him directly, "Where is the bar?" XX Road, Dreamland, said Gu Qingyun. Do you know how to get there? Asked Gu Ning. Of course, said Gu Qingyun. Lead the way, said Gu Ning. Sure, go straight about 100 meters, then turn left, said Gu Qingyun. And Gu Ning quickly drove ahead at once. How much trouble have you been involved in because of your girlfriend till now? Asked Gu Ning. Not little, said Gu Qingyun with embarrassment. All because of her admirers? Asked Gu Ning again. Right, said Gu Qingyun. Gu Ning stopped asking about that. Dreamland wasn't far away from Gu Qingyun's school, and they arrived in 5 minutes. Are they in the hall or the private room? Asked Gu Ning. In the private room V08, said Gu Qingyun. After that, Gu Ning and her friends walked inside. When they were approaching V08, Gu Ning used her jade eyes to see the inside. In the private room there were 3 girls and 6 boys. The 3 girls were playing with the boys in harmony, and it didn't seem that any one of them was forced to stay here. Gu Ning's sight fell on the most beautiful girl among the 3 girls. Since the girl was the prettiest girl in their school, she must be the most beautiful one. She was indeed very beautiful and deserved her title. Dreamland was a high-end bar, so they couldn't break inside. They need the waiter to ask for permission first. Therefore, they stopped outside, and the waiter went inside to ask for permission. Once the people inside heard that they were coming, they changed their seats right away. 2 girls immediately went to sit in a corner, including the most beautiful one. Seeing the scene, Gu Ning sneered. It was obvious that Gu Qingyun's girlfriend wasn't kind, and she made Gu Qingyun come here for an evil purpose. However, Gu Ning couldn't say that to Gu Qingyun right now. They had to finish the show first. Before long, the waiter walked out and let them in. As soon as Gu Ning and her people went inside, the bunch of boys stood up as well, and they stood against each other. The boys were struck dumb for a second when they saw that Gu Ning and her friends were all good-looking young boys and girls, and they were even younger. The most beautiful girl showed jealousy in her eyes the second she saw Gu Ning, and Gu Ning caught it. Gu Ning disliked females who easily got jealous because they were very mean. "Linine, are you all right?" Gu Qingyun asked the most beautiful girl with concern. Xiao Linine got her mind back and turned to look at Gu Qingyun with an aggrieved expression. "Me fine." "Which one of you is her admirer?" asked Gu Ning. "It's me." A boy stood out. He was tall and strong and wasn't ugly, but Gu Qingyun was more good-looking than him. He was wearing designers' brands all over, which showed that his family was very rich. "Does she like you?" asked Gu Ning. Hearing that, the boy was struck dumb for a second and didn't know what to say. Xiao Linine undoubtedly liked him too, but he couldn't say that aloud now. Seeing his reaction, Gu Ning had the answer and continued. "Well, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Since you two like each other, Gu Qingyun should quit. If you like her but she doesn't like you, you should quit, right? We don't need to make it ugly. I just want to win her, so what? If he's a man, drink with me." The boy was quite aggressive. He aimed to get Gu Qingyun drunk and win Xiao Linine over. "It's easy, but I don't know whether she's worth it," said Gu Ning with a meaningful smile on her lips, and she gave Xiao Linine a glance. It was obvious that she didn't think Xiao Linine was worth it. Everyone else was surprised because they didn't understand it. Right when Gu Qingyun wanted to ask about it, Xiao Linine opened her mouth first and questioned Gu Ning. "What do you mean? How could Gu Ning say that?" She was the prettiest girl in their school and she had countless admirers. Although she liked Gu Qingyun and chose him, it was simply because he was handsome and his family was rich. "Let me ask you, do you like Gu Qingyun?" asked Gu Ning. "Of course," said Xiao Linine. "Then why did you still come to this bar and have fun with your admirer?" asked Gu Ning. She knew that Xiao Linine came here of her own will. Xiao Linine was taken aback, then argued. "I came here with my friend, and I didn't know that he was here too." "Your friend didn't know it either?" asked Gu Ning. "Yes," said Xiao Linine. "In that case, you were really forcefully kept here by them?" asked Gu Ning. "Stop wasting time on talking." Xiao Linine's admirer lost patience. "It's illegal for you to keep her here with violence. Let her go with us or I'll call the police," said Gu Ning. "Call the police?" Hearing that, the boy smiled with disdain. "Do you think I'll be afraid of it? My uncle is the leader of the police station in this area. As long as we don't admit it, you'll be punished instead because you made a false report. She's Gu Qingyun's girlfriend. Do you think she'll side with you?" asked Gu Ning purposely. Saying that, she turned to look at Xiao Linine. "Am I right?" Xiao Linine panicked at this time. She didn't dare to answer Gu Ning's question, so she asked Gu Qingyun. "Gu Qingyun, who is she? Why are you letting her do everything?" "She's my cousin," said Gu Qingyun. Knowing that, Xiao Linine was surprised, because she thought that Gu Ning was the girlfriend of another boy among them. "Can't you say something?" asked Xiao Linine in annoyance. "Lin, you don't need to be worried. We'll be fine since my cousin is here. Gu Qingyun thought that Xiaolinine was nervous, so he comforted her. Xiaolinine was angry and didn't know what to say. Alright, I don't have time to waste on you. Since you said that your uncle is the leader of the police station in this area, I'll call the Public Security Bureau to see if anyone can help with it, said Gu Ning with impatience and took out her phone. Wait a second. Xiaolinine's admirer stopped her at once, because he didn't want to cause more trouble. So? Can you let her go now? Gu Ning stopped. Let her go? I don't think she's willing to leave with you, said the boy with disdain. Fine, I lost interest in it. Gu Qingyun, let me tell you the truth. Xiaolinine already had sex with me, and I brought you here simply because I want to steal her away from you with a good reason. The boy didn't care about Xiaolinine's reputation at all, because he was selfish and only cared about his own interests. In fact, he had already slept with Xiaolinine, and he didn't bother to spend more effort on her. When he said that aloud, Xiaolinine changed her expression. Gu Qingyun rounded his eyes in shock and stared at Xiaolinine. Xiaolinine, however, avoided his eyes. Chu Peihan and the others were also astonished. Only Xiaolinine's friends and Gu Ning stayed calm. It was a trap and they were all aware of it. Gu Qingyun ran to Xiaolinine and caught her shoulders. Lin, tell me. It's not true, right? Although he clearly heard it, he refused to accept it. He treated her so well, but she still betrayed him. He wasn't a self-centered boy, and wouldn't force his girlfriend to be grateful to him. The point was that they got along very well with each other before today. They never had an argument or refused to talk with each other. It happened so abruptly, so it was hard for him to accept it. Xiaolinine pushed Gu Qingyun away and stepped backwards. She didn't look guilty at all, and put on a cold face. Yes, it's true. Gu Qingyun, you're very nice to me, I know that, but you can't give me what I want, so we're over. What do you want? Gu Qingyun curbed his anger and forced himself to calm down. He was heartbroken and full of anger now. I told you that my dream is to become an actress, but you said that you don't want me to do that. I won't give up my dream because of you. Zhang Yuan doesn't mind it, and his uncle is a director. He can help me, said Xiaolinine. Zhang Yuan was Xiaolinine's admirer. You're a shameless bad girl, and you can never become an actress. I'll expose your dirty secret and no one will hire you, said Chu Peihan in annoyance. You! Xiaolinine was mad and worried. If her dirty secret was exposed, her future would be ruined. Do you think the public will believe whatever you say? I can tell them that it's Gu Qingyun who betrayed Xiaolinine first, said Zhang Yuan. He was also right because nobody would believe it without solid proof. Fine, do you want to squeeze into the entertainment industry? I have the same idea, and I promise that I'll ruin you, Chu Peihan said. There are countless people who sell their bodies for a chance in the entertainment industry, and I can easily get the goods on you. Hearing that, Xiaolinine was furious after being humiliated. Anyway, Xiaolinine knew the unspoken rules in the entertainment industry, but she didn't think they were important. Gu Qingyun, how can you allow them to humiliate me like that? Xiaolinine blamed Gu Qingyun. Gu Qingyun coldly stared at Xiaolinine in silence. He didn't think that Chu Peihan had said anything wrong. As a man, he simply couldn't say that aloud. Even though he was heartbroken, Xiaolinine already betrayed him and their relationship was over. It was impossible for him to defend her again. He respected her and had never forced her to do anything she didn't want to do, but she slept with Zhang Yuan behind his back. Upon thinking of that, he felt disgusted. Even if she had sex with other boys before she became his girlfriend, he wouldn't mind it, but he would never accept a betrayal. You! Seeing Gu Qingyun remaining silent, Xiaolinine was anxious. You're indeed very selfish. You've betrayed him. How can you expect him to defend you again? Gu Ning laughed at her. Gu Ning had deep sympathy for Gu Qingyun. If Xiaolinine didn't like him any longer, she could leave him without hurting him, but she chose to betray him. A betrayal was always most disgusting. Mixie, get back to the car with my cousin. I need to talk about something serious with them, said Gu Ning and gave the car key to Mixie. They were going to have a fight, and Yumixi was the weakest one among them. To make sure that she wasn't hurt, she had to leave first. As for Gu Qingyun, it wasn't easy for him to watch Xiao Lining being beaten, although she betrayed him. Therefore he better leave first. Gu Ning knew that it wouldn't end easily, and they might take revenge afterwards, but she wasn't afraid of it. She was very mad today, so she had to do something. She would also warn them to stay away from Gu Qingyun. If they wouldn't listen, she wouldn't hesitate to punish them. Sure, said Yumixi and took the car key. Ning Ning, are you? Gu Qingyun had a premonition. You called me for help today, so you should listen to me now. Leave with Mixi and I'll handle the rest, said Gu Ning in a cold voice. Yumixi then pulled Gu Qingyun out, although he was unwilling to leave. What? Do you want to fight? Do you think we'll be scared? Zhang Yuan saw what Gu Ning wanted to do, but he was still quite aggressive. Hearing that, his friends also got ready to fight. I'll only beat Zhang Yuan and Xiao Lining. If you don't want to be punished because of them, stay aside, or you can't blame us if anything bad happens to you, said Gu Ning. She gave them a chance to stay out of trouble. F***ck, come on now. One of Zhang Yuan's friends challenged Gu Ning. They came to support Zhang Yuan tonight so they wouldn't retreat. Right. Zhang Yuan's other friends all agreed. How about you two? Gu Ning asked Xiao Lining's two female friends. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. The two girls didn't look scared at all, because this wasn't the first time that they had done that. Besides, they had more people than Gu Ning, so they didn't believe that they would lose. Great, you asked for it, said Gu Ning. Beat them. Since they refused to move aside, Gu Ning wouldn't hesitate to teach them a lesson. Hao Ran and Gu Ning's other friends couldn't wait any longer, so they rushed ahead to punch them. The next second, Gu Ning went in front of Xiao Lining. She lifted her up by grabbing the collar, then slapped her face with another hand. Gu Qingyun was always dragged into trouble ever since you became his girlfriend. He was almost hit by a car once. If you don't like him, you can just tell him. How dare you sleep with another boy behind his back? Do you think he's too nice? Xiao Lining screamed in pain. Although Gu Ning didn't slap her heavily and wouldn't damage her face, it was painful for her to tolerate it right now. Because Chu Peihan and others were good at fighting, each of them could beat several up. Therefore, it was very easy for them to beat Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yuan's friends up within a short time. Hao Ran and the boys didn't want to beat girls, so Chu Peihan beat the two girls alone, which wasn't difficult at all. If Chu Peihan used great force, the two girls would be useless soon. But Chu Peihan intended to torture them slowly. It was a soundproof room, so nobody could hear what they were doing in it after all. Gu Ning wasn't dumb, and she stopped when she thought it was enough. All right, we can stop now, she shouted to Hao Ran and her other friends. Although they were unwilling to stop right now, they still obeyed Gu Ning's order. Because they had all slapped Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yuan's people, their faces were swollen. I think it should be over now. If you dare take revenge and hurt Gu Qingyun, you'll be punished severely next time. Well, if you want to challenge me, do it whenever you want, said Gu Ning. You can simply let Gu Qingyun tell me whenever you want to do that. I live in the capital. Gu Ning still didn't want to tell them her identity, so she told them to find her through Gu Qingyun. However, she wouldn't stop them from learning more information about her either, because she was quite famous on the internet. Do you hear me? Gu Ning asked Zhang Yuan, and Zhang Yuan trembled in fear. Zhang Yuan was reluctant to give in, but he knew that he was no match for Gu Ning. Yes. If he didn't give in, he and his friends would be beaten again. Great, let's go now, said Gu Ning and turned around to leave. Gu Ning actually didn't care about Zhang Yuan's answer because she knew he might change his mind at any second. Anyway, no matter what Zhang Yuan would do in the future, she had confidence to pay him back. She couldn't directly kill him right now because they weren't so guilty that they should be killed or disabled. Gu Ning could only wish that they could keep their words. F***ck. Once Gu Ning was gone, Zhang Yuan swore with an evil expression. Yuan, should we pay some people to beat them? One of his friends was mad too. It was obvious that he didn't take Gu Ning's words seriously, and what had happened to them today made him feel humiliated. Right, I know some gangsters and they can help us, Zhang Yuan's other friend said. *T. Didn't you see how violent they are? They're obviously better at fighting than us, said Zhang Yuan in anger. He wasn't an idiot, and he knew that he shouldn't mess with Guning again. In that case, ordinary gangsters couldn't hurt Guning and her friends at all. Zhang Yuan wasn't confident that he could win, so he thought that he should be more careful. Hearing that, Zhang Yuan's friends agreed. Do we have to accept it? Asked someone in annoyance. Go to the hospital now. We can talk about it after we have made a full recovery, said Zhang Yuan. He was unwilling to give in, but he couldn't do anything about it right now. He decided to think about it in the future. His friend called an ambulance at once. Yuan. Xiaolinine felt aggrieved when she heard that Zhang Yuan wanted to give it up. She was a beautiful girl, but she was heavily beaten just then. It was impossible for her to accept it. However, she was a weak girl and could only rely on Zhang Yuan to take revenge for her. Zhang Yuan's family was rich after all, so she believed that it should be very easy for him to pay Guning back. She believed in the power of money. In addition, she also wanted to teach Gu Qingyun a lesson, because he stood aside when she was being beaten by his cousin. Although she had betrayed him, he shouldn't be so cold-blooded. A selfish person like her always thought about herself, and she totally forgot that she called Gu Qingyun to help her tonight. However, she didn't get the result she wanted. Hearing Xiaolinine's voice, Zhang Yuan turned to look at her. Although she seemed pitiful, Zhang Yuan felt disgusted at this moment. Her swollen cheeks were ugly and he was also beaten heavily because of her. So Zhang Yuan snapped at Xiaolinine. It's all your fault. If it hadn't been for you, we wouldn't have been beaten like that. *CK off now. I don't want to see you again. He abandoned Xiaolinine. In fact, Zhang Yuan never liked Xiaolinine much. He simply wanted to sleep with her because she was pretty. His family was rich after all, so it was impossible for him to marry a girl from an ordinary family. Besides, Xiaolinine wasn't a good girl, and she would sell everything for money and fame. Therefore, who knew when she would betray him for a more powerful man? Zhang Yuan wasn't dumb. He played around with pretty women but would only marry a good one. He wasn't an idiot, he was just a shameless man. He indulged himself in playing around with women, but wouldn't accept a woman of the same kind as him. He had a double standard, but he never thought it was wrong. Zhang Yuan, you. Xiaolinine was already very uncomfortable right now, but she was shocked by Zhang Yuan's attitude. If he abandoned her, she would lose everything. However, she didn't dare to criticize Zhang Yuan. Xiaolinine, what do you think you are? Let me be honest with you, I chased you only to *CK you, and you're simply a sex tool in my eyes. I will only marry a woman from a family with an equal social status as my family. You're a selfish, snobbish, cheap girl and you betrayed Gu Qingyun by sleeping with me. So you'll betray me again for another man in the future too, said Zhang Yuan. He didn't bother to hide his real thoughts about Xiaolinine. You! Xiaolinine was mad when she heard that, but she didn't know how to argue against him. In fact, every word Zhang Yuan said was true. Besides, Gu Qingyun was much more good-looking than Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was a playboy, while Gu Qingyun had sincerely liked her. Therefore, if she met a better man than Zhang Yuan in the future, she surely would leave Zhang Yuan. Although she didn't have fame now, it didn't mean that she would be nobody forever. If she became a big star in the future, Zhang Yuan wouldn't deserve her. You don't need to argue with me. I'm not dumb, and I know what you're thinking in your mind. Zhang Yuan stopped Xiaolinine from arguing with him. He hated to hear lies. Xiaolinine wanted to defend herself, but couldn't say anything now. Disappear now. Seeing Xiaolinine standing there still, Zhang Yuan snapped at her impatiently. They were beaten heavily tonight all because of Xiaolinine. If Xiaolinine wasn't also beaten tonight, Zhang Yuan wouldn't easily let her go. Xiaolinine felt quite aggrieved. She bit her lips and stared at Zhang Yuan with a pitiful expression, but only saw his look with disdain. In the past, Zhang Yuan might soften when she acted pitiful, but now he only felt disgusted. No matter how unwilling Xiaolinine was, she had to leave right now, because she knew Zhang Yuan had no mercy. As for the other two girls, they were Xiaolining's friends, so they had to leave with her. Even though they were Xiaolining's friends, they actually hated her because they were also beaten because of her. Nevertheless, Xiaolining had helped them a lot, although she did that simply because they were beggars in her eyes, so they couldn't leave her behind right now. The three girls left with swollen faces. Luckily, there was a back door to this bar, and they could cover their faces with their bags, or they would be super embarrassed. Only a few people saw them on their way out, but they immediately ran away. Zhang Yuan and his friends left in the same way as Xiaolining. When Gu Ning and her friends got back to the car, Gu Qingyun asked her what she had done to them. Even though he already had the answer in his heart, he still needed to make sure of it. I beat all of them, said Gu Ning. Although she didn't allow Gu Qingyun to watch it at the scene, it didn't mean that she would refuse to tell him what exactly had happened. Moreover, even if she didn't tell Gu Qingyun would find it out sooner or later. All of them? Asked Gu Qingyun. He asked that question mainly because he wanted to know whether Xiaolining was included. Right, said Gu Ning. Although Gu Qingyun already had the answer and he wasn't surprised when he heard that from Gu Ning's mouth, he still had mixed emotions right now, because Xiaolining was a girl after all. What? Does your heart still ache for that girl? Gu Ning was displeased. She understood that Gu Qingyun had loved Xiaolining, but she didn't think the girl deserved his love. No, of course not. Gu Qingyun denied it at once when he heard dissatisfaction in Gu Ning's voice. Even though he had a little sympathy for Xiaolining because she was a girl, he wasn't self-righteous. Since Xiaolining had betrayed him, there was no need for him to show any mercy towards her. Therefore, he wouldn't be annoyed at Gu Ning for that because Gu Ning did it for him. If Gu Ning hadn't helped him today, he honestly didn't know what would happen to him, because he didn't know that Xiaolining had already betrayed him. He might really drink against Zhang Yuan for her. Without Gu Ning's help, he would be alone. He had friends in their university, but none of them dared to stand out for him against Zhang Yuan. They weren't local citizens, and they were afraid to mess with the local citizens in the capital. Although Gu Qingyun felt disappointed when they refused to help him, he didn't blame them, because he understood they didn't want to be involved in trouble. He alone definitely couldn't defeat Zhang Yuan, so he would have lost Xiaolining to Zhang Yuan then blamed himself for it during the rest of his life. He turned to Gu Ning for help because he was left no choice at that time. Luckily, Gu Ning gave him a helping hand. Actually, Gu Qingyun felt it was ridiculously funny that he even had the idea to blame himself for a girl who had already betrayed him behind his back. Great, she doesn't deserve you, said Gu Ning. She had no intention to force Gu Qingyun to forget Xiaolining right now, because she knew it took time. Gu Ning only hoped that Gu Qingyun could completely give her up and cut off his relationship with her even if Xiaolining turned back to him in the future. If Gu Qingyun still accepted Xiaolining after what she had done to him, he would be too contemptible. Contemptible people didn't deserve respect or sympathy. I know, said Gu Qingyun. It was hard for him to give up Xiaolining right away, but he had no anticipation for her now. Even though he was sad, he would never accept her again. He would never lose his dignity. If they dare to cause you trouble again or if they want to find me through you, just call me, said Gu Ning. Although Gu Qingyun won this time, he was pushed into a more dangerous situation. It wasn't what they wanted, but Gu Ning didn't regret it. Sure, said Gu Qingyun. Only Gu Ning could help him in the capital. Gu Qingyun didn't complain about it at all, although he would be in a more dangerous situation, because he was unwilling to submit to humiliation. He was actually quite grateful to Gu Ning. Ning, thank you so much for what you've done tonight. If it hadn't been for you, I wouldn't have found out the truth. Let me buy you some night snacks, said Gu Qingyun. He wasn't in a good mood now, but he still wanted to thank Gu Ning and her friends. No need. We're not hungry right now, but we can dine together next time, said Gu Ning. She understood that Gu Qingyun didn't have an appetite now, so she wouldn't force him to eat. Fine. Gu Qingyun didn't insist. He knew that Gu Ning understood his feelings. After that, Gu Ning drove Gu Qingyun back to their university, then sent Hao Ran and other boys back to the hotel. On their way, Hao Ran even complained that he hadn't enjoyed himself tonight in the fight. He was telling the truth because Zhang Yuan was no match for him at all. When Hao Ran and the boys arrived at the hotel, it was nearly 11 p.m., so Leng Xiaoting called Gu Ning, but Gu Ning was still driving. She briefly told Leng Xiaoting that she went to deal with something else tonight and was still on the road now. Leng Xiaoting reminded her to be careful, then told her to call him back when she was home. Even though Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao already accepted each other, they just met and Leng Xiaoting wasn't talkative, so it was a little embarrassing when they stayed alone with one another. Therefore, they went to their own rooms once they were home. Gu Ning drove back to Century City afterwards, and it was almost 12 a.m., so she didn't chat with Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi tonight. They took a shower and went to bed. They still needed to get up early the next morning after all. After that, Gu Ning called Leng Xiaoting and they talked with each other for about 20 minutes on the phone. Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao would go back to the Leng family's house tomorrow. After having the call with Leng Xiaoting, Gu Ning hesitated to take the Jade with Dragon Phoenix cloud pattern out, because she was afraid that something strange might happen and would affect what she planned to do tomorrow. As a result, Gu Ning decided not to take it out for the time being. She would go to visit Shangguanyang tomorrow and take it out then. With Shangguanyang's help, she would be safe even if anything strange happened. Jing Yunyao didn't fall asleep until it was very late again, because she kept thinking about what she had successfully remembered and what she hadn't. She ached to get her memories back, but still failed, and she would have a headache once she thought too much about the past. She could only fall asleep at that time. Jing Yunyao had dreams again, and they were intermittent and weren't complete, but she was able to remember them after she woke up this time. Gu Ning and other girls got up at 6 a.m. and went to run together. Gu Ning also tested Chu Peihan's and Yu Mixi's fighting skills. Chu Peihan kept a habit of exercising every day, so she had greatly improved her body condition, which was helpful for her to make progress in martial arts. And although Yu Mixi was the weakest one among them, she was still strong compared with ordinary people. She alone could defeat 5 men at least, and could protect herself well. In addition, danger wasn't everywhere. Even though Yu Mixi could protect herself well now, she still needed to improve her fighting skills in case they came in need one day. After all, one could never be too careful. When they were running in the morning, they met Bailey Zongyang and Bailey Zongxue. They exercised in the morning every day when nothing special happened, so Gu Ning would often see them. Wow, the man at the front has a very good build. I wonder what he looks like, said Chu Peihan. Gu Ning also saw Bailey Zongyang, and had no intention to avoid him. He's very handsome. Do you want to meet him? Gu Ning joked, but it was also the truth. Bailey Zongyang was indeed unusually handsome. However, Leng Xiaoting was the most good-looking man in her eyes. Even though there were other handsome men, she wouldn't pay much attention to them. Really? Chu Peihan's eyes lit up at once with strong interest. Have you seen him before? Yeah, I often run in the morning, said Gu Ning. There is a girl by his side, said Chu Peihan. She's his younger sister, said Gu Ning. Wonderful. Chu Peihan sped up to strike up a conversation with Bailey Zongyang. Gu Ning was surprised and pulled Chu Peihan back. Seriously? Why not? Said Chu Peihan. She didn't understand why Gu Ning stopped her. She simply wanted to strike up a conversation with the man. There was nothing wrong with that. Chu Peihan thought for a while, then said, Did you just lie to me? Is he actually an ugly man? No, I didn't. Gu Ning rolled her eyes. Don't you feel embarrassed? Why? I just want to make a new friend. Why should I feel embarrassed? Chu Peihan disliked Gu Ning for her hesitation. Can we not do that right now? Asked Yu Mixi. She also thought it was embarrassing if Chu Peihan went to strike up a conversation with a strange man. Chu Peihan was a girl after all, and she thought it was men's work. Well? Chu Peihan was annoyed by Gu Ning and Yu Mixi, but she had to give it up because she was afraid that they might feel embarrassed. Although she liked strong, handsome men, she wasn't addicted to them. She wanted to strike up a conversation with Bailey Zongyang simply because she was excited at this moment. All right, I know them and I'll go to greet them, then you can talk to him, said Gu Ning. What? You know them? Why did you joke with me just then?
Chu Peihan com lại.
Afterwards, they ran ahead and Gu-ning greeted Bailey Zongyang and Bailey Zongxue when they were near. Morning, Zongyang and Zongxue. Hearing Gu-ning's voice, Bailey Zongyang and Bailey Zongxue turned around at once. They looked happy to see Gu-ning and also politely greeted her. Hi Gu-ning, what a coincidence. When Bailey Zongyang turned around, Chu Peihan saw his face and was stunned by his outstanding appearance. This man had a good build and a good-looking face too. It was hard to find a man like him in this world. Are they your friends? Bailey Zongyang glanced at Chu Peihan and Yumixi.
Im Guam Ning's Frien, Chu Peihan.
Nice to meet you, said Chu Peihan at once. She also reached out her hand to shake hands with Bailey Zongyang. Actually, Chu Peihan simply wanted to take advantage of him. However, she wasn't creepy. She just liked good-looking people. Even though she liked handsome men, only a few men were handsome in her eyes. Currently, only her older brother, Siti Yilung Shouting and Bailey Zongyang could be called handsome. She had met many good-looking men before, but only they were unusually handsome. She had a very high standard of a handsome man. Nice to meet you, my name is Bailey Zongyang. Bailey Zongyang was very polite, and shook hands with Chu Peihan although he already noticed her admiration towards him. Bailey Zongyang had countless admirers, so he was already used to their reactions when he showed up in their sight. Moreover, although Chu Peihan stared straight at him, she didn't have any dirty ideas, so he wouldn't dislike her. In addition, she was Gu-ning's friend, so he subconsciously tolerated her behavior. The second Chu Peihan's hand touched Bailey Zongyang's hand. She felt as if she was numbed for a second, as if she just had an electric shock. They loosened their hands afterwards. This one is also my good friend, Yumixi. Gu-ning introduced Yumixi to Bailey Zongyang and Bailey Zongxue. Nice to meet you. Yumixi greeted them. Nice to meet you too. My name is Bailey Zongxue. Bailey Zongxue introduced herself. After that, they ran together as they chatted with each other along the way. The new semester will begin in a few days. Gu-ning, when will you go to the university? Bailey Zongxue asked Gu-ning. I don't know yet. I'll have to see, said Gu-ning. She said that not because she didn't want to go to their university with Bailey Zongxue. In fact, even though Bailey Zongxue wanted to go to the university with her, she wouldn't mind. She actually didn't set the date yet. They only had 2 days for the enrollment anyway. Gu-ning planned to accompany Chu Peihan and Yumixi to get enrolled first, then she would do that later, because she wouldn't let them go to their university with the luggage. Even if she couldn't accompany them, she would arrange for someone to do that for her. Bailey Zongxue said nothing about that. In addition, she didn't have the plan to go to the university along with Gu-ning. She built a relationship with Gu-ning on purpose, but also kept a certain distance away from her. If they didn't have patience, their real purpose would be exposed. Although they still didn't find or get anything useful from Gu-ning, they needed to be patient. Gu-ning was a very smart, outstanding girl, so they had to be very careful. All they needed to do now was to have a good relationship with Gu-ning, and they would get whatever they wanted then. Even though Gu-ning might not help the Bailey family, they could stop her from helping other dominant families by using their good relationship. They wouldn't actualize their goals by hook or by crook, so they wouldn't deal with Gu-ning with dirty tricks. After running for a while, Yumixi was out of strength, so Gu-ning stopped too. She needed to test Yumixi's and Chu Peihan's fighting skills later. As Gu-ning and her friends stopped, Bailey Zongyang and his younger sister stopped too. Are you out of strength? Bailey Zongyang asked with concern. Yeah, you can keep on running and we'll be fine in a while, said Gu-ning. Why don't we have breakfast together later? Said Bailey Zongyang. Hearing that, Chu Peihan's eyes lit up again. It was a great honor in her eyes to share breakfast with such a handsome man. However, Chu Peihan said nothing and looked to Gu-ning, because Bailey Zongyang was asking for Gu-ning's opinion. Thanks, but I have friends waiting for us to have breakfast together in the hotel, said Gu-ning. Alright, we can do it next time. Since Gu-ning declined, Bailey Zongyang didn't insist. Sure, said Gu-ning. She had never had any intention to avoid Bailey Zongyang and his younger sister, so she was willing to share a meal with them if she was free. even though she didn't need to learn more about the cultivation world through them right now, because she could do that by asking Jing Yuniao or Jing Jining. She still kept a good relationship with them. She might need their help when Jing Yuniao went to pay the Jing family back in the future. Gu Ning would make full use of her connections. At the same time, if they wanted something from her to make that deal, she wouldn't hesitate to give it to them. After that, Bailey Zongyang and his younger sister ran away, and Chu Peihan kept staring at his back. She didn't withdraw her sight even when Bailey Zongyang was already gone. He's already gone. Are you in love now?
Gu Ning gyokket.
Hearing Gu Ning's voice, Chu Peihan got her mind back and said, "Not really, but I just think he's unusually handsome. It's rare to see such a handsome man like him." She wouldn't fall in love just because of a man's outstanding appearance, but it wasn't a bad idea to have such a handsome man with a good build as her boyfriend. Nevertheless, Chu Peihan enjoyed being single, and she was still very young, so she wouldn't think about a romantic relationship for the time being. In fact, Gu Ning was worried that Chu Peihan might really want Bailey Zongyang to be her boyfriend. They came from different worlds after all. And Chu Peihan would be hurt if she wanted someone she couldn't have. Gu Ning encountered this problem right now because Leng Xiaoting was a cultivator. She could only hope that she would survive it when she experienced the process of cutting bones and washing marrow. Bailey Zongxue joked with Bailey Zongyang after they ran away. "I think the girl named Chu Peihan has great interest in you." Although Bailey Zongxue looked like 17 in the mortal's world, she was actually nearly 30 in the cultivation world. Love or a romantic relationship wasn't anything new in her eyes. She could easily see that Chu Peihan had an interest in Bailey Zongyang. Nevertheless, it was only interest, not love. She didn't believe in love at first glance, because it only happened when people were sexually attracted to each other. Interest and addiction were different. "I never lack admirers, and women want to be close to me for all kinds of reasons," said Bailey Zongyang. Although it sounded narcissistic, it was the truth, because Bailey Zongyang was too noticeable to be ignored wherever he went. "How about Gu Ning?" asked Bailey Zongxue. She felt that Gu Ning had no special feeling towards Bailey Zongyang. Hearing that, Bailey Zongyang felt a little shy. Well, she's special. Gu Ning was indeed very special, because she looked very calm every time she saw him. Actually, before Gu Ning met Leng Xiaoting, she would pay special attention to good-looking men too, but she wouldn't do that again after meeting Leng Xiaoting, even if the man was even more handsome than Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was very handsome, but different people had different standards of what made a handsome man after all. When Yumixi had rested for a while, Gu Ning began to test her fighting skills, and saw that she had made great progress. Although she spent most of her time on her internship, she never forgot to practice martial arts, because she needed to protect herself. Actually, she didn't tell her friends that 3 men had tried to rob her once when she was off work and went back home. Nevertheless, they didn't succeed and she directly beat them up, because she had greatly improved her body condition and martial arts during the past year. She was able to fight against 3 men now, but what if she ran into more bad people in the future? In order to protect herself in any dangerous situations, Yumixi must keep on improving herself. Because she didn't want to worry her friends and she wasn't hurt anyway, she didn't tell her friends the story. Gu Ning only used a third of her strength when she tested Yumixi's fighting skills. It was only a test, and she didn't aim to defeat her. However, Yumixi still couldn't get any advantages during the test, because Gu Ning was at a much higher level than her. They did the test on the lawn at the front of the small woods, and there was a lane aside. Many people ran by them on the small road, and some of them stopped when they noticed what Gu Ning and her friends were doing. Wow, this girl is quite good, and she must have begun to practice martial arts when she was a little. Right, but I don't think girls should be so violent. Hearing that, Chu Peihan was displeased and argued at once. Violent? I don't think so. Girls nowadays must learn to protect themselves from dangerous men. Don't you see the news that some creepy men followed weak girls and raped them? Those evil men only chose weak girls to do bad things, so girls must learn to be strong. Many people agreed with Chu Peihan. I think she's right. Although we're in a society ruled by laws, there are many crimes happening every day. When Yumixi wasn't able to fight back anymore, Gu Ning stopped and let her rest. At this time, a man who was about 30 said to Gu Ning, "Hey young girl, can we have a fight competition for fun?" He was over 1.80 meters tall with a strong build and stable breath, which showed that he had been practicing fighting skills for years. Gu Ning thought that he must be a soldier or a policeman from his air of uprightness. It was also possible that he wasn't neither of them, and he simply loved martial arts. Why not? Gu Ning agreed because it wasn't a big deal. Really? Lao Zhang, you're a tall, strong man. And now you want to fight against a young girl? You're taking advantage of her. Another man who stood by Lao Zhang thought it wasn't appropriate, because he knew how strong Lao Zhang was. Gu Ning only used a third of her strength. Although she looked excellent at fighting, she seemed to not be very outstanding, so the man believed that she was no match for Lao Zhang. Right, this girl is younger and weaker than you. Lao Zhang smiled and said nothing. He was a martial arts lover, and he could see that Gu Ning wasn't weak at all, and he might not be able to take advantage of her. It's fine, said Gu Ning. Even though Lao Zhang was tall and strong, Gu Ning didn't think he was better than her at martial arts. Since Gu Ning didn't mind it, the man said nothing further. It had nothing to do with him anyway. After that, Lao Zhang walked towards Gu Ning, and the competition began after they had an agreement. Gu Ning clearly knew that it was impossible for Lao Zhang to win, and she had no intention to defeat him quickly, so she didn't use her full strength, she only used half of it. At the beginning, Lao Zhang did the same thing because he didn't want to hurt Gu Ning. Therefore, Lao Zhang wasn't able to stand steadily in the competition with Gu Ning, and he was forced to use greater strength. Unfortunately, as he kept using greater strength, he still failed to surpass Gu Ning, which totally shocked him. He knew that Gu Ning didn't use her full strength, and he didn't know how much strength she used right now. Afterwards, Lao Zhang used 1/8 of his strength and could hardly make the competition a tie. Outsiders only thought that Lao Zhang and Gu Ning were at the same level, and Lao Zhang deliberately didn't use his full strength in order to let Gu Ning have an advantage. After all, most of them were familiar with Lao Zhang, and they tended to believe that he was better than Gu Ning. However, they were still impressed by Gu Ning's ability, because she was a young and thin girl, but she was very different from other girls. Lao Zhang then used 1/9 of his strength, but he still couldn't defeat Gu Ning because Gu Ning also increased her strength at the same time. Lao Zhang finally realized that he couldn't win Gu Ning, even if he used his full strength. He didn't feel embarrassed even though he would lose the game to a young girl. Instead, he was amazed by Gu Ning's ability, and he enjoyed the competition with her. Therefore, he didn't stop the competition in advance in order to save his face, but encouraged himself to do his best. Gu Ning wouldn't let Lao Zhang lose face and simply made it a tie. Lao Zhang would stop it when he was out of strength. Lao Zhang called the end of the competition when he was out of strength and still couldn't get any advantage. "Young girl, I have to admit that I lost and you're really incredible," said Lao Zhang. He didn't feel unhappy after he lost the game. He knew that Gu Ning was very extraordinary at the very beginning, but he was still surprised by her ability. He believed that he was better than most ordinary people, but Gu Ning was still better than him, which proved that Gu Ning was quite extraordinary. However, when other people heard that, they rounded their eyes in shock and couldn't believe it. "What? You lost? No way. This girl is unbelievable. Even Deputy Director Zhang can't win the game with her. Jesus, it's crazy."
Iim flattered, said Gu Ning politely.
Although it was obvious that he was no match for her, she should be polite and show some respect. Hearing someone call Lao Zhang Deputy Director Zhang, Gu Ning thought that he might be a deputy director of a certain department. In that case, he must have high social status. Anyway, those who lived in Century City were either rich or powerful, because a single house here cost at least dozens of millions of yuan. It was impossible for an ordinary person to afford a house here. "Young girl, may I know your name?" asked Deputy Director Zhang. "My name's Gu Ning," Gu Ning said. "You seem to be a student, right?" asked Deputy Director Zhang. "Yeah, I just wrote the National College entrance examination, and I'll go to my university in a few days," said Gu Ning. Although they knew Gu Ning was very young, They were still amazed by her unbelievable ability at such an early age. Different people went to school at different ages. Some were 17 while some were 18 at 12th grade. Gu Ning went to school later than her peers, so she was already 19 after finishing her education in high school. Gu Ning's birthday was in May, but she didn't celebrate her 19th birthday because she hadn't had a birthday party before, and she just forgot it this year too. She didn't remember it until Chu Peihan and her other friends asked about her birthday, but it had already passed. Chu Peihan proposed to make it up to her, but Gu Ning was busy then, so they decided to do it next year. Do you study in a police academy? You're very good at fighting skills, said Deputy Director Zhang. Gu Ning was extraordinarily stronger than other girls, and Deputy Director Zhang had the idea to hire her if she studied in a police academy. Gu Ning understood what Deputy Director Zhang was thinking about, so she smiled and said, "Not really. I'll major in business administration in the Capital University." Hearing that, Deputy Director Zhang was shocked. The Capital University? You must be an excellent student. Is your family involved in business? Deputy Director Zhang thought that Gu Ning's family must be involved in business, and she was going to inherit her family business. Otherwise, she should go to a police academy given her outstanding ability in martial arts. It didn't mean that people with a high level of martial arts had to go to a police academy, but it was hard to find a job in society nowadays, and everyone should learn to make full use of his or her advantages. Yes, Gu Ning answered. Knowing that, Deputy Director Zhang nodded and didn't think it was a bad choice. It was probably because of her family background that she learned kung fu to protect herself. Deputy Director Zhang wasn't dumb, and he didn't ask for more details about Gu Ning's family. Young girl, do you always run in the morning? Asked Deputy Director Zhang. Not every day, said Gu Ning. Can you practice with me when we meet again? Asked Deputy Director Zhang with anticipation. He hadn't enjoyed a fight for a long time. Although he was a member of a SWAT team and all the other members in their team were strong and skillful, not many were comparable to him. So it wasn't easy for him to meet a great match, and he wanted to seize this chance to practice his skills. Why not? If we see each other again, I'm more than willing to do that, said Gu Ning. It was good for her too. Hearing Gu Ning's answer, Deputy Director Zhang was excited. Oh, my surname is Zhang and you can call me Uncle Zhang, said Deputy Director Zhang. Sure, Uncle Zhang. Gu Ning called him as he wanted. After that, Deputy Director Zhang left and didn't ask Gu Ning for her phone number. This was their first meeting and he thought it was inappropriate to do that right now. Since Gu Ning already agreed to help him practice fighting skills if they met again, they would have each other's number when they got familiar. In addition, although Gu Ning was very young, she was unbelievably strong and skilled, which amazed Deputy Director Zhang. Gu Ning also looked more mature than her real age, so Deputy Director Zhang didn't regard her as a child. Instead, if it was possible, he would love to make friends with her. Because Gu Ning had a competition with Deputy Director Zhang, they were running out of time, so Gu Ning decided to test Chu Peihan's level next time. After changing their clothes, they left for Shangshi Hotel. It was already 7:30 a.m. when they arrived at Shangshi Hotel, so they quickly finished breakfast within 10 minutes, then went to Hongdian World Studios. Although it was rush hour at this time, Gu Ning took the Ring Highway and spent less time on the road. However, they set off from a suburb, so it still took them nearly an hour. Either way, it was faster than taking the road in the urban area. They might be caught in a traffic jam and spend 2 hours on the way if they took the road in the urban area. At 8:30 a.m., Gu Ning and her friends arrived at the shooting set in Hongdian World Studios. This time they moved to another place for the new scenes, and would shoot at a street. Hao Ran and others would play passers-by in the scenes. For Gu Ning's sake, Lu Zhan arranged for Hao Ran and others to say several lines in the camera. They would be local citizens in the show, and they would complement the leading female role. Then Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping could show their faces and say several lines. In fact, it was very difficult for extras to get such a chance, because they normally could only show their backs in the camera. Chu Peihan's part was more important than Hao Ran's and Zhang Tianping's in the show, and she would be a senior official's daughter. She would argue with other ladies in the group of people who went to welcome the leading female role, then she was criticized. When they arrived at Hongdian World Studios, all the actors were almost finished wearing makeup. Lu Zhan had told them to arrive before 9 a.m., and that they would start to act at 10 a.m., because they needed time to put on makeup and get ready. Lu Zhan arrived at 7 a.m. this morning, and was already busy working. The main characters needed an exquisite look, so it took a longer time for them to finish wearing makeup. Once they heard that Gu Ning came, they walked out with makeup and clothes for the show. Chu Peihan didn't have her favorite idols in the entertainment industry, but she had a good impression of some actors, like the leading actor and actress in this show. Therefore, when Chu Peihan saw them, she eagerly ran to greet them and requested them to take photos together. Hao Ran and the boys didn't stand aside and also politely greeted them. They wanted to take photos together as well. Although they were extras today, nobody dared to disdain them because they were Gu Ning's friends. Chu Peihan and Gu Ning's other friends didn't think that they were superior to other people because of their relationship with Gu Ning. Instead, they were very polite to Tang Xiaoxiao and Xiao Hanchen. As a result, they got along quite well with each other. After taking photos together, Chu Peihan and Gu Ning's other friends went to wear makeup and change their clothes. They weren't treated differently, and waited in line like every other extra. However, even though they weren't accorded any special treatment, some extras were still jealous of them because they were Gu Ning's friends. And because they were Gu Ning's friends, those jealous people believed that they were treated differently. Actually, they indeed got this job because of their relationship with Gu Ning, but it wasn't a serious problem. Some people got jealous of them simply because they had more resources. If those who were jealous of them could have special treatment, they would change their mind. Luckily, only a few people were dissatisfied with it, and most extras were simply envious of them because they could easily get a chance to play a role in the show. Most people also believe that Gu Ning's friends came here only for fun. If they really wanted to join this industry through their connections, they could choose to be regular extras. When Hao Ran and Gu Ning's other friends were waiting in line, some people also struck up a conversation with them. It turned out that they really came here for fun. Because they were very nice and talkative, they left a good impression on other extras. However, some people who were jealous of them still badmouthed them behind their backs, and said that those who went to talk with them simply wanted to ride on their coattails. Therefore, they began to disdain those who deliberately pleased Hao Ran and Gu Ning's other friends. They believed that they were self-righteous and relied on their own abilities to win this job. In fact, they got jealous because they couldn't get what they wanted, so they claimed that they disliked it. If they were people with resources, they would surely become arrogant. There were many extras, so it took a long time for them to wear makeup and change clothes. They weren't done until it was 9 a.m. It was actually already efficient, and 7 makeup artists worked together to finish it as soon as possible. Moreover, extras basically didn't need to wear much makeup, and only those who would show their faces might put on some makeup. After that, they were told what they should do and where they should stand later. The crew didn't have a high standard for extras, but they had to take it seriously too. The filming didn't begin until they practiced it once. The gates of the imperial city were opened, and the emperor came to welcome them in person. The imperial concubine was the general and came back with victory. Seeing that, people might be confused about the reason why the leading female character wasn't an empress since the leading male character was an emperor. An imperial concubine wasn't the emperor's wife, and it wasn't an honorable title. Actually, although the leading male character was an emperor, he didn't have a wife, and there was only one concubine in the imperial harem. Therefore, the imperial concubine was his empress in reality. In addition, the leading male character always wanted to give the leading female character the title of empress in vain. Although he was a powerful emperor, he couldn't do whatever he wanted, and had to care about his courtiers' opinions. Anyway, the leading male character already made up his mind to abdicate his position to his younger brother, after the leading female character came back with victory this time. He would wander around the world with his beloved woman afterwards. They stayed there for the whole morning to finish the scene. It wasn't the actor's problem. Filming really consumed a lot of time and energy. They had to shoot many times in order to get the best view. Among the extras, Chu Peihan and Gu Ning's other friends had done a great performance, especially Chu Peihan. Her acting even impressed Lu Zhan, and she was now a better actress than the time when she played a role in Infinite Horror. It was the first time that Chu Peihan had shown her face in the camera when she joined the crew of Infinite Horror, so she wasn't skilled back then. From the experience, Chu Peihan learned a lot and she was a quick learner, so she was able to make great progress within a short time. I haven't seen you for just a few months, but you've made great progress.
Lu Zhan com lim Chu Peihan.
Although she wasn't very professional, she wasn't bad either, and she had potential. As long as she could practice more, she would get better. Several extras were jealous of Chu Peihan when they heard him complimenting her. It seemed that they had already worked with each other before, and it should be several months ago. They had heard of what Lu Zhan had been through, and he had been shut out of the film industry for years till he shot Infinite Horror several months ago. So it was possible that Chu Peihan had also shown her face in that movie. Some extras had watched Infinite Horror, but they didn't pay much attention to unimportant roles, so they didn't think Chu Peihan looked familiar. Therefore, they decided to watch the film again to see whether they could find Chu Peihan. Thank you so much for your compliment, Director Liu. I'll keep on learning and improving myself, said Chu Peihan happily. In fact, Chu Peihan never cared about other people's opinions about her, because other people wouldn't affect her own life. She could rely on herself to live a good life after all. However, she cared about professionals' opinions about her acting, because she wanted to become a good actress. Undoubtedly, she only wanted to win professionals' approval, because only professionals in this industry could affect her career. She still didn't care about outsiders' opinions. As long as she won professionals' approval, she believed that the audience would like her. Great, I believe you can become a good actress, said Lu Zhan. After finishing the scenes in the morning, they went to have lunch and they stayed there to have takeout like everyone else. They came here for fun, so they didn't leave right after finishing the scenes in the morning. They could still be extras in the following scenes, and all they needed to do was to change their clothes. Normally, an extra could play a passerby in many scenes, because the audience wouldn't see his or her face anyway. Filming was never done in the order of the story of the script, and the crew wouldn't move around following the plot. It wasn't efficient. Filming was all based on the venues. In other words, what happened in this TV series on this street would be shot together. In that case, it would save a lot of unnecessary trouble. For example, the film locations weren't available every day, and most of them were expensive. Because this was Hongdian World Studios, it was open for lease to all crews. If a crew only shot a part of the show at one place and went to other places to film other parts, then came back, the process might be delayed if the place was occupied by other crews. It would also cost the crew more expenses. Anyway, all videos needed editing, so the shooting sequence wasn't important. After lunch, they had a rest for half an hour before they changed their clothes. At 6 p.m. the filming was over today, so Gu Ning left with her friends. They didn't stay to share dinner with Lu Zhan and the other people. At this time, members of the Lung family were about to enjoy a meal together too. Zhang Xuyuan came back today, and she needed to take a break after taking care of Lung Xiaojia for a long time and being busy working. She would visit Lung Xiaojia once a day at noon or in the evening. Lung Xiaojia was in a stable condition now. Although her waist was still painful, the pain was tolerable now and she could sleep well. However, she looked quite haggard after being sick these days, so she needed more time to recover. Zhang Xuyuan heard nothing about Jing Yuniao, because members of the Lung family didn't tell her. Master Lung also forbade Lung Yuanqian from telling her about that. As a result, Zhang Xuyuan was scared when she saw Jing Yuniao in the living room when she came back to the Lung family's old house, and she blurted it out. "Who are you?" Even though Jing Yuniao looked the same as Yuniao, Yuniao had been dead for years, so Zhang Xuyuan didn't think this woman could be Yuniao. "Xuyuan, this is Yuniao," said Yuyin. "Yuniao? No way. Isn't Yuniao already dead? How is it possible that?" Zhang Xuyuan exclaimed. "Yuniao isn't dead, and she is Yuniao." Before Zhang Xuyuan could finish, Master Lung interrupted her. Yuniao was alive and healthy, and what Zhang Xuyuan said was indeed really offensive. Since she isn't dead, Why didn't she come to see us during the past years? Why does she suddenly come back now? Is she a fake Yunyao? Asked Zhang Xuyuan. Actually, she knew that this woman could really be Yunyao since Master Lung accepted her and allowed her to join the Lung family, but she couldn't accept it. She never liked Yunyao after all. Besides, Yunyao was a very powerful woman, and she would greatly support Lung Xiaoting once she was back, which would be a big threat to her family and her son. It was only Zhang Shiyuan's worry, because Lung Xiaoting actually owned more than what the Lung family had. In addition to Shangshi, Lung Xiaoting had also made a fortune as the team leader of the Red Flame. They risked their lives to fulfill every mission, so their rewards were definitely very high. Moreover, they could take half of the confiscated property as their own. Almost every drug lord or major criminal had hundreds of millions of yuan in assets, and the members of the Red Flame could share their wealth once they were caught. However, it wasn't known to the outside world, and only their leaders knew about it because it was highly confidential. Yunyao didn't come back during the past years, because she lost her memories 15 years ago. Ningning found Yunyao and we were able to find out that she's still alive, said Master Lung. He didn't want Zhang Xuyuan to continue to question Yunyao. She lost her memories? Really? I can't believe it, and someone might be doing that for another purpose, said Zhang Xuyuan without hesitation. She was talking about Gu Ning. In her eyes, Gu Ning brought bad luck to her family, because her family had suffered a lot ever since she showed up, and now she made Yunyao come back. Zhang Xuyuan separated her family from the whole Lung family. Neither Lung Xiaoting nor Jing Yunyao was mad at Zhang Xuyuan's suspicion, because they couldn't care less about her. Master Lung, however, couldn't stand it and snapped at her. Enough! Can't you stop causing trouble every time you come back? I think you better stay outside. Believe it or not, and you should close your mouth now. After that, Master Lung threatened her. I didn't look into something, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. You better behave yourself, or you might lose your position in the Lung family. Hearing that, Zhang Xuyuan was frightened and closed her mouth at once. She knew that Master Lung was talking about what Ling Xiaojia had done to Gu Ning. After living peacefully these days, she forgot about it slightly, but still felt scared in retrospect. She didn't want Lung Xiaoting to know about it after all. Therefore, when she was scared, she subconsciously glanced at Lung Xiaoting to see his reaction. She didn't know whether he was aware of it or would ask about it. However, Lung Xiaoting had no reaction and it seemed that he didn't care about it at all, which made Zhang Xuyuan feel relieved. What she didn't know was that Lung Xiaoting already knew about it from the very beginning, but he chose to listen to Gu Ning and let it go. Zhang Xuyuan was also afraid that Master Lung might chase her out of the Lung family. She had married into the Lung family for many years, and there was no problem in her relationship with her husband. She didn't want a divorce. Without the Lung family's support, her and the Zhang family's social status would drop in an instant. Although the Zhang family wasn't poor, it was only an appendage to the Lung family, and the Zhang family gained more fame and wealth after she married into the Lung family. If Lung Yuanqian divorced her, either she would be abandoned by the Zhang family, or the Zhang family would be greatly affected by her. Either way, it wouldn't be a good result. After that, they began to enjoy dinner and every one of them treated Jing Yunyao with enthusiasm. Zhang Xuyuan and Lung Yuanqian instead were ignored like they were outsiders. Lung Yuanqian didn't care about that, because he had no intention to talk with them. Zhang Xuyuan had the same feeling, but she felt quite uncomfortable in such an atmosphere. Yuan also invited Jing Yunyao to shop together tomorrow and directly left Zhang Xuyuan aside. The two disliked each other and had never shopped together before, so it didn't matter. Jing Yunyao didn't know how to reject it, and she also wanted to leave the Lung family's old house for a while, so she agreed. Lung Xiaoting then took out a black card and gave it to Jing Yunyao. She could buy whatever she wanted even if it cost millions of yuan. Jing Yunyao thought it wasn't appropriate, so she turned him down right away. Although Lung Xiaoting was her son, she hadn't gotten her memories back yet, so she was unwilling to spend his money. However, the others kept persuading her to accept it and Lung Xiaoting also insisted. He told her that he prepared the card for her, so Jing Yunyao took it in the end. She knew that Leng Xiaoting was very rich. Although he wasn't the richest man in their country, he was almost there, so it was nothing if she spent some of his money. Jiang Shuyuan, however, was full of jealousy. She was rich too, but she couldn't buy stuff which cost millions of yuan as she liked. She couldn't even casually spend over 100,000 yuan, but Yunyao could. It was impossible for her to keep the balance of her mind. Because of that, she lost her appetite and didn't enjoy the meal at all. She made an excuse and left. Other people knew what she was thinking in her mind, but nobody cared about her. After she went back to her room, she called Leng Xiaoming and told him that Jing Yunyao was back. Leng Xiaoming was also shocked when he heard that, and couldn't believe it. Luckily, his acceptance was better than Jiang Shuyuan's, and he knew that his grandfather must have accepted the woman if she was really Leng Xiaoting's mother. Leng Xiaoming had an impression of this aunt. He remembered that she was good at fighting and had achieved a lot in the military along with his uncle Yuan Han. She already had the title of a lieutenant colonel 15 years ago. Leng Xiaoming didn't dislike it as much as Jiang Shuyuan when Yunyao came back, but he also hoped that she could disappear if it was possible. However, it might be helpful to the Leng family that Yunyao came back. Even though he was jealous of Leng Xiaoting because Leng Xiaoting was better than him at everything, he felt that the Leng family needed Leng Xiaoting. Without Leng Xiaoting, the Leng family might not be able to keep its position, because there were many people who tried to unseat the Leng family. Therefore, no matter how jealous he was of Leng Xiaoting, he had never taken any action to hurt him. Leng Xiaoming was selfish, but he also knew what was more important. Gu Ning didn't go to Shengshi Hotel and share dinner with her friends there. Instead, they went to the food street to have spicy hot pot. Coincidentally, she ran into a familiar face, which was Zhang Zikai, who had participated in the same math competition as her before. Zhang Zikai was with another 2 girls and a boy. They were all about 18 years old, but they were arguing angrily. Zhang Zikai and a girl stood together and she looked very mad, while the girl standing next to her was sad and had tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Another girl and the boy stood on the other side. The girl seemed aggrieved, but there was satisfaction hidden in her eyes. She obviously wasn't as kind and weak as she looked. The boy, however, frowned with impatience. Seeing that, an idea dawned on Gu Ning that it could be a dramatic romantic story. She deliberately stopped the car not far from Zhang Zikai and told her friends not to get out right now. She wanted to listen to their argument. "Boss, do you know any of them?" asked Muku. He knew that Gu Ning didn't like to watch dramas, unless it was important. "Yes," said Gu Ning. "Which one do you know?" asked Chu Peihan with curiosity. "The girl in white with a high ponytail," said Gu Ning. There were 2 girls in white clothes, but Zhang Zikai had a high ponytail, while the other had short hair. "Su Tong, I can't believe what you've done to us. We treated you as our friend, and we've helped you when you encountered difficulties, but you stole your friend's boyfriend. How can you do that?" Zhang Zikai angrily criticized the girl who stood with the boy and was in white with short hair. Gu Ning was right. It was indeed about a romantic relationship. After what Gu Qingyun had been through, Gu Ning met another drama about it now. It seemed to have become a common phenomenon in today's society. She had seen enough of it, and there was more she didn't see. It was hard to find trust and loyalty among people nowadays. Gu Ning didn't care about other people, and she only hoped that her good friends and close relatives could maintain trust and loyalty. "This girl is disgusting. How can she steal her friend's boyfriend?" Chu Peihan said in annoyance. "The boy isn't a good man either," said Muku. "I want to punch them now," said Hao Ran. They were all annoyed. "Muku, you can't be like the boy, or I'll severely punish you."
Hu Peihan suddenly warned Muke.
Hearing that, Muku turned to look at Yumixi with a nervous expression at once. In case she thought too much about it, he made a serious promise. "I absolutely won't be like him." To be honest, he wasn't sure whether they would be together forever. It wasn't because he might change and fall in love with another girl, but because no one knew what would happen in the future. Actually, even if they would break up one day, he would never betray Yumixi. "Zikai, don't be so harsh. I'm grateful for your help, but Zhe and I truly love each other. Why can't you understand that?" Su Tong said with a pitiful face. She didn't think it was wrong at all. Hearing that, Gu Ning and her friends thought it was ridiculous. This girl called Su Tong didn't feel ashamed after stealing her friend's boyfriend. It sounded as if she felt proud of herself for being able to do that. Anyway, ever since she had the idea to be the other woman in Mingzhi's romantic relationship with Xiao Zihan, she already gave up her moral standards. You're so shameless. Don't you know how disgusting you are? Zhang Zikai raised her voice in greater anger. What do you want? I don't like Xiao Zihan any longer, and you can't force me to. I think Xiao Zihan should have some dignity and stop annoying me, said the boy with impatience. He gave a glance to the girl next to Zhang Zikai with his eyes full of disdain. You! Xiao Zihan was furious when Mingzhi said that about her. If he disliked her, she definitely wouldn't keep on annoying him. But the point was that he betrayed her and she thought that she deserved an explanation. However, he refused to give one to her, and didn't think that he had done anything wrong. Zihan won't pay more attention to you because a bad guy like you doesn't deserve it, but it isn't the point now. Since you don't like Zihan any longer, why didn't you make it clear? Why did you have to betray her? Said Zhang Zikai in anger. She knew that she couldn't force him to like Xiao Zihan, but he shouldn't hurt Xiao Zihan like that. Hearing that, Mingzhi was mad and coldly argued. You don't have the right to judge me, and I didn't make it clear because I was afraid that Zihan might not be able to accept it. It was ridiculous. It sounded as if he did it for Xiao Zihan's good. Don't you think it's even more unacceptable when Zihan finds out that both her good friend and boyfriend has betrayed her? Zhang Zikai laughed at Mingzhi's ridiculous excuse. You're really annoying. Since you know now, stop wasting time arguing with me. It's enough. Mingzhi lost patience and left with Su Tong. Mingzhi! Zhang Zikai wouldn't allow him to leave like that. However, Mingzhi pushed her and Zhang Zikai fell to the ground. Seeing that, Gu Ning had to do something now. She got out of her car and walked towards them. Chu Peihan and the others followed her. Nevertheless, when Gu Ning got out of her car, Zhang Zikai had already fallen to the ground and moaned in pain. Zikai! Xiao Zihan was scared and went to help Zhang Zikai get back to her feet, but Gu Ning did that before her. When Zhang Zikai saw Gu Ning, she was surprised and couldn't believe her eyes. Am I in a dream? Zhang Zikai fixed her eyes on Gu Ning and felt it was so unreal. Do you feel the pain now? Gu Ning smiled at her. Hearing that, Zhang Zikai realized that her body indeed was a little painful. Seeing Zhang Zikai's reaction, Xiao Zihan got curious and sized up Gu Ning. She somehow felt that Gu Ning looked very familiar, but couldn't remember who she was all of a sudden. Oh, it's real. After making sure that she wasn't in a dream, Zhang Zikai shouted with excitement. She finally saw Gu Ning again and they met by accident. Mingzhi was worried that Zhang Zikai might be injured when she fell, but he didn't stay once he saw that she was fine. When no one paid attention to him, he wanted to escape. However, Gu Ning opened her mouth at this time. Stop them! Hearing that, Chu Peihan and the others stopped Mingzhi and Su Tong at once. What do you want to do? Mingzhi changed his face and asked in fear. There were many people before him, and he certainly couldn't win the fight if they beat him. Don't you want to do something? Gu Ning ignored Mingzhi and asked Zhang Zikai. She wanted to help Zhang Zikai, but she would also let Zhang Zikai make the decision. I want to beat this shameless couple, but I don't have the ability. Can you help me? Asked Zhang Zikai with strong hatred. She was unwilling to let them get away with it. Xiao Zihan knew Mingzhi through her, so she blamed herself for what Mingzhi had done to Xiao Zihan. She didn't care whether Xiao Zihan wanted to beat Mingzhi or would hesitate to do that. Xiao Zihan actually didn't think about it, and just listened to Zhang Zikai. Of course, said Gu Ning. Zhang Zikai. Mingzhi was mad, and couldn't believe that Zhang Zikai wanted to beat him. Zhang Zikai, don't forget that I'm your cousin. How can you let them beat me? Cousin? You're not my relative. You're simply Zhang Danling's cousin, not mine, said Zhang Zikai with disdain. Zhang Danling was Zhang Zikai's younger female cousin, while Mingzhi was Zhang Danling's older male cousin. She had a good relationship with Zhang Danling, so she used to take Mingzhi as her own cousin. She used to think that Mingzhi was a good, honest person, but it turned out that he was a shameless man.